ma-displace yung ating IPs para ma-exploit po yung ating mga lupain at masisira po yung ating tubig, ilog, mga puno, etc. Yun po yung point ko. And again, I don't disagree with you na kailangan din natin yung mining. Pero dapat responsible mining at dapat sa tamang lokasyon. At kapag marami po nagreklamong mga Pilipino, pakinggan po natin. In fact, pati po yung mga foreigner, third party na gumawa po ng auditing, sila mismo ay nag-oppose na hindi dapat ituloy yung siya na gold, pero pinagpipilitan po natin. Madam Sponsor. Okay na tayo po dyan. Now, last but not the least, ito na po yung sinasabi nyo kanina. Masungi Conservation Area, Ancestral Domain.
Sabi sa'yo, last but not the least, the Masuni. Ito. Okay.
Bakit po pinayagan ang isang wind farm na magtayo doon po sa Masungi Conservation Area na meron pong ancestral domain issue?
Talaga pong there's something wrong with the contract with Masungi. Kasi hindi ho pwede yung perpetual.
No, I'm not sorry. Let me interrupt. Para hindi na masayang oras natin. I'm not talking about Masungi Foundation. I'm not talking. Mamaya na po natin pag-usapan yon later. What I'm talking is just the Masungi Conservation Area. Not the foundation. So, despite the fact na ito po ay declared as ancestral domain at meron pong nagkiklaim ng mga IPs at under proclamation number 1636, it was declared as a sanctuary, wildlife sanctuary and game preserve at hindi po dapat pwedeng panghimasukan ng anumang commercial activities, explorations, exploitations, etc. Dahil marami po mga ibon dyan at mga halaman na endemic po sa Pilipinas.
In 2020, a proposal to measure the potential of wind energy was given to us by the family of CGIs. Yes, measure them.
What are we talking here about the wind energy that they want to do in Masungi?
The wind farm,
Mr. President?
the VENA, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, the VENA energy is what I'm talking about. The VENA energy that was given permit by PAMBI to put up their structure.
Ayun.
You met mas po sa measuring
In fact, if I may add, while you're doing your research, DNR Administrative Order number 33, okay, May 10, 1993, Masungi Rock and its vicinity specifically bounded by longitudes 121 degrees, 17 degrees to 121 degrees, 21 east, west, anyway, etc. It says here, declared a strict nature reserve and wildlife sanctuary in accordance with the provision of RA 7586, otherwise known as National Integrated Protected Area System Act of 1992. At wala pa pong bagong DAO or Department or DNR Administrative Order or na magsusupersede nito.
Sabi po, wind
It was signed by
energy.
Mr. Secretary Alcala. I'm sorry, Madam President.
Mr. President, sabi po yung wind energy is allowed because it's
Multiple use.
renewable energy. But wala pa daw permit yan. Parang mag-i-study pa lang kung ano yung potential ng wind energy. Yun lang ang ibinigay nila. They cannot operate yet. Parang yung PAMBI, ang ibinigay lang is a study of the potential of the wind energy in Masungi.
No, it shouldn't. It shouldn't be. Dapat in the first place, wala pong gagawing study doon kasi naghukay na po eh. Marami na pong structure doon. And I have pictures to show. What are the pictures?
Ang sabi po nila, yung PAMBI, binigay lang is to determine the wind energy. May conflict po eh. Ewan lang natin kung yung binigyan ng ng permit to measure the potential of wind energy, kung dinisobey nila na nagawa na sila doon, pero it is based on a study lang.
Madam President, meron na po mga struktura doon, nag-umpisa na sila na maglalagay ng
Part ba yun ng
wind
Masungi?
farm doon.
Yung nilagay daw po doon, hindi part ng Masungi, sa Pililya daw yun. It's not part of the legislated protected area. Yung
Yes.
pinaglagyan ng mga improvements na yun. It's beyond the legislated protected
I'll
area.
help you, Madam Sponsor. What happened was, ginamit ng PAMBI yung Section 25 ng Republic Act 11038, INIPAS 2018 as amended. What does it say doon po sa Section 25? Special uses with protected areas.
Assumption yun.
So nagkaroon po, because of PAMBI, binigyan po yung PAMBI sa batas na ito, nagkaroon ng amendment na para ideklara kahit isang protected area na into multi-use. And this has to be amended. Kasi it runs contrary to the spirit of the law protecting.
They want
Our
to
environment.
study and investigate what happened because of your contention. Can you give us yung study nyo para, a copy lang of the study so they can investigate kung there was a violation of the law?
The area kasi is a strict protected zone, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor. And having said that, DNR should know better na if it's a strictly protected zone, hindi dapat nila panghimasukan yan.
Nagagalit siya kasi
Hindi dapat nila inisip kahit ba renewable energy na manghimasok yan. I don't have any problem with renewable energy na para mag-proliferate sa bansa natin, because me being the chairman of the Committee on Energy, payag po ako sa renewable energy, pero dapat ilagay natin sa lugar. Huwag po doon sa mga protected area, especially po na meron pong mga ancestral domain issue na dahil misplaced po yung mga IPs natin na walang mga boses at walang mga kalaban-laban, pinapalayas doon sa kanilang ancestral domain dahil sa ngalan ng development, aka salapi.
The point of view of the DNR is in every protected area, there is a place for strict implementation of the law. They call it the strict protection zone. Tapos there are also areas in the protected area, yung tawag nila multi-purpose, multi-use zone.
Yes.
So hindi naman nila pinayagan do sa strict protection zone. Doon lang sa multi-use zone.
Exactly.
Ngayon, kung may other complaints na pinaalis yung mga tao, ganun-ganon, then let's have the complaint and we will investigate.
Exactly. Exactly. Thank you very much for that answer, Madam Sponsor. That's exactly what I want you to say. Now, ang nangyari kasi, nagkaroon po ng multi-use zone, classify po ng DNR using Section 25 of the e-NIPAS law as amended 2018 from Republic Act 7586 of the NIPAS Act of 1992. Now, yan po, hindi ko na pwedeng contest yan dahil batas po yan. Okay? I will not contest. However, nakasaad dito, para ang PAMBI ay payagan na mag-classify na multi-use sa isang strictly protected area, kailangan, ito na po yung minention nyo kanina, Madam Sponsor, members of the PAMBI board, which consists of DNR Regional Director, Governor, Senator of the Republic of the Philippines, who is duly registered resident of the province, district representative of the congressional district, mayors, chairperson of barangay, regional directors, DA, NEDA, DOST, DND, 3 representative from NGO or PO, 1 but not more than 3 representative from IPs, ICCs, and then 1 representative from the academic institution, and finally, 1 representative from the private sector. Now, gusto ko po malaman kung nasunod po ba ito na itong lahat ng nakasulat dito sa Section 11 ng Republic Act 11038 2018 as amended ng INIPAS, kung nasunod po ito ng pagbigay po ng multi-use ng DNR sa wind farm na Bernas Energy. Bena Energy. Kung nasunod po.
Nandyan
Itong
daw
11
po
members.
lahat yan nung magbigay ng permit.
Well, can I see the list kung sino tong 11 na ito na pumayag na
Yeah, we will
ma-exploit po yung
give-
ating environment doon po sa Masungi?
Sa amin, yung mga local mahilig.
I need the list of those people na pumayag na i-exploit natin itong tinatawag nating Masungi Conservation Area na which is declared as a strictly protected area. So itong 11 members na nag-sign, members of the board sa PAMBI allowing the exploitation
Local ko.
of Masungi, I need a list of those people
Kami nga.
and their signatures. And very
They,
important to me is yung pong IPs. Meron po bang pumirma na IPs?
meron ba?
Meron. I need a list and I need the
They will submit to you those who signed.
what? But right now,
Kasi pero ho yan, I'm warning you that yan, majority wins. Di ba? Kahit na hindi pumirman lahat, kung majority pumirma, panalo yun. Oh.
I know. Pero
Oo.
ang selection process ninyo, kailangan meron pong IPs.
Ayun,
doon.
pina-follow.
Kaya nga, paano po sinelect yung IPs? May I know
Oh.
from the experts?
Baka hindi naman pumirma yung eyepiece. Alam nyo, miski eyepiece, naaano din yan eh. Nai-influence din yan eh.
Ay, dapat hindi.
Ay nako, tell
Ay,
it to the Marines.
Sorry. Tell it to the Marines. Dapat hindi po. Kasi kawawa na po yung mga IPs.
sa aming
kulang nga po.
legislated protected area,
Yeah.
nangyayari yan. Yung mga barangay nai-influence eh.
Kawawa naman po yung mga IPs. Kulang nga po sa pinag-aralan, kulang po sa kaalaman. And then i-exploit po natin because we're saying na madali silang ma-influensyahan. Dapat we try to help them to make sure that they will not be easily influenced so that gagawin po nila kung anong tama para sa kanilang proteksyon.
Oo nga, hindi siya maniwala na yung IPs pumirma. Kaya huwag mo na sabihin sa akin, ako alam kong pwede yun, pero siya ayaw niya. Kaya isigay niyo na lang kung sino yung pumirma. Diba?
I'll help you. Would you mind if I'll help you?
Yeah, you're very welcome, Mr.
Okay.
President.
Kasi bago po mapili ang isa o dalawa o tatlong IPs na sumama po sa PAMBI, sa selection process. Number 1, dumadaan yan sa Indigenous Political Structure or IPS. Okay? Ano po yun? It consists of tribal leaders that have exclusive right na para magpadala po ng representative nila kung hindi sila mismo ang sumama doon sa PAMBI. Number 1. Number 2, dapat dumadaan po sa tinatawag na FPIC, Free and Prior Informed Consent. Process ito na ipapakita na itong IPs were not coerced and were not influenced, just like what the good sponsor said na madaling na influence. Kaya nga pumapasok itong proseso to make sure na hindi po sila na-influence, hindi po sila na-coerce. Ito po yung FPIC. And finally, evidence to 1 and 2 I mentioned, dapat may certification precondition or CP, documents from NCIP, pirmado na nagkaroon ng tamang proseso at pumayag ang IPs community. In the absence of these 3, then invalid po yung pag-recruit nyo ng IPs para maging member ng PAMBI's board.
Kasi influence. If, ano naman niya eh, precondition na yung na kaya ano pinayag Yes, diba? Ipakita mo na lang yung mga papeles mo para ma-convince siya. Kasi hindi natin yun yung may precondition notion na siya eh, di ba? We, Mr. President, we will just submit all the papers available to the DNR about the action of the PAMB. We just want to reassure you that it is not yet a permit to operate the windmill. It's just a study to find out the potential of the wind farm here in the legislated.
Thank you, Madam
protected.
President. Thank you, good sponsor. Yes, I definitely agree with you. So, I need to see the CP,
Yes.
Certification of Precondition signed by the NCIP.
Mhm.
Kahit na testing pa yan, kasi ang nakalagay sa batas, kahit na testing, dapat hindi. Doon sa mga lugar na merong issue sa ancestral domain. Kaya nga po dumadaan doon sa tatlong sinasabi kong steps. Without those, then invalid po yung mga nakapirmang IPs doon. So I need a copy of the CP na pirmado po ng NCIP because kanina lang po tumawag ako sa NCIP, wala po silang pinipirmahan na CP allowing the exploration, the testing of anything whatsoever commercial doon po sa Masungi Conservation Area. Now, if you cannot show me CP, again, I will defer the budget of the DNR in favor of the IPs.
Can we defer? Do we have time to i-defer? Ano?
Wait. Wait. If the sponsor has a query, we suspend session first.
Madam President, I move to suspend the consideration of budget of the department. The interpellation of Senator Tulfo. And would like to recognize the next interpellator, Senator Rizzo Ontiveros. I move that she be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. While the documents are being printed per the request of Senator Tulfo, we will hear the interpellation of Senator Risa Ontiveros unless just a minute, unless Senator Tulfo is willing to finish his interpellation pending the submission of the hard copy to him. Okay, Senator Tulfo still has the floor. Let me just clarify that the documents are being printed, but if you will be happy with a soft copy, I saw it, it's 80 pages, and the DNR is in possession of the documents you requested for.
Does it, including the CP?
Everything,
Madam President? The,
all the
certification of
requirements,
accreditation?
all the requirements that you said is contained in the 80-page document, which is being printed, but it would take a while, so we opted to hear the interpellations of Senator Ontiveros. However, if your honor would be happy to receive it after your interpellations, I assure you that I saw the soft copy with them, and it's being printed.
Okay. Madam President, this is what I think. Instead of deferring the budget, I will propose the, for the proper amendments to transfer funds to more deserving agencies, some funds from the DNR. Total, nabanggit po kanina na na-influence po yung mga IPs. So siguro mag-transfer tayo ng funds sa NBI para imbestigahan yung mga nag-influence sa IPs. So NLRC, Legal Education Board, DICT, and DMW. So kung pumayag po yung DNR, so hindi ko na po i-defer budget. Basta't pumayag din sila na magkaroon ng amendment para ma-transfer certain amount dun sa kanilang funds dun sa mga agencies na binanggit ko, sa DMW, DICT, NBI, Legal Education Board, and then NLRC.
Mr. President, in the budgetary process, each department has an amount and the list of programs. Your Honor mentioned many agencies, and perhaps it is our right to amend the budget, and you may submit it, but that is dependent on the subcommittee chair, Senator Villar, and the chairman of the Committee on Finance, and we could vote on it. Because number one, amounts must be made, not just mentioned in generality, and perhaps what programs of a DNR do you want to defund? Perhaps you could ask that of the subcommittee chair. So I understand where you're coming from. You may be frustrated with certain output of certain programs, and that's your prerogative. I've been through that also before. So perhaps you could mention the programs of the DNR that you think don't deserve the funding, and it is up to the chair of the subcommittee and the chair of the finance committee to agree to your recommendation.
I understand, Madam President. Yeah. So I would submit those amounts in the amendments that I would like, that I wish to be transferred to the agencies that I did mention. However, for now, yeah, if the DNR wishes to, they can submit to us, to me, copies of those documents that they said they're trying to research now, and they are going to show me, especially those last documents that I requested, the certification of precondition signed by the NCIP. Now, if they're saying na meron po silang ganon, then I need the person that will show me the CP na signed ng NCIP, put that person under oath na yan ay valid documents, at kapag napatunayan na hindi valid yan, siya po'y makukulong, makakasuhan, dahil I just spoke to the NCIP people, main office and regional offices, wala po silang ini-issue yung CP. Now, kung sinasabi, otherwise sinasabi ng DNR na meron, then let's see.
Yes, we
Mr.
recognize Senator Villar. Yes.
The DNR was saying that what the IP signed is to make the study. There is no permit yet to implement the project. So when you cannot ask for the NCIP commitment because that is given when there is a project. But ito, parang permit lang to study the project. So, ang pumirma lang yung IPs, yung IP representative.
Kaya nga po, para makapagpirma ang isang IP representative, dumaan po dapat doon sa tatlong process na minention ko po. Number one, dapat may tinatawag na indigenous political structure. Tribal leaders po ang mag-assign, mag-designate kung sino ang allowed na mag-represent doon sa tribal group nila. Number two, meron po yung tinatawag na free and prior informed consent to make sure po na ito po yung process ng NCIP to make sure na itong IPs were not influenced and were not coerced. And then finally, dapat po meron pong evidence of 1 and 2 that really happened, certification of precondition. Ito po isang documentation from NCIP to make sure, to ensure na nagkaroon po ng tamang proseso, and this should be signed, na pumayag po yung IPs, and this document should be signed by the NCIP committee. Now, sabi niyo po, ang ginagawa ay testing pa lamang. Even though testing pa lamang, dapat po merong paalam sa mga IPs, kahit testing pa lamang po yan.
Mr. President, it is not the power of the DNR to appoint the IPs or to see to it that the right IPs are represented in the PAMBI. It's the PAMBI who will decide if they will accept the representation of the IPs. So, hindi po natin marirequire ang DNR doon kasi may right ang PAMBI to choose kung sino ang magiging member ng PAMBIS. It's according to the law.
Madam President and the good sponsor, yes, kasi once na ginamit niyo po yung IPs, meron pong batas ang IPs sa pamagitan ng tribal group nila. You cannot just go to the IPs and approach them and say, hey, you, I want you to be
No,
one
no,
of the
no.
Kailangan
They-
po may proseso
so,
talaga.
ang
This is-
sinasabi ng
this is the law.
DNR, hindi sila magpo-provide ng information na yon, kundi yung PAMBI. Kasi sila yung nag-approve na
Kaya
yun
nga
ang
po,
member
when-
ng PAMBI.
exactly.
So, the DNR cannot produce that document. It's the PAMBI
Yes,
of
Madam President.
the
The PAMBI,
Masungi.
yes, the PAMBI are the ones, base po dun sa batas na binanggit ko kanina,
Kaso ang member ng PAMBI, hindi naman lang DNR. Marami. Oo, may
yeah,
local
but since
government.
there's an
may
issue,
NGO.
Madam President, good sponsor, since meron pong issue ng ancestral domain at ang IPs po dapat dito ay ginagalang, nirespeto, recognize. So kailangan po talaga kasama sila doon po sa pagbuo nitong PAMBI Board of Directors para doon sa isang project.
Opo.
Okay. Now, sabi ko rito, sabi sa batas ng IPs, dapat meron pong tinatawag na selection process at dumadaan po yan sa IPS. Tribal leaders ang pumipili kung sino sa kanilang kamiyembro ang pwede, binibigyan ng authority, ang pwedeng mag-witness o maging member ng PAMBI. Hindi po
PAMBI,
pwedeng basta-basta na lang po natin
hindi.
ituturo kung sino dyan sa protection po ito ng mga IPs kasi kayo na po mismo Madam President and your good sponsor, kayo po mismo nagsabi kanina, alam niyo naman yung IPs madaling ma-influence yan eh. Kaya nga po we have this, kaya
PAMBI,
Madam
ang
President,
power dyan,
Madam
hindi
President,
ang DNR.
Mr.
PAMBI
kaya
is
nga po we have
independent.
this.
Suspended. Maybe just request, both, of course, Your Honor, the sponsor, can we allow her please to continue? And you will give you all the time to ask a
No,
question.
Madam President,
Yes.
ako munang magsalita kasi I'm explaining eh. Inagaw niyo po yung time ko eh. I was the one explaining and my witness is the
We
minority leader.
suspend session for a minute.
Conferring with the gentleman from Isabela and Davao, I approached the secretary and we got a commitment from the secretary and the department, particularly the head of the PAMBI, which is the RD Nilo, will visit the office of Senator Tulfo on Wednesday together with the PAMBI. Bring with you all the documents, RD Nilo. And of course, what's important are the members of the PAMBI para makausap siya ni Senator Tulfo. That's a commitment that we're giving him. Is that correct, Madam Sponsor and
Yeah.
our dear Secretary? They're nodding their head. So, Senator Tulfo?
Thank
Is
you,
that
Mr.
all right?
President.
Is that all right?
That is okay with me. I'm going to terminate my interpellation because I received 80 pages of documents coming from the DNR, and we will study it. And just like what you said, on Wednesday, we'll meet again and see what happens with the people that they're going to bring in as witnesses, resource persons, and let's see kung ano pong mapag-usapan nun at makikita natin. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you
Mr.
also,
President.
Senator
Mr.
Tulfo.
President.
Maraming salamat, sir.
Mr. President,
Yes, Senator JV?
just with the same issue, regarding the Upper Marikina River Basin Protected Landscape, I'm a witness because I go trailing there, and from what I know, it has been upgraded from to a protected landscape, no, from a reservation a few years ago. But now, when we go trailing there are a lot of guards that do not allow us. A lot of developments happening, and I think we have to look into this because this might be one of the causes of flooding because it's the protected landscape that holds water, no, going down Metro Manila in the
So
Sierra Madre Valley.
if you would like, I would ask Regional Director Nilo to also visit you on Wednesday
Yes,
at your
Mr.
office to
President.
explain that Marikina Protected Area Landscape,
Upper Marikina,
Upper Marikina.
protected landscape.
protected area.
Mr. President, we
Yes,
want to
Madam Sponsor.
manifest that the DNR will issue show cause order to those who are...
Hindi po, to explain lang muna kay Senator
No,
JV.
but they are willing to issue show cause order for those who are not allowing why they have structures and establishment in the legislated
Yes,
protected area.
that would be good if you can do that. Let's be proactive. Let us be
Mr.
proactive.
President, the minority leader is speaking.
Oh, yes.
I
Minority leaders
I want to
recognized.
join the Senator Ejercito in the meeting with the regional director because ako mismo 7 feet underwater kami sa Fairlane sa Marikina. So
O nakatira si
I need
minority
to know-
leaders in Marikina.
I need to know the root causes of the flooding,
Yes.
Mr. President.
Okay.
All right. So, thank you to my dear colleagues. So, Director Nilo, I will see you on Wednesday dito sa Senado. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Sponsor, Majority Leader.
No, I'm going. Mr. President, next to interpolate, actually to continue her interpellation, Mr. President, is our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Hontiveros. I move that she be recognized.
Our
Mr.
Deputy
President.
Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. So, good sponsor to resume my interpellation earlier. Okay. It's a related topic dun sa iniwanan ni Sen. Rafi, large projects inside protected areas. So still on the subject of reviews of projects for environmental compliance, tulad ng unang paksa ko kanina sa reclamation sa Manila Bay, I'd like to bring to the attention of my colleagues 2 more protected areas that are now threatened by large projects. Dalawa dito ay China-funded. Madam Sponsor, our esteemed colleague, Senator Sherwin, said last 30th October that the Senate has convened an oversight committee to review 6 projects funded by China. While Sen. Sherwin focused on delays and the financial aspects of these projects, My concern is with the environmental permitting process, specifically two projects in the list.
Who identified the 6 projects and who are doing the study on the 6 projects? I'm a chairman of the Environment and Natural Resources. I haven't heard of this.
Yes, good sponsor. These 6 projects were identified by Senator Gatchalian. I can retrieve the list, but he brought them up at a he mentioned them last October 30. Yes, he mentioned this in an article in the Philippine Star. Good
So it's an article, it's
Yes,
not
good
in the
sponsor.
Senate.
Yes,
Okay.
no, that's right. He mentioned in the article that the Senate has convened an oversight committee to review 6 projects funded by China.
I don't
Who,
recall,
what committee in the
I
Senate?
don't recall setting that oversight committee, Your Honors.
Wala akong alam.
Maybe under his committees, which is Ways and Means and Basic Education. So I don't recall. We have to be accurate because we don't want, of course, to
Yeah.
impute any malice to
Yes.
our dear colleague.
Yes, Mr. President, I stand corrected. Senator Sherwin said last October 30 that the Senate will exercise oversight over.
Okay.
So I'm correcting my earlier statement that the Senate has convened an oversight committee. So thank you, good
Oversight
sponsor.
for 6 projects.
Yes,
Were the 6 projects
Over 6
enumerated
projects
there?
funded by China. Yes, I'm writing them down now, good sponsor, to make them off record here.
Wala akong nadinig na gano'n.
Salamat. The 6 projects, good sponsor, Mr. President, are the Bicol Long Haul, Kaliwa Dam, which I'll also ask about tonight, the Mindanao Railway Project, the CCTV cameras in Marikina. I'm sorry. This is Marikina or
Valenzuela po.
Okay. Okay. In Marikina, the ulit yung Mindanao Railway Project. Okay, where are the 6 projects? All right. Once again, for the record, good sponsor, Mr. President, the 6 China projects funded under ODA are the Mindanao Railway Project, Tagum Davao Digos segment, the closed circuit television project in the cities of Marikina, Parañaque, Pasig, San Juan, and Valenzuela, the new Centennial Water Source or the Kaliwa Dam Project, which I'll ask about tonight, the Philippine National Railway South Long Haul Project or the PNR Bicol, the Samal Island Davao City Connector Project, which I'll also ask about tonight, and the Chico River Pump Irrigation Project. Good sponsor. So,
Walang 6 to. ha?
yes, good sponsor.
Bicol Project, Kaliwa Dam Project, Mindanao, CCTV, and then Chico River. There are only 5.
The Samal Island project, good sponsor, is the 6th. Samal Island Davao City Connector Project or SIDC or the Samal Davao Bridge. That's the
Okay.
6th project. Thank you, good sponsor. So while separated by seas and islands, they share similar issues. And here I'm again speaking about the two of those projects, the Kaliwa Dam project and the Samal Davao Bridge. In both cases, there were alternatives proposed that would have saved government money in construction costs, interest on loans, and right-of-way acquisition while reducing the environmental impact. And in both cases, there were shortcuts, to say the least, in the environmental permitting process. For one, these approaches of the Samal Davao Bridge affect first Samal Island, declared as a mangrove swamp reserve by Proclamation 1021, series of 1981, And second, with a city-declared fish sanctuary in Barangay Vicente Hizon Senior, Davao City. From sources in Davao City, I understand that pre-construction activities started without the proper Protected Area Management Board clearance. When it was issued, it was done without adequate representation at minadali. Now to Kaliwa Dam, good sponsor. There were also similar shortcuts in the process of issuing the ECC of Kaliwa Dam. The ECC was issued to Kaliwa Dam in mid-October 2019. Despite pending issues related to dam safety, the consent of the indigenous peoples, so similar issue as raised earlier in other areas by Sen. Rafi, and the absence of concurrence and clearance from one of the two protected area management boards. These issues were raised in the second review meeting in the second half of September 2019, but no third review meeting was convened to determine if these were resolved. So ang una kong tanong, good sponsor, pareho tungkol sa Kaliwa at sa Samal projects. Hindi ba sa mga proyektong ito dapat doble ang pagre-review dahil nasa protected area tapos category A projects pa?
The status of the Kaliwa Dam project, gawin mo yung Samal Island. The status of the Kaliwa Dam project, ECC has already been issued in favor of the project. SAPA, what is SAPA? SAPA not yet issued under evaluation. And then MWAS implements the project. And then NCIP, with regards to NCIP, there was payment of 160 million. 80 million went for Rizal IPs and 80 million for Quezon IPs.
Pero masasabi ba natin, good sponsor, sa ganitong mga prosesong nagawa na at yung ilang kulang pa, na sapat na yung pagre-review? Dahil ang tingin nga po nung mga nagre-raise pa rin ng mga tanong dito, dapat nga doble yung pagre-review. Kasi nga po, in the first place, sa protected area, gagawin ng proyekto at category A projects pa. Isa pang tanong tungkol sa dalawang proyektong ito, good sponsor, ang Kaliwa at ang Samal, bakit pinayagan ang dalawang proyektong ito nang walang proper clearance ng PAMB?
Ngayon. In spite of the agreement, they are reviewing again para walang complaint tong Kaliwa Dam project.
Pero tama po ba, good sponsor, na sige, isa-isahin natin, dun sa Kaliwa project, walang proper clearance ang PAMB?
Meron daw.
Mayroon. Sa Samal project po,
Samal. Samal Island is not a protected area. It is being studied to become a protected area. They call it the initial component. So there is no PAMB.
kung wala mang PAMB dun sa Samal Island kasi hindi pa siya protected area, study area, did you say, good sponsor ang tawag sa kanya? Pero ngayon pa lang, nagre-raise na ng concerns ang iba't ibang stakeholders
Samal
doon.
Island is initial component.
Thank you. Initial component. Nagre-raise po ng concern yung iba't ibang stakeholder doon. Halimbawa po, yung academic organization na Eco Ateneo na hindi pinayagan maging bahagi ng multipartite monitoring team. Hindi po pinayagan ng Region 10 office. Isa po ito sa dumaraming stakeholders dyan sa Samal Island na nire-raise yung concern tungkol sa mayamang natitirang coral reef doon na maapektuhan ng tulay. And I suppose yun yung dahilan na naging initial subject of initial study ito. Kapag ganun po, hindi ba kahit wala pang nabuong PAMBI dahil hindi pa ito protected area, hindi ba mas maigi to err on the side of caution? Ayun, hayaang mahinog yung proseso dahil hindi rin maliit na bagay ang isang natitirang mayamang coral reef area dun sa lugar na maapektuhan ng proyekto. Good sponsor.
Before the sponsor answers.
Yes, Mr.
I'd
President.
just like to put on record, I stand corrected. There was an oversight committee that was elected on September 19, 2022, a year ago.
Salamat kayo,
Yeah,
Mr.
so there's a
President.
Congressional Oversight Committee on Official Development Assistance, ODA law. It's headed by Senator Gatchalian.
Yes.
And members of the majority, Senator Angara, Marcos, Revilla, Ercito, O, and two members of the minority, Senator Pimentel and Ontiveros. So I stand correct.
Daghang salamat, Mr.
For the record.
President. Opo. So this was the oversight committee that was mentioned by Sen. Sherwin in that Philippine Star?
Mr. President, I just want to repeat that it is not a protected area. That's why there is no PAMBI. And the one complaining have filed a case with the Court of Appeals and they lost the case. Now it's in the Supreme Court, the petition for mandamus. So we cannot discuss this because it is in the Supreme Court. Parang bawal yung i-discuss natin sub judice, di ba?
Oh, good sponsor. With all due respect, ano? Yes, with all due respect po, and I'm open to being, please correct me if I'm wrong, pero kahit nga po sa mga committee hearings natin, let alone itong mga plenary discussions, sinabi na po natin na with all due respect, we give sa judiciary, for that matter sa executive, in the exercise of our legislative functions, natatalakay natin at least yung mga issue na kahit na tinatalakay na sa korte in the exercise of our legislative duties. Kung hindi pa ako i-correct sa puntong iyan, kung hindi pa ako mali sa puntong iyan, I suppose na kahit umakyat na sa pinakamataas sa judiciary, no less than the Supreme Court, siguro ang pinaka mabilis at mabisang proteksyon na pwedeng ibigay sa kalikasan natin ay madedeliver ng executive. Dahil nga po may mga nag-bring na sa attention ng DNR doon sa Davao City na napakayaman ng coral reef doon na natitira na masisira kapag natuloy yung tulay. At samantalang meron namang alternatives na hinahain. Samantalang may mga question din tungkol sa financial aspect ng proyekto in terms of interest rates, etc. So parang kaya ang tanong ko po ay bakit ipinagpatuloy pa rin samantalang may posibilidad na dahil initial component na ito na baka huminog, given enough time, huminog into being declared a protected area. Yun lang naman po, good sponsor. I think reasonable pa rin maitanong yun ng mga stakeholders sa area. Tapos yung huling follow-up question sa dalawang proyektong ito particular sa Kaliwa Dam. Bakit sa Kaliwa Dam wala pang FPIC ang mga dumagat, nag-issue na ng ECC, ang Environmental Management Bureau?
Kasi tingin ko, kasi nagpabayad na yung NCIP. There was settlement, monetary settlement. Kaya parang hindi na sila dapat nagko-complain kasi may monetary settlement na sa Kaliwa Dam. Oo.
Pero hindi po ba good sponsor kahit may
Sila
Ah,
nagko-complain and there was
yes.
monetary settlement. So, ano yung tapos meron daw prior consent ang
Yung sa kaliwa.
yung IPs.
Yung IPs.
And there is prior consent from the IPs in Kaliwa Dam.
Ang good sponsor, sa pagkakaalam natin, ang prior consent, kailangan ma-embody sa isang FPIC. At may tamang pagkakasunod-sunod niyan. Hindi po ba dapat meron munang SAPA bago yung ECC? At yung SAPA din ay required bago ng FPIC. Siguro kahit po may tinanggap na monetary compensation, kahit mismo yung mga IP ay bound nung batas na nagre-require ng FPIC. At kung may nakalilimot man, gobyerno ang unang dapat magpaalala at mag-uphold nito. Oh, I'm sorry.
Ito yung meron. Yung NCIP.
Tapos SAPA Quezon lang ang gold process. The CP and the SAPA are prerequisite requirements awaiting the issue. Dalawa daw po ang SAPA na kailangan, one from Rizal and one from Quezon. The SAPA from Rizal has been issued. Ang Quezon acquired in July 23, 2023, yun Quezon ongoing process for signature, yung SAPA sa Quezon. So dalawang SAPA, may isa ng SAPA, yung isa waiting for
Ayun
the
na,
issuance.
yun na nga po yung binanggit ko kanina, good sponsor, na sa dalawang PAMBI, isa pa lang ang kumilos favorably on the project.
And then-
Dalawang PAMBI ang may, kumbaga, jurisdiction sa buong area. So, parang kalahating SAPA ang na-issue para sa proyekto. At walang dapat
That's why
pa
it is
magpatuloy
not
ng
being
ganon.
implemented. They are waiting for the SAPA of Quezon, di ba?
Iba ang activity dun sa Rizal. Iba.
Iba daw yung activity sa Rizal, iba yung activity sa Quezon. Kasi yung activity sa Rizal na isyuhan na ng SAPA, yun sa Quezon lamang. So iba ang activity. Hindi sila gumagalaw sa Quezon, di ba? But yung IPs, nag-sign na sila, NCIP, di ba? Nag-sign na sila November 7, 2022.
Maaring ganun nga po, good sponsor, pero iisang proyekto ang pinag-uusapan. So, siguro arguable yung pareho nating interpretasyon sa sitwasyon, pero ang sa akin pa rin po ay dahil iisang proyekto ang pinag-uusapan, siguro ang bawat hakbang ay hindi dapat mag-proceed a half step at a time. Dapat para may integrity talaga yung proseso, buo yung bawat hakbang bago tumuloy sa susunod na hakbang. And just for the record, good sponsor, doon naman po sa Samal Island Project, para additional reassurance lang po sa atin na wala tayong nilalabag dun sa binanggit ng good sponsor na subjudice. Ang Rodriguez family po ang nag-file ng case, hindi po ang Eco Ateneo. So proceeding from these two projects, good sponsor, inuugnay ko po yung mga tanong dun sa request na ginawa naman ng ating, at nabanggit ko po ito kanina, ginawa po ng ating Senate President Pro Tempore, si Sen. Loren, noong October 4, 2023. Request nila sa DENR tungkol sa inventory ng tenurial instruments. Lahat ng mga sapa, lahat ng pagbarma, at yung mga taong na tumitira sa loob ng protected areas.
They have submitted to Senator
Yes, good sponsor.
Lauren
Po?
the of the list of tenurial instrument they have submitted to Senator Lauren. So if you
Yes.
want a list, we can give to you.
Thank you, good sponsor. Sasabihin ko lang sana na dagdag dun sa inventory na yon, nagre-request din po ako na may review na gagawin, particular dun sa mga ECCs at SAPA, sa mga large infrastructure projects na nasa loob ng mga protected areas na iyon.
Marami.
Simula na po dun sa Kaliwa Dam, yung Samal Island Project, at isama na po natin, dahil origin nila, sa listahan ko rin yung tinalakay ni Sen. Rafi sa Masungi. Gusto ko rin pong i-manifest na sa lahat ng mga problema sa issuance ng mga ECC sa protected areas, gaya ng alam ng good sponsor sa Las Piñas, Parañaque Wetland Park, siguro ngayon ay opportune time na simulang i-evaluate kung gaano ka mabisa yung Philippine Environmental Permitting System. Nagkakataon po, good sponsor, itong taong 2023 ay 45th anniversary ng PD 1586 na nagtatag ng Philippine Environmental Impact Statement System o PEISS. So 5 taon mula ngayon, golden anniversary na nitong batas, taong 2028. So hari nawa, by then, meron na tayong mas magandang batas pa na papalakasin yung sistema para tugunan yung hamon ng pag-combine ng kaunlaran at yung rights of nature. So, iwan ko muna yung paksang ito, good sponsor ng large projects inside protected areas. At least na-put on record ko po yung hiling dun sa pag-review ng mga SAPA at ECC sa large infrastructure projects sa loob ng mga protected areas.
Mr. President, I want to manifest that the DNR will review the permitting system. Kasi if you will look at the reclamation project, parang first local government ang ina-applyan eh. Tapos pagka approved ng local government pupunta sa PRA. Parang last na yung yung pagpunta sa DNR, which should not be the case. Dapat mauuna yung DNR bago yung PRA and then the local government. Bakit ang local government ang nagdi-decide? We have to study whether it's really the power of the local government to decide on these areas, especially reclamation. It should be DNR.
Fair enough, good sponsor. I joined the good sponsor in that. And then standing pa rin yung hiling ko sa isang review, at least dun sa mga ECCs at SAPAs na naibunga na nung kasalukuyang permitting system. Simula na nga dun sa 3 unang proyektong pinag-uusapan natin. Pwede po ba yon, good sponsor?
Yes, we will review. Okay, thank you.
Hindi lang po yung permitting system, pero yung mga ECC at SAPA nung large infrastructure projects sa
Yes,
mga protected
yes.
areas. Maraming salamat, good sponsor. Dako na po ako sa Calambas City Sanitary Landfill. There's also this issue of effective enforcement of ECC conditions. So parang binabaybay na rin natin yung ilang mga hakbang sa permitting system na ito. Nakatanggap ang aking opisina ng reklamo mula sa mga residente ng Southville 6, Barangay Kay Anlog, Calambas City, Laguna, sa mabahong amoy na nanggagaling sa malapit na sanitary landfill. Ang Southville 6 ay isang resettlement site ng NHA. This landfill received an ECC as a Category 1 sanitary landfill on 30th July 2018. Samantalang nalipat ang mga tao, marami sa kanila galing sa riles ng PNR simula 2010 hanggang 2015. Sa madaling salita, nauna po ang Southville 6, tinayo bago ang sanitary landfill. Ayon sa Dow 1998-50, the distance between the residential area and the sanitary landfill should be 250 meters. Dow 1998-50 implements PD 984 or Pollution Control Decree. Ang tambakan ng basura, tabing-tabi na ng bakod ng Southville 6. Kahit malapit sa isang residential area, itong landfill was upgraded from Category 1 to Category 4 through a new ECC issued on November 16, 2019. The area of the landfill expanded from 1.2 hectares and 15 metric ton capacity in 2018 to a 6.6 hectare facility. So times 5, good sponsor. Now with the capacity of 250 metric tons. So higit times 10, good sponsor, of waste per day. On 24th July 2020, the EMB issued a cease and desist order to the operator, SB Hain Enterprises and General Services, Inc., for numerous violations of the terms and conditions of the ECC. Na-shutdown ang landfill. Subalit, nabuksan muli ang landfill. Because of the complaints of the residents, the EMB Provincial Environmental Monitoring Unit of Los Baños, Laguna, undertook an investigation. In its letter to the complainants dated 11th September 2023, the EMB investigators found violations of environmental regulations and recommended issuance of notice of violations. In a memorandum addressed to the Regional Director of DENR Calabarzon that was furnished to my office, the investigator stated that an immediate closure of the landfill is not feasible. Excuse me po. Nakakahatching talaga yung ganitong mga statement, good sponsor. Bakit po nangyari na merong landfill na natayo at nagtatambak ng basura sa tabing bakod ng isang residential area? Good sponsor.
According to the DNR Region 4A, they have a notice of violation and they have a hearing here and they have penalized the operator with 250,000, 560,000 penalty. And I don't know why it was shut down and then it was opened again. So what's the reason for that?
I share the question of the good sponsor.
Bakit nabuksan
Madam
ulit?
Sponsor, mabutit nag-hearing, pinanalyze yung operator, pero ang dapat itigil na iyan, no? Dahil sino ba naman sino ba namang tao ang karapat dapat mabuhay sa tabi ng basura? This area is a relocation site. Pabahay po ito ng gobyerno. And I hope we are not making it a habit of treating shoddily those who are beneficiaries of our low-cost housing programs. Pangalawa, good sponsor, bakit hindi makumpel ng EMB ang operator na sundin ang ECC nito at patuloy pa rin ang violations ng operator?
So you have no power to close it or make complaints?
Babae o balong sa ACC.
Oh, ngayon. Ano ngayon ang gagawin? Can you close it or can you not?
Correct. Madam Sponsor, gaya ng sinasabi din ng minority leader, ano naman ang 250 o 500,000 peso fine
No, it's
sa
the
mga
local
tao doon?
government who chose the place for their for their landfill. It's not DNR, and they have to. They are asking now the operator to comply, but it's not that easy because they are being supported by the local government.
Good sponsor. So
They said that they can close it with violation, but they're having difficulty right now. They have to go through the process because the local government is supporting the project. So they have to go through the process para hindi sila maka-question. And they will have a technical conference.
Salamat, good sponsor. Habang ganito po yung sitwasyon, yung problema, nahihirapan ng EMB enforce ang sarili niyang ECC, talagang kahit kalahating milyon ang penalty, ano yon sa mga taong nakatira doon, mabaho pa rin ang nalalanghap nila. This operator, SB Hain, also operates a sanitary landfill in Tanawan, Batangas that has similar complaints about the foul odor from the surrounding settlements. Maigi magkakaroon ng technical conference. Ano pong solusyon ang inaasahang lumabas sa conference ng ito?
They want to shut it down, except they have to go through the process because the local government is supportive of that landfill. Or maybe they can ask the local government to find an alternative site for the landfill. They have to go through the process. Kasi pag kinakalaban mo local government in their area, medyo mahirap yun, di ba?
I can only wish the EMB the best of luck and more than luck, good sponsor. Pangalawang malaking issue na po ito ngayong gabi sa interpellation sa budget ng DENR na napag-uusapan yung difficulties between the department at saka po yung LGU. So baka magandang ang tignan natin yung ating mga batas kung paano pwede siyang i-improve para i-unlock yung parang deadlock na ito. Kaugnay din yan, good sponsor, panahon na siguro upang ihiwalay ang enforcement ng ECC mula sa EMB at lumikha na ng ibang bureau. At muli kung hindi ako nagkakamali, alam ko na advocacy rin ito ng isa pa nating esteemed colleague. Correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Nancy. Tama po ba? Meron na good sponsor. I'm willing to be corrected if I'm wrong, pero I seem to remember na advocacy din po ito ng ating kasamang si Sen. Nancy na ihiwalay ang enforcement ng ECC mula sa EMB at lumikha na lang ng ibang bureau na siya na lang ang mag-e-enforce.
Mr. President, there is a bill filed with regards to an enforcement bureau. Maybe you should look at it.
I will do that, good sponsor. Salamat.
By Senator Nancy and Senator Bong Revilla.
Okay, salamat po, good sponsor. I will be glad to study that bill and join the two
Hanapin
authors.
ko yun.
Iniisip ko rin po, good sponsor, na itong lahat ng mga problemang ito ay naguugat din sa mas malalim na conflict of identities and mandates ng DENR na nabanggit ko rin po nung pinag-uusapan natin ang PENCAS bill kasama ni Sen. Loren. So sa isang banda, ang DENR is given the task of promoting the development of our natural resources. On the other hand, it is mandated to protect our environment. Napapanahon na rin po na malutas na itong conflict na ito.
Yeah.
Huling paksa ko na, hindi pa pala huling paksa ngayong gabi. Sorry, good sponsor. Dako naman po sa multiple uses of floodwaters. From the ECC's good sponsor, Mr. President, may I segue to the issue of domestic water supply, especially since El Nino is expected to hit the hardest in the first 6 months of 2024. Executive Order number 22, issued by the President early this year, created a water office under the DENR to get the different water agencies to talk among themselves. Madam Sponsor, pwede po bang tanungin kung mayroon na at nasaan na ang mga pag-uusap ukol dito?
Since its creation in April 2023, the DNR Water Resources Management Office has facilitated the resolution of internal conflicts among agency. This includes the appropriate registration of deep wells of water district with the NWRB, the proposals for alternative flood mitigation projects with DPWH, and the latest NIA, National Water Resource Board, MOA, in repurposing the former's water rights.
Salamat, good sponsor. Pati dun sa pagbanggit sa NIA kasi kaugnay ito ng susunod na puntong i-raise ko. So, bagong likhang opisina pa lang, pero mukhang it has hit the ground running. Hindi lang para pag-usapin ang iba't ibang water agencies, pero ito, gaya ng in-enumerate ng good sponsor, may mga konkretong bunga na dahil sa conflict resolution process na facilitate nito. At totoo po, good sponsor, from news reports and discussions of my staff with NIA personnel, there is a MOA between NIA and DENR regarding the use of excess irrigation water for tourism, business establishments, at iba pa. Pwede po bang tanungin kung may similar conversations sa pagitan ng DENR, DPWH, NIA, LUWA, pati MWSS para sa paggamit ng tubig na stored ng flood control projects ng DPWH para magamit ng water districts, para i-irrigate ang mga rice fields, lalo na sa panahon ng tag-init.
Okay. Mr. President, they want to inform us that they meet every other week, all the water agencies in Malacanang, every other week. So they're going through this to solve our water problem.
Salamat, good sponsor. At dito sa bi-monthly meetings ay specifically ba pinag-uusapan na yung paggamit ng stored flood waters, lalo na pag dumating na yung summer 2024?
Since June of this year, we've been having the conversation with DPWH to change the flood program, not just putting dikes, but also impoundment.
In ano? They have been discussing, the DNR has been discussing with the DPWH since June that they will make yung ating flood control as water impounding facility, which will enable them to use it for other purposes.
Okay, salamat, good sponsor. Kaugnayan ng susunod kong paksa. Pero importanteng na pag-uusapan natin ito kasi nga DPWH has almost 1 billion pesos per working day in the 2024 budget. Napansin na rin po ito ng iba nating mga kasama. So, maari bang sagarin natin ang tubig na iipunin nitong mga flood control projects para sa pang-inom, pampatubig, at kahit para sa kuryente?
For impoundment in 82 flood-prone rivers.
The DNR, Mr. President, has a proposal to do water impounding in 82 flood-prone rivers.
Salamat, good sponsor. So isa itong konkretong activity, may targeted na set numbers of rivers, so leading up po to the summer months next year. Ay, salamat po, good sponsor. Kasi sayang naman talaga kung itatapon lang ang mga ito. At baka pwede po nating simulan ito sa pagpili ng mga priority projects and investments na ginagawa ng NEDA, DBM at DPWH.
Pardon?
Sorry, good sponsor?
Can you repeat your question?
Sure po. Could we start this, yung maximization ng flood control projects, water for in the summer months next year. Could we start it by choosing priority projects and investments of NEDA, DBM, DPWH?
Yes, we can do that, and we can also ask the private sector to do it.
Ah, interesting. Good sponsor. Parang, in a way, PPP sa pagitan ng gobyerno at ng private sector para dito. Okay, I think that's a very good idea po. Kasama po ba yung water office at watershed offices tulad ng River Basin Control Office ng DNR?
They are all consolidated under one supervision.
Alright, salamat po, good sponsor. Sige, tignan naman po natin yung isa pang subset nitong mga water agencies na pinag-uusap ng bagong water office. Tungkol po sa NIA DPWH collaboration for major rainwater impounding investments. Ay, sorry, dapat pala nauulit ko tuloy yung nauna kong tanong. Dapat ito pala yung kapalit. Sorry. Sige, baka may maidagdag din naman sa sa diskusyon. How is the interagency water unit of the DENR working to deepen conversations between NIA and DPWH? Okay, medyo natalakay na rin po natin, good sponsor. And if there is a need to shift some of the downstream DPWH investments upstream, ito medyo ba to, so that the DPWH and NIA will be able to divert and impound floodwaters, pwede po bang ilarawan, i-describe ng DENR ang kanyang papel, kanyang role, kasama ng papel ng NEDA sa ganyang revision ng sequence and priority of investments?
As an example, the flooding that happened in Bulacan
Mhm.
and Pampanga,
Mm-mm.
the solution is not in Bulacan and Pampanga, but it starts in where found it's
Okay. A good example of their project together is the flooding that happened in Bulacan. Their solution is to establish water impounding facility in Nueva Ecija para hindi na pupunta sa Bulacan at sa Pampanga. Doon pa lang sa source, gagawa na ng water impounding facility para mabawasan yung pagpunta ng tubig sa other provinces. Kasi doon naman ang galing yung tubig.
Salamat, good sponsor. At sana dumami yung mga pag-revise na hindi lang pagkatapos na ng mga disaster pero preemptive dahil sinasabi ito ng maraming kasama lalo na yung majority leader na ang pait talaga ng naranasan ng Bulacan at Pampanga, and ang dobleng masakit doon ay may isinagawa ng mga anong tawag dito, yung feasibility studies at mga rekomendasyon tungkol sa flood control dati pa. Kaya lang hindi ginamit at hindi inimplementa. Okay. What reports will the DNR Water Resources Management Office produce so that the projects that NEDA and DBM will include in the NEP for 2025 and NEP 2026 will be based on a science-based plan that achieves the goals of food security, water security, and flood risk reduction? So, bukod po sa conflict resolution, facilitation, gagawa rin po ba at magpo-produce ng mga studies itong bagong buong water office sa DENR?
The water development.
water management.
Yung Water Resources Management Office.
And
The DNR will be guided by the integrated water management plan approved by NEDA. So that would be the basis of their report to us so that we will be updated on what's happening to this integration of water sources from with the cooperation of DPWH, NIA, DNR, and other sources of water.
Salamat, good sponsor. kasama po ba sa integrated water management plan na magpo-produce ng reports yung Water Resource Management Office para gabayan tayo papunta sa food security, water security at flood risk reduction?
Senator reports that we submit to Malacanang.
They will provide us the report that they submit to Malacanang. We can be provided with copies.
Salamat po. So may report na pinoprovide ang WRMO sa Malacanang at magpapatuloy po ito, magiging regular report po ito.
Yeah.
Salamat, good sponsor. Okay, dako naman po ako sa ayan, iba pang subset, NIA Water Resources Management Office Agreement. So, NIA at WRMO mismo. As reported in media, an agreement recently entered into by the WRMO and the National Irrigation Administration is aiming to repurpose NIA's water rights for various uses, such as power generation, bulk water supply, aquaculture, recreation, and tourism, while ensuring the irrigation requirements of the existing and planned agricultural lands. Also mentioned in news reports is the need for the NIA to also generate revenues. So nag-iisang tanong ko po tungkol dito sa NIA WRMO agreement, ano ba talaga ang sinasabi ng agreement? Hindi ba ina-allocate na ng National Water Resource Board yung fresh water natin sa iba't ibang uses, kasama na yung tubig na dinivert sa mga ilog at inimpound ng NIA? So anong bago dito? Ano kaya? Malapit na ba tayong mag-attach ng financial value sa water supplies ng NIA? At yung MWSS ba, ang water districts, ang power and tourism sectors, ang inland fisheries industry, magbabayad na po ba sila para sa ganyang water supplies galing sa NIA facilities? Sa mga okasyon na yung demand para sa raw water sources ay mas malaki kaysa sa available supply, yung water supplies po ba mapupunta na sa highest bidders?
Hindi po. 70% of the country's water is used for irrigation. However, we know that we do not irrigate farms 365 days of the year. Some farms has been converted to housing in urban areas, and that is perennial, that in general there is excess water overflowing in NIA dams during the rainy season. This excess water is what will be utilized for potable water use for hydropower, aquaculture, and other uses, and even for the uses of the people. So ire-repurpose na, hindi na lang para sa irrigation, but it can be repurposed. And yung hindi naman to pupunta sa highest bidder, kung sino yung makikinabang ng husto, kung sino yung project na makikinabang ng husto for the excess water. So that would be the how it will be judged.
Salamat, good sponsor. Pero yung allocation, hindi ba ginagawa na ito ng NWRB?
Hindi naman yung
For those rivers that belong to NIA, wala nang ma-allocate yung NWR. That's why we repurpose.
Hindi naman sila hindi complete say ang NWRB. That's why meron silang move ngayon to repurpose yung mga excess water. Oo, ngayon lang nila ginagawa yan.
Salamat, good sponsor. Tapos dun sa assurance na hindi yung tubig ay pupunta lang sa highest bidder. Pero lumalabas din po kasi sa news reports na kailangan ng NIA mag-generate ng revenues. So kung hindi sa pag-attach ng financial value sa tubig na ito, paano ine-expect ang NIA na mag-generate ng revenues niya?
No, hindi lang yun ang guidance, yung maximum yung makukuhang pera ng NIA, but also how it will benefit the people. Kasi baka highest bidder ngayon, but it will not benefit the people. That is a consideration also, where it will be used that will give benefits to the people.
So how will NIA generate revenues?
Magbabayad din, but hindi may royalty din, pero hindi 'yon ang only judging point. It will also be the benefit that it will give the people will also be a consideration, not only the income. Oo. But there will be income as always, but it's not a maximization of income, but better benefit for the people. Kung may shortage ng water for the people, that will be a first priority kesa yung kumita ng malaki ang NIA.
Dito po ba sa NIA WRMO agreement, may papel ang iba't ibang stakeholders para makonsulta or makapag-input sa decision making ng dalawang ahensya?
The benefit to the people is, if you look at it, it's common sense. How will the water be used? Oo. That is a consideration. And syempre, ang nakakaalam niya, yung mga nakatira din doon na kung sila ba'y may shortage ng water, they need the water, or ano yung need sa water. Kasi katulad ko, I have a farm school. I get water from the river. But I'm doing it on my own. I built a machine that will get water from the river to para gamitin na water for my plants, ganon. So depende kung ano yung condition in the community where you will use the water.
How I wish, good sponsor, na common sense lagi o
Oo.
public good lagi ang basehan ng mga desisyon. Hindi po lagi eh. May mga panahon na madalas hindi yun. Kaya po, tuwing may bagong agreement na ganito na kahit papano,
Pero yun
nakakaramdam ng banta ang stakeholders, naghahanap ng paraan na to have a
that
say.
should be the case.
Opo, I
Will
certainly
benefit
agree.
better. It's not just the amount of money that the government will earn, but the benefit it will give the people, because that is the most important thing.
Exactly.
So, magiging practical tayo in judging. And I
Exactly,
hope
good
the
sponsor.
government will be practical in judging. Tayo na mga government official, we should see to it that that is happening in our community, di ba?
Opo. Opo, good sponsor. So, aralin nating mabuti itong agreement, lalo na kung paano pwedeng gabayan yung mga desisyon na masisilbihan pa rin yung pangangailangan ng mga dati ng stakeholders, lalo na yung mas vulnerable. So, huling paksa ko na lang, good sponsor, sa interpellation na to, yung water supplies for the urban poor in particular, for the informal settlers during El Nino. The El Nino has already started, and Pag-asa reports that it might turn out to be a strong and prolonged one. In 2019, an El Nino, which had been assessed to be mild to moderate, contributed to severe water shortages in parts of Metro Manila. In a 2023 paper, Nazia Hussein and Carmeli Chavez tell of an alarming empirical finding based on a survey of 800 households. They found that poor households that have no land tenure and usually have no direct piped water connections are 3 times more likely to have suffered water interruptions during the 2019 water shortages in Metro Manila. So, pwede kaya ang DNR Water Resources Management Office ay alamin bakit yung impact niyang 2019 water shortage ay ganun ka sobrang matindi sa urban poor.
I think yung water shortage is not only for the urban poor, it's for everybody.
Times
Dahil-
3 lang daw po ang
oo.
epekto sa
Oo,
urban
di ba?
poor. Good
Tayo
sponsor.
ring may mga bahay sa Metro Manila, pag may water shortage, affected tayo, not only the urban poor. That's why we are sourcing different kinds of water source now. Before, hindi naman natin kinoconsider ang river as a water source. Now we are considering the river as a water source. So may mga bago na ring dati lahat nanggagaling sa Angat tapos dumadaan sa Lamesa Dam. Ngayon may nanggagaling na sa Laguna Lake papunta sa amin sa south of Metro Manila. And then may nanggagaling na sa mga river. Nilalagyan lang nila ng cleaning facility para linisin yung tubig para magamit ng mga tao. So, of course, the big dams, but I'm saying that we are not relying on the dams, solely on the dams anymore. We are relying on other source of water. We are being creative na rin na yung other source of water magamit natin for our use. Yung sources na near us, like the river. We can use that.
Of course, good sponsor. Paramihin man natin, iba-ibahin man natin yung sources at maigi po yun. Pero yung access ng poor households and families kumpara sa middle class at lalo na mayayaman ay magkakaiba po talaga. Hindi parehong mga water connections, hindi parehong may dami ng mga timba para mag-ipon kapag dumalo yung tubig. Hindi pare-parehong nasa bahay at hindi pa nasa trabaho kundi kakaltasan
Alam
ng
mo,
sahod
if you are with
pagdating ng tubig.
if you are in local politics, lahat nga ng hinihingi ng mahirap binibigay. Kasi yan important yan sa popularity mo eh. Don't ever think that we don't take care of the poor. We always, lahat nga ng resources ng government binibigay na sa mga poor people because they are our supporter, political supporter. Kaya hindi totoo yun.
Siyempre po, good sponsor, gusto rin ng mga mahihirap at gusto nating mga nagtatrabaho sa gobyerno maging independent sila. Kaya nga po meron tayong mga social protection programs tulad ng 4Ps. And sigurado yung pag-ahon sa kahirapan kasama dun yung water security. So moving forward, paano po ba nating maiiwasan na yung maulit yung 2019 water shortage impact sa urban poor? Nasabi nga nung pag-aaral na yon, triple ang impact sa kanila kaysa sa atin. Paano natin maiiwasan yan samantalang may parating o nagsimula ng isang mas matinding El Nino at i-deplete nitong El Niñong ito yung mga tubig, yung tubig sa ating mga dams. Nabanggit nyo nga po yung Angat. Actually, good sponsor, hindi ko naman hinihingi ang isang kompletong sagot sa ngayon. At tingin ko lang po, dapat tinatanong natin kasama ang DNR kung yung continuing commercialization ng water service sa ilalim ng water privatization sa Metro Manila ay dahilan din nitong malalim na di pagkakapantay-pantay sa access sa isa sa basic services na.
They're reporting that in 2023, 98% of all the residents of Metro Manila have water connection. Well, including the urban
2020.
poor. Anong year?
2023.
2020.
Before the privatization.
2020, good sponsor.
Sabi nila, before daw the privatization, it's only 48%. But when it was privatized, ngayon 98% ang connection ng urban, including the urban poor in Metro Manila.
Salamat, good
And
sponsor.
nagbibigay ng subsidized rates ang MWAS and Maynilad for the poor piece. Subsidized rate. Okay.
Salamat, good sponsor. Actually, mahabang diskusyon at debate ito eh. Kung aling mga serbisyo ay mas maiging manatili sa public sector, minamanage ng gobyerno, at alin ang mas maiging ma-privatize. At yung water, ang isa sa pinaka passionately debated sa usaping iyan. Pero conceding for the sake of ano bang expression na yon? Without conceding, pero using these stated numbers for the sake of discussion na 98% na ng mga residente sa Metro Manila nung 2020 ay served na by water service.
2023.
2023. Salamat po. I'm sure na And still, I'm trying to look back kasi dun sa karanasan nung
Kasi
2019.
ngayon, yung ating
Oh.
MWAS at
Mhm.
LUA under na sa DNR. Kaya
Mm.
yung meron na silang figures. So,
No po.
nilipat na sa DNR ang MWAS and LUA.
At maigi po yun, good sponsor. But still, we could, tingin ko meron pa tayong maitatanong at matututunan dun sa karanasan nung 2019. When probably, yung inequality in terms of access to water service ay mas matindi pa kesa ngayong 2023. At huling tanong sa huling paksang ito, good sponsor, habang naghahanda na yung mga concessionaires ng kanilang contingency plans para sa El Nino, kasama ng MWAS Regulatory Office, pwede po bang tanungin yung DENR Water Resources Management Office na gumawa ng mga hakbang para siguruhin na yung risk na ito ng severe water shortages sa urban poor communities ay palitawin, gawing visible, pag-usapan, pagplanuhan sa MWAS concessionaires disaster preparedness plans at sa metrics nila habang umaandar at tumitindi ang El Nino.
MWAS said they are ready for the El Nino
Mhm.
and it will not affect us as much. Oo.
So, pag sinabi po ng MWAS na handa na tayo para sa El Nino, meron na po ba silang hakbang na ginawa para siguruhin na makusyon yung urban poor communities sa severe water shortage?
So, Tanggap Dam is full.
They said Angat Dam is full, and at the same time, we are really studying the alternative water sources.
At sa metrics po ba nila, nandyan na po ba yung paano nila i-reduce from times 3 na impact sa urban poor noong 2019 to ideally wala ng times pareho lang kung ano yung impact sa mayayaman, kung ano yung impact sa mga middle class, ganon din lang ang impact sa
As I'm
mahihirap,
saying,
kumbaga burden sharing na pantay-pantay.
it is my observation also as a private citizen that they are finding more sources of water than before.
Oo.
Talagang nakikita ko sa community namin.
Opo, good sponsor, maari pero more sources, affected pa rin yung pag-enjoy ng more sources na yon ng access.
Kasi before, hindi talaga nila pinapansin yung mga river. Ngayon, naglalagay sila ng parang yung how to access the river to become water for the homes. Dati yung madumi yung river, ngayon nililinis nila yung water doon at dinidistribute sa mga homes. Oo.
Ang mga ilog, good sponsor, syempre, lalo na yung mga ilog na sa gilid niya nakatira yung maraming urban poor, kahit sa
Hindi na.
sabing
Sa Metro
hazard zone
Manila,
pa.
tinatanggal na nila yung urban poor sa tabi ng ilog. There is a movement. That's why we have a big NHA project in Naik because we are transferring all our ISF along the river to the Naik. I'm doing that. I'm doing that for the last 10 years. And I have built a 40-kilometer river drive to remove the ISF from the river. And our river is very clean now. We will use it for other purposes. And it's very clean. So, I think it is being done everywhere. May budget sila para talagang tanggalin yung mga ISF in the Metro Manila rivers at dalhin sa relocation area ng NHA and then para luminis yung mga river and it can be a source of water for the people.
Huli na lamang, good sponsor, bukod dun sa mga informal settlers na inilipat na mula sa tabing ilog, nirelocate na sa labas ng Metro Manila, marami pa ring mahihirap kasama na yung maraming working poor na pilit pa rin naghahanap ng
Hindi,
trabaho at hanap
Ang
buhay.
nire-relocate naman ngayon is along the river.
Opo.
Kasi yung along the river is the easement of the river that is owned by the government.
Opo.
So, pwede mong and i-relocate mo sila kasi ngayon naman ang rule is relocation removal as long as there's suitable relocation. So, we are really relocating almost everywhere, and we are making our river clean because takot din kami sa flooding eh. Oh, takot din tayo kasi flooding is another major problem also. So that's why we have to clean the river to prevent flooding and use the water in the river for our personal purposes. So,
Opo, good sponsor. Ang akin lamang ay I lost my train of thought. Ang akin lamang ay
ako personal experience ko yun eh. Talaga yung river ko. Tinanggal
yung sasabihin. Yung huling tanong ko, good sponsor. Ang akin lamang ay
40
kung
kilometers.
kung
Ng river.
ni hindi masagot ng MWAS RO o ng DNR yung tanong tungkol sa paano siguruhin na may equal or near equal access sa tubig pati sa bagong sources ang mga mahihirap sa Metro Manila, paano natin masisiguro na mapagpaplanuhan sila sa summer? To borrow the words of Sen. Loren nung pinag-uusapan natin yung PENCAS, we have to measure what we treasure. At pag hindi natin mine-measure, ibig sabihin hindi natin tinetreasure. So ibig sabihin pag wala sa metrics ang pag-reduce ng impact sa mahihirap, hindi natin sila pinahahalagahan. Yun lamang po yung gusto kong marinig mula sa MWAS RO at
They
DNR.
said, the DNR said that together with the MWAS, that there is no discrimination. Their water pipes, pareho ang pagpunta sa well-off na community at saka sa poor community. And in fact, MWAS is subsidizing the rate for the poor communities.
Salamat, good sponsor, that we can end on that note kasi actually nagbubukas ng posibilidad para isa pang dagdag na solusyon moving into the deeper into the El Nino and towards summer. Mga panukala na after this budget plenary, i-share ko rin sa good sponsor at sa DNR mga ideya paano maglatag pa ng mga pipes dahil hindi naman po totoo na pareho lang ang water pipes ng middle class at mayayaman sa mahihirap. So, pero if we can recognize that and work on it, kahit sa mga relocation areas, kahit sa labas ng Metro Manila, baka nga makatulong ang DNR and in particular ang MWAS RO na proteksyonan ang mahihirap sa multiple impact ng water shortage sa darating na summer. So maraming salamat, good sponsor, at sa DNR family. Dagang salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you
President.
very much. We'd like to recognize Senator Jingo Estrada.
Wala na si Coco. Wala na.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pwede ba ho magtanong kahit konti lang? Pagod na ho kayo?
I presume that was an affirmative. You may ask. Please proceed.
Kasi sabi niyo kay Senator Robin Padilla, pakukulong niyo siya pagka magtanong siya, baka ganun din nasabihin niyo sa akin. Anyway, I just would like to ask questions with regard to the controversial issue right now, yung reclamation. All right. May I know the purpose kung bakit tayo nagre-reclaim? Is it mainly because of positive economic impacts, particularly in creating additional employment opportunities?
It depends. If you ask me, my personal opinion in Manila Bay, ang mahal ng lupa sa Manila Bay. So if you reclaim in Manila Bay, you'll get rich.
Y-
Kasi ang lupa sa malapit sa Manila Bay is 500,000 to 1 million per square meter.
May I know the position of,
So less 70,000. Dati 10,000 lang to reclaim.
may I know the position of the department with regard to the reclamation projects?
Why are you for reclamation daw, the department?
Or maybe if I may, I know that there was a study, the president had halted the reclamation around Manila Bay. I recall talking to the good secretary that they'll be coming up with a comprehensive study. Has the study been done? Is it submitted? And what are the results?
It will take a year to make the study, the comprehensive study, but they will give us a report in 6 months. And the compliance review is ongoing, and they will report it to us and the president.
So while we are waiting the 6 months from now, the projects are suspended in operations, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
The compliance review to the job. Don't have to leave suspension.
Yeah, but it has been suspended. Yeah, it has been suspended, and they will report to the president the compliance to the suspension. Kasi marami nagko-complain na parang hindi suspended yung certain areas in Manila Bay. So we have to inspect if they are really complying with the suspension order.
Thank you, thank you.
May I know how many reclamation projects are there in the entire country?
Not in the entire country. How many in the entire country? I know in Manila Bay and vicinity, it's 22.
22? Including that of,
Pero give me idea. The whole country. Ang Manila Bay is 22. The whole country is what?
Whole country.
Just an idea of the whole country. Yeah, they don't like submit. They want an idea.
and may I know, aside from Metro Manila, where are the, saan pa yung mga proyektos outside of
Cebu,
outside of Metro Manila?
Palawan. Ano? Major reclamation project 96.
In the entire country?
Government or privately initiated projects 134.
134
Yung
all in all?
I mean by component or privately initiated projects. What's the difference between major and privately? Ano?
May mga ibang klaseng project, parang component, parang isa lang part lang siya, naging part ng project. Ito major, full ang reclamation po yung objective. Ito nag-incidental lang yung mga...
So the major is 96. Yung iba parang part of incidental lang yon. So 96
All right, you mentioned earlier that the president suspended the reclamation project.
in Manila Bay.
Only in Manila Bay, not the
In-
entire country.
No, in
All right.
Manila Bay.
May I know how many have been suspended
22.
sa Manila Bay?
All the 22.
All the
21.
22?
Why? Oh, but 22, sabi mo sinuspend lang 21. So in Manila Bay, it's 21 and it's all suspended. Okay, thank you.
Kaso
One is
walang
in
gumagawa.
Laguna Lake. Oh.
Bakit doon, meron yata kami nakita kanina, may nagde-dredge dyan.
Yun nga sinasabi ko eh.
I
May
think
complaint eh.
one of our colleagues here has a video showing that they're starting to
Lahat
dredge
na observe yung kasi kitang-kita dito sa
Oo.
Senate eh, na may nagagawa eh.
There's activity on the side. It's supposed to be for maintenance.
it's not dredging.
They said the activity is maintenance, not dredging. But they will double check. I-double check nyo kasi ang dami nagko-complain eh.
So, Madam Sponsor, when do you expect them to continue these projects after the study made?
After the study.
The compliance review
Mm.
submitted to the OP for the decision of the PRA.
Mm.
So we are now finishing the ones of the ongoing
Mhm.
submit na po for review.
They are studying the ones that are ongoing. Kasi yung iba hindi pa nasisimulan eh.
Yes,
Kaya hindi
those-
priority yon. Ang pinaprioritize nila, yun nasimulan na and
Yes,
what
yes, I
they will do with
understand.
them.
Those projects that were approved already by the Philippine
Yeah, marami
Reclamation Authority.
But yung iba, hindi sila nag-i-start. Yung ang pinaprioritize nila,
Yung mga
yung
merong
nag-start
notice to
na.
proceed. Yung mga merong
Oh,
notice to
yes,
proceed.
yes.
Yun ang mga nag-umpisa na. Okay, let me read to you yung mga ibang projects na nag-umpisa na. Yung Navotas City Coastal Bay Reclamation Project, has it started? Kasi meron ng conditional NTP or conditional notice to proceed. Has this started?
It says here not yet been implemented. Navotas.
So hindi pa nagsisimula. Alright, Manila Horizon. Meron ng notice to mobilize and notice
Horizon
to
Manila,
commence actual
not yet been implemented.
Manila Horizon? Wala pa rin. Manila Waterfront City. Oh, ongoing, nakalagay.
Ongoing.
How many
So,
percent? Would you know?
Wala pang
Pre.
Ito lang yung ongoing reclamation projects. I will enumerate the 265 Pasay Harbor City Reclamation Project, the 360 hectare Pasay Reclamation Project, the Manila Waterfront City Reclamation Project. Only itong
only three?
Manila Waterfront.
Manila Waterfront, Pasay,
Going na eh.
SM
ongoing.
Reclamation
These
Project.
are the ongoing. Ito. So, bali tatlo. Tatlo. Sa 4A. This is, which Bacoor? Wala pa Bacoor.
Hello? Bacolor, ano, Las Piñas.
But at any rate, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, lahat ito suspendido.
Kasi yung 90, nasa loob yun eh. Hindi yung part of Manila Bay. It's before Cavite.
4A.
Oh, so walang ginagawa beyond Cavite. It's before Cavite.
It's before the curve.
Oh.
Or suspended.
Even dun sa inside beyond Cavite, yung before Cavite, oo,
Including that suspended.
suspended.
May
Ang
ano-
sa Bacoor lang, meron silang isinimulan before Cavitex. May maliit
So
doon.
pati sa Bacoor na suspended rin.
Oh, suspended din.
Okay, may I know what was the reason why the President suspended these projects? Did you recommend the suspension? Did the department recommend to the President the suspension of all reclamation
The
projects?
ECC were given, I was there, the ECC were given in a period of 1 year. Parang sa kanya, hindi na-study. Nagbigay ng ECC na hindi nag-study.
The former administration,
Oh, the former, yes. So parang sa kanya, we should study. I
So
was
do you
there
think-
eh.
Do you think, Madam Sponsor, that these projects, especially those ongoing projects, will still continue?
It depends. If their study will prove that it's bad for the country or for Metro Manila, I think they will revise, di ba? Oh. So what the Secretary of DNR said that she has talked to the proponent and she has told them that they should be prepared to be revised if there's a need to revise.
Oh, what did they say? Did they agree?
There's
Kasi
no
alam
choice.
ko itong mga nag-umpisa na, nag nag-google na ng malaking halaga, nag-umutang na
wala
sa
tayong
bangko kasi na-approve na sila noong nakarang administrasyon. And bigla tapos bigla natigil. Siyempre, yung
I'm doing a hearing on this in the Senate.
yes.
And just like South Harbor, there are 8 reclamation in front of South Harbor. Do you think that is feasible? 8 reclamation in front of South Harbor. How will the boat go there?
Okay.
Say, just to add to that, there is an article, Your Honors, I just read about the complaints of the harbor officials of both ICTSI and North Harbor na tataas daw ang presyo ng cargo deliveries kasi they have to park farther away and then they have to navigate into canals to be able to go into the harbor. That's
Hindi,
a
yung
mess.
pilot fee nila, Mr. President, nagmahal na daw.
Correct.
Yung sinisingil sila, di ba, at a certain point of Manila Bay, that pilot will take over. Oh, and it has become very expensive for them.
Yes. I just read that article. I just wanted to confirm if it was true. So I think the
No, in
sponsor,
the hearing, they
yeah,
said that.
they said that already. Okay.
Sa tingin niyo po ba itong pag-reclaim ng areas dito sa Manila Bay, will that contribute to flooding?
Of course.
Because
Just like the
We're-
one,
we're
the
standing on a
area.
reclaimed area.
I have first-hand knowledge. In my area, there are 4 rivers going out to Manila Bay. Pag ni-reclaim nyo, walang dadaanan yung river namin. That's a
Kasi
personal
tayo-
ano na yun.
Nandito tayo sa Senado, we are standing on a reclaimed area. Yung Cultural Center, Folk Arts Center, PICC during the time of the late President Marcos, sila nag-reclaim yan. Pero wala naman there was no cause of flooding. May I know the position of the department with regard to flooding?
Makati. Makati and Pasay are flooding. Manila is
Because of
flooding.
reclamation?
Oh, sinarahan yung dadaanan ng tubig. It's common sense. Kami, may 4 na river kami lalabas sa Manila Bay. Pag isinara yon, saan pupunta yung tubig? Babalik sa amin. It will not go back to Upper Cavite because it's high. So it will stay with us. Sinabihan na kami ng Public Works, 6 to 8 meters na baha. 6 meter is 3-story building.
So the good sponsors against the reclamation?
Because we will flood. Do you want your city to
Oh
flood?
no, of course not.
Oh. I mean, I cannot
Is there
answer for
already
Manila, for Pasay, for the others, but for me, I know a river.
Is there already
the
a study,
river.
Madam Sponsor? Is there already a study?
Sinabi
Once the
na ng Public
reclamation-
Works sa akin 2015 pa that we will flood by 16. Nag-study
If-
na Public Works. If they close,
If all
they
these reclamation projects will push through?
No, just the reclamation in front of us. Oo. Alam mo, nagtayo na ang JICA na water impounding facility sa Bacoor because of the flooding in Bacoor, because yung hindi pa reclamation to, because yung
Cavitex.
Cavitex, instead na gawing
Yeah.
aqueduct na lalagyan lang ng poste so the water will flow freely, tinambakan nila, tapos naglagay sila ng ano tawag doon, yung outlet
Exit.
na maliit. It was not enough. So JICA has to build a water impounding facility to Bacoor at a cost of 9 billion pesos na inutang natin sa JICA. And it did not solve the flooding. Sabi sa akin ng mayor, he has to build a big exit from that water impounding facility to
Madam
to solve the problem. It has not been solved.
But Mr. President, even before the advent of all these reclamation projects, flooding has already been a perennial problem, not only in Metro Manila, but in all areas nationwide.
Sa amin, wala kaming flooding. But we will flood.
No,
Wala
even,
kaming flooding eh. Baka sa inyo, but sa amin wala pa kaming flooding.
hindi, well, sa amin talagang, minsan talagang
Yeah, And ang prediction
binaba.
ng DPWH, we will flood by 6 to 8 meters. That's a new one for us.
Maybe if I can request the good sponsor to furnish me a copy of the study of the DPWH regarding yung sinasabi niyong flooding once the reclamation projects
Last. Kasi ang nagsabi
start.
sa akin yan eh, wala na sa DPWH.
Patay na?
Ano. No. Nag-retire na kasi panahon pa ni Pinoy eh. 'Di ba si Secretary
Wala na pala.
Babe Sixton.
We can-
Siya nagsabi sa
Baka
akin in
namatay na yun.
2015.
Baka we can ask
Yeah, I'll
the
ask
officials
him.
of the DPWH to
I'll ask
make a
him.
study with regard to the flooding caused
Pero
by
common
the
sense, pag
reclamation
sinara mo yung
projects.
river mo, saan pupunta yun? O kung isara mo river mo, walang dadaanan, saan pupunta yung
Let it be
tubig?
said, I am not for or against any reclamation projects. I'm just
Lang yun eh.
asking questions here. Well, anyway, kasi ito, kasi mga ibang mangingisda, mga ibang fisher folks natin, minsan nagrereklamo dahil nagdidwindle daw o lumiliit daw yung kanilang mga huli dahil nga nung nag-umpisa yung reclamation. Meron ba kayong, is there any form of assistance being given to the fisher folks?
Sa mga isda, alam mo kami, yung aming legislated protected area is the spawning ground of fishes for Manila Bay. We have a 35-hectare mangrove forest in the Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park, and it is the biggest spawning ground of fishes in Manila Bay. Pag sinarahan yung aming daanan ng tubig, mamamatay yung mangrove. Kasi kailangan ng mangrove ang water. So mawawala na rin yung spawning ground of fishes in Manila Bay. So, yun ang noon.
Okay.
And at least sa amin, BIFAR and DA has the responsibility to look at the case of the fisher folks. At least dun sa amin, hindi nagbigay ng permit ang BIFAR to reclaim in front of our legislated protected area. But I think in the Bacoor side, they gave a permit. I don't know, but yun ang balita ko. Oh. And climate change will bring us extreme rainfall because of sea level rise. Kasi di ba, because of climate change, umiinit, natutunaw yung mga bundok na merong ice dun sa mga merong winter. And then they will go to the ocean. Kaya talaga magsi-sea level rise tayo. Pag halimbawa, hindi ba ang findings, yung Metro Manila bumababa ang soil, di ba? Because we get water from sa ilalim. And then there is a sea level rise in Manila Bay. So isang tumataas, isang bumababa after a while. Sabi nila ba, may possibility lulubog ang Metro Manila.
Okay, Madam Sponsor, will the department issue an EIA or environmental impact assessment if the reclamation will cause a closure of waterways, as what the sponsor was saying earlier?
That's why they're making the study so they can revise whatever were issued previously.
All right.
Kasi mahirap naman mag-revise tayo without a study. Baka sabihin yung ating personal opinion, yun. Ako, whenever I write a law, I ask PIDS to make a study.
So we're going
So
to
I will
expect the
know the
study to come
problem
out.
and then I will make the solution. Ganon din sila. They will ask,
We're
they will
going
do
to-
a study.
We're going to expect the study to come out by June, 6 months?
Yeah.
Or,
Mid-year report, meron na.
so,
But it's not complete, but there will be. Sabi nga nila, pina-prioritize nila yung nasimula na, di ba?
And air clearance report is ongoing.
Mauna yon.
mauna yun ongoing.
At saka yung ECC and area clearance review, unahin na nila yon.
Mhm.
But
So magkakaroon ng pag-asa itong mga namuhunan dito sa reclamation project. Tama po ba? It's either
depende sa finding.
It's not we're going to say that but we're just
Who will say? Who will find? Hindi naman PRA. OP. The OP will decide.
all right. Okay, malipat naman tayo sa ibang topic. Pagod na ho kayo? 11. Okay, one question na about
Okay.
mining. May I know the Secretary's policy about mining? It appears that as the leadership of the agency changes, the policy on mining also changes. May I know the policy about mining?
responsible minded.
They are for responsible mining. Talaga namang ang mining is a good industry as long as it's responsible. Ang kinatatakutan lang natin yung mga illegal miners, di ba?
Ilan yun?
Ang
May I know kung ilan yung...
ratio. Pareho. Ano ratio?
May I know the current policies of the department to ensure responsible mining?
In terms of production value, 70% daw illegal miners, 30% yung legal miners.
70% are illegal miners. So what is the department doing about these illegal miners?
Informal. Kasi minsan, sasabihin nila, illegal miners, mga small miners. But you will discover that they are not small miners. The small miners are being used by the illegal miners.
We're doing now is we're using satellite technology to actually watch the different activities for prosecution and monitoring.
They are now using satellite technology to find out what are they doing in the mining, and those that are doing illegal mining will be prosecuted.
Have they prosecuted any illegal miners?
Yes, yes.
How many? How many of those number that belong to the
70%.
illegal miners? 70%. How many percent have you already prosecuted?
Starting with the satellite technology.
Mm.
We have one apprehension, Cagayan de Oro, the boundary of Cagayan de Oro. 7%.
Okay.
70% are illegal miners.
They are just using the satellite technology recently, and they have done one apprehension in
Only
Cagayan
one?
de Oro, between Cagayan de Oro and Iligan.
It's expensive, which we do not have the budget.
So you have the budget now?
Well, we're asking for the budget. If this is-
They need daw the budget for satellite technology because it's an expensive way of doing it.
Do you have one?
But,
Does the department have one?
We have to access, ma'am.
mm.
So that comes
Ano yung ginagamit nyo ngayon?
space agency, nakikiusap.
Ginagamit nila daw yun sa Philippine Space Agency. Nakikiusap sila.
So nanghihiram lang kayo?
Nanghihiram.
No, kasi I'm a bit surprised kasi 70% are illegal miners, and President Marcos has already been in office for quite some time, for more than a year. Tapos iisa
Hindi
pala-
daw necessarily illegal, informal.
well, whether it's informal or illegal, kailangan pa rin
They have no permit.
yeah.
So illegal.
Yes, the DNR should take action on this.
No permit, di illegal. Sus Maria Jose.
Kawawa naman yung mga legal.
Yeah.
'Di ba? I mean, the DNR should take action on this uh, as, at the soonest possible time. Kasi yung mga legal, nag-apply sila ng permit, nagbabayad sila ng buwis. Ito mga illegal, wala nga permit, hindi pa sila nagbabayad ng buwis. They don't pay taxes.
30.
Nationwide yung sabi niya.
Sabi nila yung enforcement bureau daw nila 30 people lang. Nung dumating si secretary, ilan? 30 ngayon, pero before ilan? Yung dinatnan nyo, 30. Nationwide, 30 people.
Hindi na umangat yung numbers ng
Graduate lang namin ang
So are you asking for more positions?
Yes. It's always welcome.
Well, maybe the sponsor can make that in the period of amendments.
Yeah.
Hindi, kasi I'm surprised.
Enforcement.
30 lang sa
Enforcement.
Pilipinas?
Oh, 30. Kaya nga sabi nilang hirap dahil 30 lang all over the Philippines.
Siguro sa next year, sa next budget hearing, palagay ko, itong 70% na illegal minors, palagay ko, dapat hulihin na siguro lahat. You have to apprehend them at the soonest possible time.
we're trying to
Ito bang mga illegal minors nito? Ito ba yung...
really.
Ano ba sa
I mean, not that I'm
Sino ba nagkakalbo ng mga proposal?
Yung small scale, wala rin permit yun. That's why you have to ask them to get a permit. Diba? Na ngayon, yung mga illegal minor na malaki, yun ang dapat i-prosecute.
Can we expect more apprehension from the DNR with regard to the illegal minors?
Yeah, they will try, but limited resources.
Illegal mining are causing damage to the environment. So DNR should do something about illegal logging. I think one prosecution, I think is a very dismal achievement, Mr. President.
trying to actually and
Out of the 70% illegal minors, iisa pa lang ang na-prosecute ng department.
You give me the copy. They want to pass a law against anything illegal, environmental crimes. And I am asking them to give me a copy of the law so we can,
I don't think you can achieve prosecuting these illegal minors if they only have 30 people to do this inspection, Mr. President. They have to deploy more people, Mr. President.
also work with DILG and with the AF.
It says here, for the informal small miners, we have a project named Planet Gold. The purpose of this project is to study how these informal miners can be helped. How can they be how formalize and comply with the environmental laws? The project is looking also at incentives for these informal miners to be legitimized and to help them develop. These are the small miners, but there are illegal miners who are big, so that you have to prosecute.
Ito bang mga small miners, meron mga small miners na legal?
Hindi rin, illegal din. Kasi hindi
Meron din
naman
mga
sila
legal. Am I correct?
marunong kumuha ng permit eh.
Yes, meron din mga legal, mga small, ano ba tawag dito? Mga small time miner? Small scale. Small scale mining. Meron din mga permit yan, I'm sure. Yung iba, large scale. Okay. Can you differentiate, Mr. President, yung large scale sa small scale?
Kasi yung kinuwento sa akin na isang gobernador sa Mindanao.
Kwento lang po ito.
Oo. Siguro sila nakakakita kasi sabi nila, kaya mo malalaman na large scale illegal miners, ang front nila yung small miners. Pero sa ganda naman ng mga equipment, parang hindi kaya naman bilhin ng small miners. So they are just being used as a front, but they are big miners.
No,
Oo.
let's be specific, Mr. President. Ano yung minimina nung large scale? Ano yung minimina nung
Kung ano yung naandun, like gold sa Zamboanga del Sur gold, di ba? Gold.
So,
Whatever is
saan
there.
pinakamaraming
Iba-ibang
minahan?
lugar, iba-iba ang metal deposit eh.
Saan ang pinakamaraming minahan? Sa Zamboanga? Sa Mindanao ba? Sa
Caraga.
Caraga?
Caraga.
So that
Especially Surigao del Norte, no?
Meron din tayo. Pinahang bayan para sa Philippines. Yun yung talaga
Ito ang tawag daw sa maliliit, small scale mining, they call it minahang bayan.
minahang bayan.
Oo.
Yung mga malalaki, ano tawag po?
Illegal miner. As differentiated from legal miners. Marami namang legal miners, especially the public companies na nagma-mining. They
Sa
are
Palawan,
legal.
meron din ho, di ba?
Meron din.
Palawan, meron.
Ano rin, Cam Norte, di ba?
Large scale.
Cam Norte, marami
Ano
din.
yung minimina na? Nickel. Doon sa Palawan, nickel lang.
And then Surigao, meron din sa
Ano minimina sa Surigao?
Zamboanga del Sur, Zamboanga del Norte.
Nickel
di
din?
ba? Ay, no, yeah, Zamboanga del Norte. Sa Caraga, marami talaga. Oo. And then sa Region 12, marami din. Nandun ang Tampakan, nandun din ang
Pwede ba kong malaman, sino yung pinakamalaking minahan? Sino may-ari?
functioning na minahan. Ano?
Felix Lepanto and
Felix, Lepanto, and Benguet.
Felix, Lepanto,
And Benguet.
Benguet. Yung Rio Tuba.
Laki din. For nickel daw, Rio Tuba.
Taganito. Taganito, which is in Surigao. Some things is tama. Na naka-indicate. Sino na andun at
If you want, they can give you a map of where the mines are, kung saang mga lugar at sino ang mga pangalan ng mines.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, one last question, Mr. President. Madam Sponsor mentioned about Project Gold, which would incentivize
Planet Gold.
Planet Gold, all right. Which would incentivize small scale mining. Tama po ba ito narinig ko?
No?
It would incentivize small scale
scale.
miners. Mining.
So they want to formalize para maging legal yung small miners and give incentives.
Di ba
And
sinasabi
teach them how to be responsible environmentally.
all right. Well, violators or those who commit illegal mining should be penalized, whether they are of small or large scale,
Yeah.
and I think they should not be given incentives. Am I correct?
That's why we are going to try to yung parang legitimize and then give them incentives.
And there's some things that
You are going to legitimize the illegal miners? Am I correct?
The small ones.
Yeah,
The
yung
small
small
ones,
scale.
yung minahang bayan, because they're very poor, you want to incentivize them to be legal and then give them incentive. This is for small miners.
Yes.
They call
How
it
many-
Planet
Mr.
Gold.
President,
But the
how many
big
are-
ones,
How
no.
many are small miners?
There are 56 daw minahang bayan
56, all around the country.
all around the country. Saan pinakamarami? Surigao talaga,
Surigao,
Caraga.
Caraga. Okay. That's all, Mr. President. Thank you for your patience,
Thank
Madam
you.
Sponsor.
You're welcome. Thank you. Ito na naman, kala ko hindi na ito magtatanong.
Teka,
We will, anyway, Mr. President, should I be recognized, Mr. President?
Sabi
Anyway,
mo
this
sa
is my,
before that, what is the majority leader?
okay
Yes,
na po, pwede na tayong tuloy-tuloy.
we just recognize. Thank you, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, and we recognize the minority leader,
Thank you.
Senator
you.
Coco Pimentel.
Anyway, we want to
43 na kasi natutuliro na tayo.
We want to tell the sponsor, do not worry, this is also my 12th hour of interpellation. So it's taking its toll on me also, Mr. President. So hingi na lang kami rin copy nung the map that was promised,
Yeah, yeah.
Senator Jinggoy, all senators kung pwede. And then yung 30 staff, ano yun? Is that the EMB? No,
Mining.
what goes after the illegal miners ba? What unit?
Di ba
is that?
may mining unit?
Law?
Law enforcement unit.
Okay, sige po. So yan. Para kung sakaling yung mga gustong tumulong sa department, doon natutukan. Okay. From the... What's
Ano
the...
itong Mines and Geosciences Bureau? Wala to dito?
nga, mine, tama, MGB. Oh.
May separate daw ang enforcement. Saan naka ano yun?
Saan nakalala sa LF?
Office of the Secretary daw. Under the Office of the Secretary. It's enforcement under the Office of the
Yun yung
Secretary.
30 personnel.
Yes, yes.
But si MGB mayroon sariling personnel. Wala
Yes,
silang,
yes.
but do they concern themselves with the
Enforcement,
running after
yeah.
illegal miners?
Permitting and then coordinate with the enforcement.
Hindi.
They just coordinate with the enforcement.
PNP mo.
So,
Kasali din daw ang AFP at PNP and NBI.
how come the department cannot do what the the MGB is doing? Yung ganun, yung parang may force multiplier ka sa 30 personnel nyo by involving the NBI, PNP, AFP. You're doing that, pero kulang.
Yeah, they're doing that.
Sige, basta wish list yon, parang additional. Teka, I have a question to the Secretary, Mr. President, but she's being kept busy by our colleagues. Can I ask for a minute suspension in that case, Mr. President?
No.
My question is for the Secretary. I want her estimate of the total value of our metal deposits.
Then, di ba 3 trillion?
No, ayoko na, I want the department's estimate, Mr. President.
Then sila nagsabi sa akin nun eh.
Yeah, is that correct?
$3 trillion.
Sandali lang po.
May sinabi kayo eh. No?
Is that the department's estimate of the country's total
Sabi,
metallic, or mineral or metals deposits?
Yeah. Hindi ba parang sinabi sa akin, trillion eh. $1 trillion eh. Ano yun? Hindi nyo na-memorize? 7 trillion?
Brothers, batalyon na nila.
Bilisan ko lang. Ibilisan ko. Sila yung magpagyan.
$1 trillion ang sinabi sa akin. Hindi ko lang.
Untap, yung untap.
Oh.
So this is mineral metallic lang.
Oh.
Alam mo itong tanong ko na ito. Tinanong ko na siya. I-compare mo yung sagot nila sa sagot niya. Para alam natin.
Total, yung total. Ay. Yung total kasi hindi makita yung total eh. Wala kayong hard copy. Total. Hindi makita yung total. Total. Kung nakita ang total sa ilalim, ano ang total? Talik na.
Tingnan mo. Pag kinabayaan ko sa sponsor yung sagot sa sponsor. Kinano ko pisa stand hindi. At least rara, nagduda nga ako doon sa video na binigay. Kaya ako tinatanong.
Okay.
Ayoko yung
Economic yan. Contributions. Contributions. Yeah.
So, pesos. Point. It's dollar. Wala pa yung non-metallic. Mr. President,
wala
pinatay
tayong
ba?
presiding.
Suspended ba?
Wala tayong presiding. Suspended.
Anyway, I can just tell you. It's almost 1.2 trillion US dollars.
1.2 trillion US dollars. Okay. Trillion US dollars. So, okay, so at least that corrects the figure mentioned earlier, Mr. President.
Pero yung budget po.
During our committee hearing, we learned that the DNR allows the importation of hazardous waste. Siguro, let me just, sinabi nyo, conditioned on the materials being used for the production of another product, you allow this to be imported.
Recycling.
Let me caution you naman, wag naman po sana namang importation of hazardous waste. Alam mo naman dito sa Pilipinas, marami tayong mga so-called cover story. Ilagay natin sa quotation marks. We do things under legal cover, but in reality, it's not, we use them not in accordance with law. Ang nakakatakot dito, baka maging tambakan po tayo ng mga hazardous waste, Mr. President. So I just asked the DNR to review your policy.
No, they have, there is a new there is a new, there is a new convention agreement on the control of transboundary wastes. And Philippine is a party to this. They call it the Basel Convention, And in 1994, we ratified that Basel Ban Amendment. But in 2019, there is another amendment to the Basel Convention, but we haven't ratified it. So we will try to ratify it this year. The DNRUSEC for Policy Planning and International Affairs will be working for this. So marami namang control on transboundary waste and internationally. So we are going to cooperate with them.
Thank you for mentioning the 1994 agreement and then 2019. Pero yung admission kasi that we are allowing the importation of hazardous waste happened just 2 months ago at the latest, Mr. President, during our budget hearing. So, mag-ingat lang po tayo because dito nga sa Pilipinas, once we allow the entry of something na abuso, example, pogo, legal, ginawa sa illegal, mga ganun, same thing. Papasok tayo na hazardous material sa ano daw, it to be recycled. We will be the dumping ground of hazardous waste, Mr. President.
No, we will
Ingat lang po
confirm
tayo.
the amendment to the Basel Bond Amendment. And DNR is completing the certificate of concurrence from DPWH, DTI, PESA, etc. And once completed, the same will be endorsed to DFA so that we can, I think it will pass through the Senate, diba? So we can do something about it by passing this Basel Convention Amendment. Basel Bond Amendment of
Yeah, but
2019.
don't use that our non-adherence as the reason why we're allowing importation of hazardous waste.
Yeah,
I don't
but-
think hindi naman dependent dun yun. That's your executive action or administrative action, Mr. President, sa DNR. Okay, pagdating po sa personnel ninyo, we have also one licensed forester for every 514 hectares. So, paano ba ito? Itong foresters, are foresters under the employ of the DNR?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, so
Yes.
meron din tayong ano diyan, we have a medium to long-term plan for the hiring of foresters.
Forest rangers sila referring. It's referring to forest rangers.
There are two kinds.
Apo.
The forester and the forest ranger. The
Apo.
forest ranger is the one watching over the legislated protected area or the other protected area. The forester is the one taking care of the trees.
Apo.
Diba? So what do you want?
Which are the ones in the employ of the department?
Pare. Both are in the
Pareho.
employed.
Yeah, so we have a ratio na 1 is to certain hectares. So yun yung ating situation, and we have siguro an ideal din, 1 is to a certain number of hectares as the ideal.
But the
So,
average.
ano tayo, how far are we from the ideal?
Very far.
Yes, very far.
What
So,
is the idea?
4,000 now, right now, yun ang current.
minamadali na lang.
Ours, the ratio for us is 1 for every 4,000 hectares.
As
And
to
the
forester?
ideal is the
One to 2,000.
1 for every 2,000 hectares. So we're,
1 is to 4,000 si forester,
yes.
1 is to 2,000 si forest ranger.
No, ma'am, it's the same.
Huh?
Sir, forest ranger lang.
Forest ranger lang.
Ideal is 1 to 1.
The ideal is 1 for every 2,000 hectares. Ours now is 1 for every 4,000
Ito
hectares.
yung ating seat condition. Okay.
This is the forest ranger, the one watching over the
Okay.
protected area. Yung forester, yun yung nagtatanim ng mga trees, taking
Ah.
care of the trees. So,
We don't have forester in our plantilla for DNR.
what
Oh, we do. So what is our walang ideal dyan. We don't talk about any ideals pagdating sa forester. So ito sa inyo, itong sinasabi niyo. Forest.
we have 14,000 forester, but 1/3 is only working for the government. The rest are private.
Sige, okay.
Oh, so 14,000 divided by 3 is 4,500 ang working
you.
for the government.
Thank you, ma'am. And ito na lang po, we noticed that yung target ninyo for end of 2022 for decreasing illegal logging hotspots was 50%. Siguro that means you had a number of illegal logging hotspots. Gusto nyo i-reduce to 50% by end of 2022. You only achieved 11%. Are my figures correct? And can you give us the explanation?
It's 50% by 2028.
Oh, okay.
Oo,
Thank
which
you.
is about 5 years from now.
Okay, so wrong.
11% accomplishment by 2022 instead of 50%. The target of indicator, percentage of illegal logging hotspots neutralized to decrease the number of hotspot area by 50% by the end of 2028. 11% lang tayo ngayon. Ang target natin 50% by 2028, which is 5 years from now.
Anyway, thank you for that explanation. But for our per our supporting documents, Mr. President, yung net performance information natin, DNR, outcome indicators, percentage of illegal logging hotspot areas neutralized. GA 2022 GA targets. By the end of 2022, illegal logging hotspots decreased by 50%. Actual, sa column na actual, decreased by 11%. So,
11.
sa inyo rin po galing ito. Page, ano to? Ano to volume? Sabihin sa akin so that they can. So, so we are on the spot changing our targets. Sige. At any rate, you will not be the first agency to change targets, Mr. President.
No, they are not. It's 11%, which is
Page 68 of volume 2 of ano to? Of the expenditure program fiscal year 2024. Pakitingin nyo na lang po so that but do not worry nga, ulitin ko, you will not be the first agency which will change its targets, Mr. President.
Sa 2022 to
Pala
2023,
nakasulat.
ang baseline natin is 18. So, 18 nating baseline. So, we intend to neutralize one na po figure
80.
by 50%.
Ito yung report, ma'am. Decreased by 11. By the end of 2028, by 50%. Ito yung report.
It says here, in 2023, decreased by 11%. By the end of 2028, illegal logging hotspot will decrease by 50%.
This
Ayan.
is the report.
This is the report.
Your report. Apo. Yeah, you want me to show you this? Can I have a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Yeah.
Session suspended for a minute.
So I think we're in agreement that that appears in the supporting documents for the NEP and as a target of the DNS. So siguro lesson learned na lang po, if that is not really the target, let's have a better budgeting system siguro.
I just want to make this manifestation in behalf of DNR. DNR has to take care of 30 million hectares of land, 2.2 million square kilometer of sea, 36,000 kilometers of coastline, and napakaliit daw nila ng budget to take care of all of this.
Apa. Siguro, hindi lang siguro sa budget hearing tayo nagganito. So siguro, the DNR should request for a special briefing for all senators to
Yeah.
to brief us on your operations and your needs. Ano? Yung, yes, apa. Hindi lang po ganitong mga araw kasi medyo pagod na rin po tayo. And just to inform the Environmental Management Bureau of the COA report about your biodegradable waste shredder and composter. Maraming issues, siguro.
Alam mo,
Apa.
they have a different one who was in charge of that. I was privy to that. And I think he was not serious in what he was doing. Kasi kung kino-ordinate lang niyang maayos sa local government, gusto naman nila eh. And yung supplier, may problema din yung supplier. The machineries did not work.
Yes,
So,
have we
but
spent,
it happened before them, before.
yes, but have we spent
Secretary.
936 million pesos? Ito yun. For this project which
You'll
does
be
not work.
surprised what people
More?
are capable of.
Yes, ma'am. The sponsor is informing us more. An even bigger amount is involved, not only the 936 million pesos.
No, we encourage the DNR to do this composting machine, distribution of composting machine. But there was a problem that the quality of machine distributed is not good. And at the same time, they are not really serious about doing it. We're doing it now with the Bureau of Soil and Water Management of the Department of Agriculture.
So is
But
the
there were some problems here.
is the EMB under a new leadership? EMB?
Yeah, but they don't have this program anymore. We're doing it with the Department of Bureau of Soil and Water Management.
Pero
Not
ano po,
encouraging
idaan sa limot na lang yung 936 million.
we'll just review, no?
Is the DNR doing anything proactive
Maybe you
about
should
this
review.
issue? Kasi
Di ba
otherwise next year nandiyan pa rin yan sa COA report.
Yung composting machine na in-implement ni ano,
Opo, yung dati.
na nagloko-loko-loko.
Tingnan
O
mo.
gusto niya i-review and find out. Kasi kung sira,
Yung sa plastic, hindi ko naman natanongin. Okay na siguro yan. Ito na lang yung
yes, yes. Mr. President, the USEC of the DNR promised that they will monitor, and if there are machines not working, they will repair, and they will have better coordination with the local government.
ano daw failure of supplier to comply with the technical specifications in the terms of reference. Very basic na kagad ng ano. The LGU's incapacity to use the same etc., Mr. President. Purchase equipment remained not operational. Bigat.
Yeah.
Bigat po ng problema. So I hope by next year, wala na po sa COA findings po yan. Can I ask the MWSS,
Alam ko naman ang yan.
first time ninyo to ask for a national government subsidy,
Hindi talaga.
have the complaints of our consumers about yellowish water flowing out of our faucets, has that reached the MWSS?
Yes, they have,
What can we do about this?
nasan ba yun? It has been resolved. They have stopped yung manganese, di ba? And now, they don't have that problem anymore.
I hope yung nakikinig sa atin they will confirm that problem. Luwa, is Luwa before us? Are we
Yes.
considering also luwa?
Oh. Nasaan na yung luwa? Hindi ko naintindihan.
Meron po mga reklamo from our consumers regarding the tap water turning to murky brown. And then while their water bills are more than doubling. I mean, yung reklamo ba sa quality of the water, umabot na rin po sa luwa?
Yung murky brown naman yun. Yung isa, yellow. Ngayon, murky brown.
The plans are being
Repairs. Treatment plan. Then, ano yung another complaint? The cost of water?
Yung color ng water din. Parang ganun din. It's
Oh.
actually the same as the MWSA yellow. Ito naman brown.
They're repairing their treatment plant so that the water will not be discolored. And then they're looking at the water bill.
the water bills. The water bills.
Yeah, there's something wrong with the water bill. Na doble.
They are now asking for tariff rates because of
Yes. Yan, doble.
Kanino ba to? Bakit ba to? Bakit siya? Kanya ba yan? Yan, di ba?
May I ask how the water bill doubled? Can you explain to us?
Wala, reklamo lang po ng mga consumers po natin. Okay, ganito para klaro po.
Sabi nila, hindi naman daw nag-double. Nagmahal lang ang tubig because of the fuel cost, but it did not double. Ano ang increase? 20%?
Na-
on the average.
The average increase is 20%.
1.2%, 120% up.
20%.
1.2, yes, 1.2 of the old one. Okay, Mr. President, there's also a finding of LUA's lack of strict policies and procedures on the revocation of the conditional certificate of conformance issued to various water districts, which is contrary to Section 66 of PD 198. Is LUA aware of this? COA? Is this a COA finding? A COA
I
finding?
think they cannot just suspend the agreement, di ba? It has a time limit. So, can you give us the particular complainant so we can see if it's really happening? But I don't think they can just suspend the agreement. It's against the law.
Is LUA aware that this is a COA finding?
COA findings ba to?
COA findings?
We will be revisiting our existing policies. We'll be revisiting our existing policies, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
But it's okay, Madam Sponsor, if you just in writing na lang, if LUA can,
They said they're going to revisit the existing policies, but I don't think you just can revoke this CCC, okay? So if there are, we can just ask LUA to review what
Yes,
has
but
happened here and make
ibanggan-
a report to you.
ibangga ninyo sa batas. May Section 66 of PD 198 na sinasite. Tama itong ating PD, our number.
Investigate ito, tapos mag-report.
And then another finding, loans extended to non-operational LGU-run private entities and dissolved water districts with project costs and disbursements totaling 1.29 billion pesos and 228 million pesos respectively were not compliant with the standard operating procedures in the granting and approval of loans, which casts doubt on the integrity of LUA's procedures and processes in the grant of financial assistance to water districts. That's a COA finding. Is LUA aware of that? What steps are you taking to hold the water districts accountable or to collect the amounts that I have just mentioned, Mr. President?
They give notice of revocation of CCC and give notice of takeover due to default. They will take over the operation because of default and not following the conditions of the contract.
Pero yung mga loan amounts, parang ano na yan? Parang condoned na?
Parang unless they are willing to pay, but they haven't paid. So I think if they're not following the what they have, they are not compliant with the approval and granting of loans, then they have to revoke the CCC and give notice of takeover due to default. They will take over the operation.
Yes, yes. They will, kaya nga, the default is their condition now to take over the operations of the water district. The default. So how about the amount nga, the amount not paid, ano mangyayari? From the operations doon na babayaran, they slowly, ano?
Or if they're willing, they can restructure the loan if they are willing. But if not, then you have no choice but to just take over the operation. It depends upon the one who did not pay the loan.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Ito pong inyong ano, you have, LUA has one program. Tama? One and only program, ba to? Water supply and sanitation program. Is that your program?
That's the budget.
For what?
Water and sanitation. Water supply and sanitation.
What is that sanitation? Yung waste management. Yeah. Are you the one doing the waste? Yeah. There are two programs, improving the water supply and then implementing a waste management treatment plant. Two, ano yon? Kasi yung waste management, yung mga lumalabas na wastewater, you treat it before they go into the river and then to the ocean.
Yes.
And then yun namang improving the water supply so there will be better service.
And then as our output indicator, number of sanitation projects implemented, 2022 GA targets ng LUA, 6. Ang actual ninyo, 0. Are you aware of that?
This will be the first time, 2024. Hindi pa daw na-download yung funds kaya they cannot implement.
We're talking about 700 million plus. 700. Yung water supply and sanitation program ninyo is 782 million pesos.
Hindi na-download.
Ano ba to for 2023? Ito, 2023.
Yung for water, yung inyong development na 700 million.
ADB loan. 780. ADB loan.
Yung nakita kanina.
Anyway, I'm just calling your attention to that. Siguro in writing na lang
It's
po,
an
Mr. President.
ATB loan.
Oh, so,
So,
but still may commitment tayo, may target tayo, 6. And then actual output, 0. So dapat siguro mag-explain tayo.
they have
Loan-
downloaded a certain amount, but it has not
Loan
all been-
proceeds have not been released or have not reached you, have not reached LUA.
partially only how much?
400 million.
Where did you use it?
400 million. Oh,
Included to the 11 water districts.
For the water district, not for the treatment plant.
For the water districts. For their projects in the water districts.
Yeah, but 0 daw ang treatment plant nyo in spite of the downloading.
Treatment plan.
Kasi dalawa pagdadalan, treatment plant and
okay na to.
but the treatment plant. So they have implemented the project for the better supply of water, but they haven't implemented any treatment plant yet because the release is not complete yet.
Sige. Let's just be aware of our targets and commitments natin because ang assumption namin, the budget is based on targets and some assumptions, ganun. So, and then kung, pag hindi na-release, sana proactive tayo on following up with the proper agency. Ano, kasi,
It's a foreign loan.
yes, unfortunately, may nakakapansin din sa mga commitments natin. So, but I'm sure, siguro ko ang past administration yung nag-commit nun, but hindi pa rin siguro reason yun. Just because of a new leadership, you abandon the past commitments or past plans. No? So, that's not a good indication din naman na kada change in leadership, we overhaul the plans of the organization back to zero tayo. Ano? So, at any rate, that's a fact. No? It's anyway, admitted na natin. It's a fact. There was a target, zero, and siguro for next year's budget, at least we will be reminded to follow up these mga targets and actual deliveries. So that would be all, Mr. President. Thank you for the patience, first of all, and the endurance of the surprising endurance of our sponsor, Mr. President.
I always feel that I endure everything.
Thank you. And then also to the DNR family. Alam namin mahirap trabaho nyo, but of course, you signed up for the job. So alam nyo po yung pinapasok mo ninyo. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, no other member wishes to interpolate or ask any questions. I move that we close the period of interpolations and debate and consider the budget of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Office of the Secretary, Environmental Management Bureau, Mines and Geosciences Bureau, National Mapping and Resource Information Authority, National Water Resources Board, Palawan Council for Sustainable Development Staff, budgetary support to government corporations, Metropolitan Water Works and Sewerage System, Regulatory Office, Local Water Utilities Administration, to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, before I do that, I would just like to wish the DNR family well, headed by the Secretary. You're doing a great job. Continue the good work. I know it's tough, as the good Minority Floor Leader said, but with the Secretary Yulo at the helm and the rest of the undersecretaries, many of whom I've worked with for many decades, are good people. So I know that the department's in good hands. So with that, there be no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader. The budget of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources and of all the attached agencies are deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr.
Session
President?
suspended.
juncture, I move that we consider the budget of Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority and acknowledge the presence of its officials led by Administrator Raul Regondola. And now move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Mark Villar. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader, motion is approved. We'd like to recognize the sponsor, Senator Mark Villar.
Mr. President, it's my privilege to sponsor the proposed budget of the Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority for the fiscal year 2024. For the record, the ZEZA has a budget of 249.5 million pesos as per the Senate Committee report. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, I am appealing for your extensive support in the approval of the ZEZA budget. Thank you, Mr. President.
This is the Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority. That's correct.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate or ask any questions. I move that we close the period of interpolations and debate and consider the budget of the Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader, the motion is approved. Budget's deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. President, may I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Tourism and acknowledge the presence of its officials present here today, led by our good friend, the friend of the Senate, Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco. We also would like to recognize and move to recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Tourism, Senator Nancy Binay, to sponsor the measure.
Yes, we'd like
So,
to recognize Secretary Cristina Frasco, my comadre. Thank you for being with us, patiently waiting. And to the sponsors, Senator Nancy Binay, please proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. The proposed appropriations for the Department of Tourism and its attached agencies and corporations under Senate Finance Committee report on House Bill number 8980, or the fiscal year 2024 General Appropriations Bill, amounts to 3,339,155,000 pesos. The distribution of the proposed appropriations is as follows. The Department of Tourism proper, 2,454,434,000 pesos for the Office of the Secretary, 123,034,000 pesos for the Intramuros Administration, 317,514,000 pesos for the National Parks Development Committee, and 14,173,000 pesos for the Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving. And under the budgetary support to government corporations, 20 million pesos for the Tourism Infrastructure and Enterprise Zone Authority, and 410 million pesos for the Tourism Promotions Board. Thank you, Mr. President,
Ay,
esteemed
please.
colleagues.
Mr. President, the gentleman from San Juan, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr.
Our
President.
distinguished colleague from the city of San Juan, Senator Jingo Estrada, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it has come to my attention and the attention of our colleagues here in this August chamber that a certain head of an agency of the Department of Tourism has incessantly texted several of our colleagues, including the Senate President, including the Deputy Minority Leader, and I guess it's Senator Pia Cayetano, telling us or lecturing us to stop asking questions because according to those to that department head, she has been here waiting. She has been here since 1 o'clock, waiting for their agency to be waiting for the budget of their agency to be deliberated upon. And may I call the attention of Ms. Cynthia Carion that we've been here working at 9 o'clock in the morning, waiting for all departments' budget, the budget of departments to be deliberated upon. We are doing our job, and no one has the right to tell us to stop talking here. It is our duty and our job to perform our work here in the Senate. And you do not have the right to tell us what to do here. Imagine telling the Senate President, we've been here at 1 o'clock waiting for DOTC's budget to be heard. We've been working since last week, deliberating on all the budgets of the departments here. And telling the Deputy Minority Leader to stop asking questions. Kami nga, kahit matagal magtanong si Senator Risa, we never dared to ask her to stop asking questions. Who are you? Who are you to tell us to stop asking questions? Remember, if one of us tells the sponsor to defer the budget of DOT, what will happen to you? You cannot do anything. You cannot do anything here. If I move to defer your budget or to slash the budget of DOT because of your actuations and because of your actions towards my colleagues here, what will happen to the budget of DOT? Imagine even Senator Pia Cayetano, you've been texting her even before. That's what I heard from her regarding EJ Obiena's performance. She's a senator. She's a lawyer. She knows what to do. She's a senior member here in this August chamber. You've been a member of PSC, am I right? So you know how the budget runs here in the Senate or even in Congress. You know, we spend wee hours of the morning here. Am I correct? And why are you complaining? The secretary is not complaining. She is a neophyte secretary. She never complained. Who are you to complain? The secretary is a good friend of all senators here. She never complained. Kahit siguro 3:00 na ma-hear yung budget ng DOT, hindi magre-reklamo yan. Because she knows what's happening here in Congress or in the Senate in particular. I think our colleagues, they deserve an apology from you. If the majority leader and Senate President will allow us to suspend the rules and
Yes, actually, just to put it in proper perspective, my dear colleagues, for the information of the departments, we're just doing our constitutional mandate of hearing all the budgets and asking diligently where the funds are being utilized. We have no right to stop any member of the Senate to ask questions, propose amendments, and as Senate President, I will never do that to any of you. So it was very surprising that this person, Ma'am Cynthia, was a friend of mine. We're family friends. And if it was just me, I would just let go of it. But when I heard that you were texting other members of the Senate, particularly more insulting messages to Senator Risa Ontiveros, to stop asking the budget already of the DNR because, you want to take over, you want the DOT to be next in line. That is not proper. That is inappropriate. And I think the sad part about it is she does not know you from Adam. So it is like a text it's like a angry text message from an anonymous person, which is, again, as I mentioned, inappropriate. And so I would like to ask the majority floor leader and the body to allow, please, before I do the motion, to allow to suspend the rules so that she may address us if she wants to apologize or not, because it is quite insulting to the members of the Senate. And we're not doing this to trample on anyone's rights. It's just that we are all working very hard. And the good gentleman from San Juan is absolutely correct. We've been here in the morning and we've been doing this for the last week. It's our 8th day. Our 6th day of doing this at going home at 2 in the morning. 8th day? It's our 8th day. My apologies. And we've done almost all departments. So my colleagues don't deserve that. My colleagues, never mind me. You can insult me, you can get mad at me. But my colleagues do not deserve that treatment from members of the government who are actually trying to sponsor their budgets. And so before I make the motion,
Before I recognize our Deputy Minority Leader, I did not get any text from this certain head of the agency of PRA, Mr. President, but I just wanted to put on record my utmost disgust, dismay, and disappointment, especially coming from a fellow government official. Mr. President, I take offense. Even though I did not get the text, I take offense being a member of this institution, and I joined the gentleman from San Juan and our Senate President and remind our colleagues, not only in this August chamber, but also every single government official. Mr. President, I haven't seen my kids and my wife
so by
for so many days, for
Yes.
more than a week now. Senator Jinggoy's wife is celebrating her birthday today. He couldn't even go home. And then someone from a public official would dare to question our duties and responsibilities, our work here in the Senate. It's unacceptable, Mr. President. So even if the distinguished head of PRA is not willing to answer or apologize, I think we should hear from her, Mr. President, what she wants, what she wanted to happen, how she think this Senate as an institution would be better if we will succumb to whatever she wants, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, with that, I will support any motion to suspend the rules, if there be. But for the meantime, we will yield the floor to our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
our Deputy Minority Floor Leader is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Ug daghang salamat, Mr. President. Maraming salamat kina Senator Jinggoy, Senator Nancy, who took immediate action on this when I brought it to her attention, to Senator Pia, the Majority Leader, all colleagues who came together this midnight to make things right. Sa huli kasi, higit sa lahat tungkol ito sa respeto. Kasi hindi po tayo gumagamit ng sense of entitlement. Ginagawa lang natin at ginagawa namin dito sa Senado ang aming tungkulin, ang aming mandato. I am a member of the minority, a proud member of the minority, and I take offense if our modest Senate President will not. at the Senate President of our institution being texted such messages. Salamat kaayo to Sec Frasco for her apology and the apology as well of another official of the DOT who met us in front near the lounge. I heard the apology of the person concerned, but I think moving forward, words must be followed by action. Pagwasto sa ginawa niya, hindi lang sa ilang individual natin, pero sa buong institusyon natin. So I hope things can be set right in the next days. At hindi lamang sa Senado, pati sa publiko na sumusubaybay sa trabaho namin over the past 2 weeks. They at least, I think, appreciate the seriousness with which we do our work. Ano man ang oras, gaano man kami, kapagod o hindi pagod. Dahil sa huli, higit sa lahat, tungkol sa respeto at ang respetong binibigay ng mga senador sa aming trabaho. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minority Floor Leader Risa Ontiveros. So if the body wishes, and I believe the body wishes, we move to, with the permission of the body, we move to suspend the rules and ask her if she has anything else to say to the body.
Mr. President,
There is a motion,
suspension.
session suspended for 1 minute. So, Mr. Majority Floor Leader,
Mr. President.
better that we allow the head of the agency.
That's what I'm going to move, Mr. President. To move that we suspend the rules of the Senate to allow the head of the agency to take the floor, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved. So the rules are suspended to allow the secretary to sit down and on behalf of her agency, maybe explain.
Good morning, Mr. Senate President.
Good morning,
and
ma'am.
to the members of the Senate. First of all, allow me to express my gratitude for your service to our country and to make things quite clear that the Department of Tourism fully respects the constitutionally mandated duty of the Senate to deliberate upon the budget of all agencies, including the DOT. We respect your mandate, we respect your discretion, and we fully appreciate your exercise of your duty even now to the wee hours of the morning. That being said, I share in your shock and dismay at the highly inappropriate, unacceptable, and out-of-line actions of the head of the Philippine Retirement Authority, the recently appointed GM Cynthia Carrion, who, at the beginning of this day, also actually approached me and demanded that we be placed first as far as the schedule of the deliberations of the budget, to which I immediately replied to her to say that we cannot do that because the Senate is an independent body and we must fully respect their schedule, their discretion, their time. We wait like everybody else because that is, we are in their house. Notwithstanding that, imagine my shock and complete and utter disappointment when I learned that she, in defiance of what I had been very clear to her about, proceeded to send these inappropriate text messages. Upon my learning of these actions, as brought to my attention by Senator Nancy Binay, to whom I am very grateful for letting me know, I demanded that she issue an immediate and personal apology to all of the senators, including the good Senate President, for having acted at the height of impropriety, and also to make very clear that she acted on her own and without the imprimatur of the Department of Tourism or any other attached agency or official of the DOT. That being said, Mr. Senate President, she earlier apologized personally to the senators. Nevertheless, as a tacit manifestation of our commitment to set things right, I have already ordered my Chief of Staff to immediately conduct an investigation into her actuations and subsequent findings of the same to mete out the appropriate penalty that is appropriate to the impropriety of her actions. To close, since I am the head of the Department of Tourism, of which the PRA is an attached agency, I would just like to emphasize our due respect to the Senate and to your exercise of your duty. We yield to your discretion, and we thank you for your patience. Daghang salamat.
Thank you very much, dear Secretary. And I accept the apology that she gave earlier. We just wanted to put it on record so that the other agencies would know, and all the other members of this government would know, that we are doing this not to spite any government agency, but this is, again, as you mentioned, a constitutionally mandated duty for us to see each and every budget of each and every agency to make sure that the funds are spent effectively and efficiently for the people. And so we thank the good secretary. She went to see us earlier inside the lounge and she apologized on behalf of the agency. And it is in no way, Secretary, a reflection of your job. You're doing a great job as Secretary of the Department of Tourism. As I said, almost everybody here, or not everybody, loves you and supports you and the department and the great men and women of the Department of Tourism. You're doing a great job for the country. Keep up the good work. So let not this incident tonight, frustrate you, and just keep soldiering on. But once again, thank you for that statement, Madam Secretary. And I believe we can already withdraw the suspension of rules.
Mr. President, before I make that motion, Mr. President, and we would like to spread into the records how we continue to respect the Secretary of the Department of Tourism. We still believe in her. We trust her judgment and competencies. May I just put into the records, Mr. President, what RA 6713, Section 4, letter B, or the Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials and Employees calls on all public servants to be professional. And let me put on record, Mr. President, it provides, and I quote, professionalism. Public officials and employees shall perform and discharge their duties with the highest degree of excellence, professionalism, intelligence, and skill. They shall enter public service with utmost devotion and dedication to duty. They shall endeavor to discharge wrong perceptions of their roles as dispensers or peddlers of undue patronage. Just wanted to put that on record, Mr. President, as a member of this august chamber, as a fellow public servant, Mr. President. That is the Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials, RA 6713. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we
Withdraw the suspension.
withdraw the suspension of our Senate rules and allow again the sponsor of the measure, Senator Nancy Binay, to defend the measure.
There being
So
no
moved, Mr.
objection to the
President.
motion, motion's approved. We now recognize once again Senator Nancy Bin.
Mr. President, the gentleman from Valenzuela is also seeking the floor. May I move that he be recognized, Mr. President?
My distinguished
For
colleague,
his short
Senator
manifestation, Mr.
Sherwin
President.
Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I was going to ask a question regarding an article that I saw on the news, and this is regarding the NGCP project that was delayed due to a TRO that was issued or filed by TIEZA. This is in relation to the Cebu-Magdugo 230 kV line that was supposed to be built. And this is a critical piece of infrastructure that will complete the Cebu-Negros Panay interconnection and expansion, as well as the Visayas-Mindanao interconnection facility. And I read in the news that because of a dispute and a TRO that was issued by the courts, the project, well, the project's already delayed, but the project will be more so delayed. But after having a good conversation with the proactive, proactive president and head of the TIEZA, I was enlightened and given some facts that a amicable settlement is in the works. And in fact, this settlement has already been approved in concept. The documentation will follow suit, and this documentation will enable NGCP to fast track the construction at the least cost that will be, or the least damage and the least cost for this project. And I was also made to understand by the proactive president, President Mark Lapid, that the next steps will be a formal agreement, and this formal agreement will be used to completely extinguish the cases that were filed and TRO that was issued. So this is a piece of good news. As we all know that the Senate has been very aggressive through the Committee on Energy to pursue transmission expansion projects of the country. Almost 30 plus transmission projects are already delayed, and we cannot afford to delay any more of these transmission projects. As we all know, we always experience yellow and red alerts, and transmission is one of the major causes of this delay. So I thank the head of TIEZA, President Mark Lapid, for his briefing earlier, and I thank him for his being proactiveness and aggressiveness in looking for an amicable solution. I really believe that the court method or the judicial method will take time, and and the expansion of our transmission projects the expansion of our transmission projects don't have the luxury of time. So again, thank you very much to the good sponsor. Thank you very much to the head of TIEZA, Mr. President Mark Lapid. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hopefully, by next week, they'll already do the signing. And I think the target date for the completion of the project is next December. This December.
Thank you very much, Senator Gatchalian. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I will no longer ask any questions, but may I ask the distinguished sponsor to give us a brief update on the passage of Trabaho para sa Bayan law and the DOT's efforts in ensuring that they will continue to help out in employment generation of the industry, Mr. President. And the sponsor already
Actually, Mr.
gave her
President,
commitment, Mr. President.
I can already state some figures on the employment share
Please
of
proceed, your
tourism.
sponsor.
Okay. The tourism sector was able to employ around 5.35 million Filipinos in 2022, representing 11.4% of the country's total employment. This is higher by 8.16% than the 4.9 million employed individuals in the previous year. The 2022 figure on employment shows a 93% recovery rate from 2019. Mr. President.
Thank you. And may I just ask just one quick question? And we just want to ask how many, for the secretary or whoever would like to answer and share to the sponsor, how many tourists have we had so far to date since January of 2023?
Mr. President, as of today, it's 4 point, syempre, hindi ko mabasa, 4 point,
Actually, this is the latest.
4.16, yeah, 4.716, and Mr. President, the target is 4.8 million by year end. So,
So 4.7.
yeah, so I think by end of December, we'll probably hit a higher target.
Hopefully we reach 5 million by December. No? That's good news. And hopefully we can double. We can double it. Let's work hard. Yeah, more ads, guys. Put it in the, I see ads in CNN and BBC. Wala tayong ads dun. Baka dagdagan natin budget nila para magka-ads tayo dun.
I think, Mr. President, with our upcoming event, the APPF,
Yes.
the Senate would also be contributing to the tourist arrivals.
Absolutely. I know several hundreds are coming. Members of parliaments of 20 countries are coming next week. This week, what am I saying? This Thursday. So thank you, majority.
Especially, Mr. President, if your airport in Bukidnon will be finished by next year.
Malapit na.
A lot of tourists.
DOTR yun. Hindi kasalanan ni SECCA.
I'm just
DOTR
stating,
yan.
I'm just stating facts for the record,
Yes,
Mr.
yes,
President.
absolutely.
Mr. President, Senator Pia Cayetano is seeking the floor.
Senator
Would you
Cayetano is
recognize?
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Not a question, just a statement, and then we can just work with the department to further this passion of not just this representation, the Senate President and many members of the Senate, sports tourism. We recently hosted, tama, ang dami ng tumango, nagising lahat ng mga kasama ko pag sinabing sports. We recently hosted the FIBA World Cup, the basketball championship that only happens every 4 years. And I know that there are many other international competitions that we are hosting. There's an international beach volleyball happening at the end of the month. There was a huge international volleyball competition, I think 3 months ago. Sunny, was that when we went? 3 months ago. And we didn't even have a Philippine team, but we filled the stadium. So the Volleyball Federation was extremely impressed that we didn't even have our own team, and yet the Filipinos were all there supporting. Can you imagine how much tourism we could bring? Because when I was talking to the wives of the athletes, the foreign athletes, of course, the wives are very excited to go around the country while their husbands were, this happened to be the men's team, while their husbands were performing. So we can do a lot of, we can improve this if we have more cooperation between the sports association and tourism. And I know it's already there, but we can even enhance it further. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And I'd like to share that we're doing that now with Arnis. I see Undersecretary Shalimar Hofer there, and we're doing that in Cebu, where Russians and Europeans are coming over to learn Arnis. And we have Arnis camps for Filipino stick fighting. So that's a good potential also for tourism. So yes, we'll definitely, that is a great way of promoting the Philippines to sports.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
President.
and siguro, just to add, Mr. President, by next week, they'll be having a golf summit. And then on November 25 to December 17, e-gaming World Championship.
And before I forget, by the way, we had dinner with the Thai ambassador, and he was very excited to promote both Thailand and Philippines together. It's like two countries, two countries, one destination. So you basically, you can fly to Phuket and then fly direct from Phuket to Boracay. I think we need those flights, Secretary, para we can promote both our countries since it's very popular. Imagine that Thailand has about 25 million tourists a year. If we just get maybe half of that from Thailand to fly to the Philippines. Even my friends who want to come to the Philippines say, we want to go to Thailand. I say, you pass by Philippines, then you go to Thailand or vice versa. When you go to Thailand, fly to the Philippines and then go home to the US. So that way, they also pass to the Philippines.
Yes, and Mr. President, they already opened the Bangkok-Cebu flight.
Fantastic.
Philippine
There you go. Wonderful. So, Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate and ask questions. I now move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Department of Tourism, Office of the Secretary, Intramuros Administration, National Parks Development Committee, Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving, budgetary support to government corporations, tourism infrastructure, and enterprise zone authority, tourism promotions board to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Without further ado and further delay, so that no one else will complain among the department, the budget of the DOT and its attached agencies are deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
At this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of Philippine Center for Post-Harvest Development and Mechanization. And we acknowledge the presence of its officials led by Director Junicio Alvindia. And move to recognize, Mr. President, the distinguished sponsor, of the filmic, no other than Senator Cynthia Villar. I so move, Mr. President.
Before we recognize Senator Cynthia Villar, I'd just like to put on record, there are 15 senators down here in the in session as well as in the lounge. Just for the record, I'd like to thank each and every one at 1:19 in the morning. I'd like to thank everyone for their hard work. So we'd now like to recognize our distinguished colleague, Senator Cynthia Villar, to sponsor the budget of PhilMec.
Mr. President, I want to suspend the rules of this hearing, and I want PhilMec to answer the questions of the senator directly. Thank you very much.
May we know who would be asking? Who's the minority floor leader? Out of duty. So, okay, we'd like to recognize the minority floor leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Sumagot ka dito.
I ask for a minute suspension, Mr.
Session
President.
suspended for a minute.
Yes, Mr. President, the distinguished sponsor, I think made the motion, if I'm not mistaken, to suspend the rules. We join the motion of the distinguished sponsor of the measure that we suspend the Senate rules to allow the resource person, I think, if I'm not mistaken, distinguished sponsor, the director for PhilMec, Director Junicio Alvindia, to directly answer questions from the members of the Senate. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection to the motion of the majority leader? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I will be the first one to ask question. May I be recognized, Mr. President?
The majority leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Director Alvindia. You're the head of PhilMec, sir.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, Mr. President, let me state for the record that in the budget deliberation of your mother department, Department of Agriculture, sir, you were not around. May we know the reason why you were absent during that budget deliberation, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. I was not around during the budget deliberation because I was part of the DA delegation to attend the Agritechnica in Germany. The purpose of which is to have to seek talking points for the purpose of the visit of the president by next year. And one of the reason of doing that is I enticed the European machine manufacturers to manufacture their machine in the country so that we will have a sustainable sources of machine, because I firmly believe that the machine should be manufactured in the country, not only rely on importation, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. But were you aware that at this time of the year, nagaganap ang ating budget deliberation?
I'm aware, Mr. President.
So you think it's more important or equally important? But you managed to go abroad, to go to Germany instead of attending our budget deliberation. So you feel that it's more important. Am I correct?
I believe it was an equally important opportunity for PhilMec and for the Republic of the Philippines.
Okay, I will no longer belabor the issue. Mr. President, doon po sa ipinasa nating batas noong 2018, RA 11203 or an act liberalizing the importation, exportation, and trading of rice, lifting for the purpose the quantitative import restriction on rice. 5 billion po or 50% ng Rice Competitive Enhancement Fund ay nakalaan po para sa rice farm machineries and equipment. Ang mekanisasyon po ang inaasahan ng ating maliliit na magsasaka upang gumanda po yung ani nila at tumaas yung kanilang kita. Dagdag pa po sa 5 billion, Mr. President, meron pang additional 100 million para sa extension services na mapupunta rin sa PhilMec. Bukod pa po ito sa taunang budget ng ahensya. Is that a correct statement, Your Honor?
Yes, correct, Mr.
Thank
President.
you. Hindi po nagkulang ang Senado sa pangunguna ng ating Chairperson, Senator Cynthia Villar, sa pagbibigay ng pondo at suporta upang maging competitive ang ating pong domestic rice production. For this reason, we have been demanding that the implementing agencies, especially PhilMec, to step up its implementation of the law. Now, my first question, Mr. President, is can the distinguished Director Alvindia, give this institution an overview of the PhilMec's accomplishment this year compared to last year, Your Honor? Ilan pong porsyento yung na-disburse na ng PhilMec sa ngayong taon po?
Ngayong taon po, Mr. President, we obligated 5.8 billion, equivalent to 73.85%.
That's obligated, sir. Ang tinatanong ko po yung disbursement for 2023.
Yes, Mr. President, our disbursement is quite low, only 3.11%.
Ano po?
3.11% po.
3.11% ngayong taon ang disbursement po ninyo.
Opo.
So, busy nga kayo. Maganda ho yung ginagawa ninyo. 3.11%. So, ano ang dahilan? Bakit 3.11% ang inyong performance? Nung isang taon po,
Ang disbursement nung isang taon, Mr. President, was 42.93%.
42 point?
Sorry, 45.16%. 45.16%.
45.16% ang disbursement nyo po last year.
Opo.
So from 45.16%, ngayon 3.11% po. Katanggap-tanggap po ba yung 3.11%, Your Honor?
Mr. President, we're still working on the payment of...
Tanggap-tanggap po yun, sir. Kung kayo yung nasa posisyon ho namin na laging tinutuligsa, laging pinagrereklamuhan, kami po sa Bulacan, marami ho kaming farmers doon, laging lumalapit sa opisina, nagtatanong, nasan yung pondo, bakit di magamit yung pondo, akala ko ba tama yung ginagawa nyo, eh dyan sa Senado, nagpasa kayo ng batas, etc. Tapos bibigyan nyo po kami 3.11% performance. Katanggap-tanggap po kaya yon?
Mr. President, this is, the record is as of November 15, 2023.
So hindi ko katanggap-tanggap. Salamat po sa inyong sagot. Tapos na ho yung taon sir. Hindi ko alam kung may natutuwang senador na nakikinig sa atin ngayon, pero Yung this year po, ano po yung available appropriation nyo? Kasi kanina binanggit ko, Mr. President, distinguished the minority leader, out of the 5 billion, yung 50% Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund na nakalaan para dun sa machineries and equipment, out of that, may dagdag pa na 100 milyon para sa extension services na mapupunta rin sa PhilMec. So ano yung total ng budget ninyo na meron pong 3.11% disbursement rate at this time na matatapos na ho ang taon?
7.9 billion, Mr. President.
7.9 billion. So yun po yung totality, no? Tapos 3.11%.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mga kapwa ko senador, nakakatuwa po ito. Lalo na pag ganitong oras nagtatrabaho pa po tayo. Sir, anong level na po ba yung mechanization sa bansa?
Ang level po ng mechanization natin ay 2.67% or nearly 2.7 horsepower per hectare po.
Pagkatapos po ng 6th year of implementation ng batas as indicated in Section 13 of the law, 2.67%.
The level was as of last year.
As of last year. So currently, nasaan na po tayo?
We are
Ano yung target level na mechanization level ng bansa sa pagdating po sa rice?
Mr. President, if I may say that the 30 billion, because we have 5 billion a year times 6 years, we have 30 billion. And for the 2.7 million hectares of our rice, we are only calculating to mechanize 14% of the 2.7 million hectares.
Mr. President, noong pong 2020, ang saad po ng Department of Agriculture, kailangan natin ng mechanization level na 4 horsepower per hectare para makapagsabayan po tayo sa mga bansa sa Asia. Correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Sponsor. 2020 target pa po ito. Shouldn't we be settling higher goals by now, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. President.
So bakit hindi tayo makapag-set ng higher goals?
Because the level of mechanization depends on the number of the machineries we are
And
distributing.
the performance of the agency, which is 3.11% at this time. Am I correct or am I right?
As of November 15th, 3.11%, Mr. President.
So it's the performance of PhilMec. How does PhilMec prioritize its mechanization program for each region?
We have criteria to reckon with, Mr.
For
President.
example, Region 3 of Senator Angara in this representation. Sa Region 3, which is the largest production of palay in the country, has a mechanization level of 2.62 horsepower per hectare, which is below the national average. Kasi ang national average is 2.67 horsepower per hectare. Is that correct? Now, in contrast, you look at Region 2 of Senator Nancy Binay, the second largest palay producer has a mechanization level of 3.51. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr.
So bakit
President.
ganon? Anong nangyayari po? Ano bang criteria nyo po and strategy for each region? Na mababa na nga po yung target, hindi pa rin ma-reach.
Universal naman po, Mr. President, yung ating criteria. The farmer cooperative should have at least 50 hectares.
Yung for all crops, mechanization level is 1.23. Bakit po ganon? Because these figures indicate that primary production is still greatly dependent on manual labor. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. Well, Mr. President, may I also just put on record, Mr. President, that a lot of our kababayans in Bulacan are having second thoughts of the law that we passed here in this Congress because the implementors are actually not doing their job. Let me just put that on record, Mr. President. I will end my interpellation to the Director of PhilMec and just state for the record my utmost disappointment, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Alan Cayetano is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Allen,
Mr.
is
President,
recognized.
I know everyone's tired, but just one question, no follow-up question. Yeah. Promise to my dear friend and future mayor. Sir, sa lahat ng tinanong ni Senator Villanueva, ano target nyo next year at paano mo magagawa yon? So kung napakababa ng 3.1%, kaya nyo ba next year ng 6.2% or ng 8% or 4%? Kasi this is a budget deliberation, di ba?
Yes,
So
Mr. President.
every single agency wants money. So why give money to someone na hanggang dito lang ang kanilang kaya? So very honestly, if we give you the resources, ano kaya nyo next year? And kahit maikli lang, paano nyo magagawa yon?
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, this 2023, by end of this year, we can obligate 7.4 billion or around 94%. And starting this month, we already had our advanced procurement worth of 3.5 billion for the next year, Mr. President.
Yes. Thank you for that, but you didn't answer my question. So for next year, sinagot mo yung paano yung this year. So for next year, kung 3.1% this year, kung next year nakaupo ka rin dyan sometime this time, ano malamang i-report mo sa amin? Ilan % ang nagawa nyo for next year? Anong target nyo? Target nyo ba mag 80%, mag 70%, mag 60%? Para lang klaro. No?
We target 100% obligation for next year, Mr. President.
Okay, and how can you do that compared to this year? Anong problema this year na next year hindi na mangyayari?
May mga carry-over po kami ngayong year na ito, Mr. President. Pero by end of this year, we will have to complete that.
Para hindi humaba, sir, pwede bang isubmit nyo na lang written?
Opo, opo.
No, na this year, kasi ganito. Hindi mangyayari next year dahil ganon. Di ba? Para maging example din naman, hindi lang sa agri, pero sa iba pong mga ahensya na kami naman po kung makakatulong na ma-deliver, di ba? Pero hindi naman pwede kasing every year may dahilan. Because people don't understand process or yung hindi na-deliver, di ba? So, I mean, we can explain the whole night, pero it's either nagawa natin o hindi, di ba? I mean, many here are no strangers to the bureaucracy, to local government. Many here were cabinet members, were head of bureaus. Senator Win was mayor, Senator Revilla was governor. So, you get what I mean. No? Lahat kami dinaanan yan na, bakit 20% lang na-deliver mo? So, I'll stop there, but please submit that kasi whether it's you who's still there or iba na po position nyo, will hold your agency to that position. Na eto ang dahilan, bakit hindi, pero next year, eto dahilan, bakit magagawa namin to.
We will comply, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to, again, put into the records, Mr. President, 45.16%. 45.16% yung disbursement of funds last year, ngayon 3.11%. Yung ipinagmamalaki po kanina ay obligation rate. Pag ako ay naging secretary ng TESDA, madali yung mag-obligate eh. Madali yung mag-obligate. In-obligate mo yung pondo, etc. But the main job of PhilMec is to ensure that you will be able to distribute the machines, the equipment. So meaning to say, dear colleagues, in the past year, ang na-distribute 3.11%. Kaya I'm just disgusted, Mr. President, coming from Central Luzon, as I mentioned earlier, the largest production of palay in the country. So, Mr. President, I will just ask the resource person to just give us a data comparing the current mechanization level of each region and the volume of production, as well as the mechanization strategies for each region for next year. Para naman mabantayan ho natin at pag nagreklamo ho sa atin, yung mga kababayan natin, ituturo ho natin at patatawag natin, hihingi ho ako ng tulong sa sponsor natin, sa chairperson ng Committee ng Agriculture, na ipatawag po natin, magkaroon tayong pagdinig dito at kinakailangan mag-file ho ako ng kaso, gagawin ko po yan. Thank you, Mr. President. And with that, I move that we... Spend ko muna. Dudos, wala na.
Lift na.
No, wala na eh. Wala na dito. No, wala na eh. No, but wala na eh. Should I lift the roof? Not anymore. Because we are... I will not move to lift the suspension of our rules, Mr. President, but instead, we will move to another agency, Mr. President, which is the Philippine Coconut Authority, led by its administrator, Bernie Cruz. May I also move that we recognize Senator Mark Villar to ask some questions, Mr. President. So move, Mr. President.
Yes, the objection, there being none, motion is approved. Senator Mark Villar is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. This is the second time that your agency was called here to the Senate. I'd just like to ask, where were you the first time po? Hindi po kayo naka-attend sa first hearing ng Department of Agriculture?
Good morning, Mr. President. Apologies po na hindi ako naka-attend the last hearing, budget hearing, for medical reason. Medical leave po.
Medical reasons.
Opo.
Sige po. Magkano po ang budget ng Philippine Coconut Authority ng 2023?
Ang budget po namin, ang total is around 3.8 billion, pati yung mga continuing.
At ano po ang composition ng 3.8 billion?
Yung current appropriations po is 1.1, 66275. Yung continuing appropriations po is 615,114,231. Ang trust fund po is 1,250.
Ano po ang major components ng budget ng PC?
Ang major component po is yung planting, replanting, and hybridization.
Opo, at meron din po kayong medical? Medical po ba? Meron din kayong budget?
Meron po kaming medical galing sa CFIDP.
At ano po ang utilization at disbursement rate ng medical budget ng PCA?
Meron po kaming mga program na kausap namin ang PhilHealth at kausap namin yung mga ibang direct, no, na mga hospital sa region, yung DOH. Ang problem po namin is pag may problema po pareho sa utilization dahil pina-flag down kami ng aming COA.
So, magkano po ang budget sa medical, para sa medical ng ating mga magsasaka?
500 million po.
At sa 500, magkano na po ang na-disperse ng PCA?
Mahigit po 10 million.
10
million. Kasi po, actually...
That's 2%. Tama ba? 10 million. That's 2%.
Katulad po ng nabanggit namin, Mr. President.
Mas malaki pa yung disbursement ng PhilMec, 3%. Kayo, 2%. 2%.
Sa medical po, katulad po ng nabanggit namin, Mr. President, may problema po ang implementation namin ng medical dahil magkaiba po yung nasa batas at saka yung nasa plan na na-approve ng Presidente dati.
Kailangan siguro gumawa kayo ng paraan. Kasi dahil kawawa naman po ang mga farmers natin kung 2% lang, yun yung pang medical nila. At malamang ang dami rin mga magsasaka na nagkakasakit at nangangailangan ng tulong. At I think, Mr. President, 2% of disbursement is an unacceptable number. Especially knowing that many of these farmers need this medical help. So ano pong plano nyo, sir, para patapos na rin po yung year, so maglalapse na yung pondo.
Actually po, Mr. President, naka-ready po kami pareho kung i-disburse namin sa PhilHealth. Pero ang advice po ng ating mahal na oversight ay wag na sa PhilHealth, direct na sa mga sa hospitals kung saan yung mga regional hospitals na pwedeng puntahan ng ating mga coconut farmers. Ang problem po is with consultation, yung sa COA, nagkaroon po ng meeting at plinag-down nila. So hindi po talaga namin magalaw kahit na gustong-gusto namin. Actually, pwede namin magalaw 100%. Pero yun po ang naging problema namin, Mr. President.
I see. Well, I suggest that you coordinate with the COA. Ganun din naman kami, no? Ako po yung secretary. Minsan may mga issues. Pero ito yung mga issues kaya naman ayusin. At I just think that it's nakaka-shock naman na 2% lang ang nagamit natin. Kawawa talaga yung mga...
Proceed, Senator Villar.
Yes.
Yes, Senator Villar is recognized.
I just want to inform the public that I wrote the law. There was no intent to give it to PhilHealth. It was meant to be given to the small coconut farmers as medical assistants in addition to their PhilHealth. Kasi lahat tayo member ng PhilHealth, di ba? May entitlement tayo sa PhilHealth. Pero yung bibigay natin sa coconut farmers, it was not meant to be given to PhilHealth. Yung PhilHealth nga, very controversial na yan kasi hindi maganda implementation nila. Bibigay pa natin yung pera natin doon. Ayusin nyo yon.
Opo, ma'am. Mr. President, kaya po nag-adhere kami sa advice ng mahal na senadora. Kaya po hindi namin ma-disburse. Pero sa plan po kasi talagang nakalagay, in-approve na plan, which is parang siya ang tumatayong IRR, nakalagay po sa plan na sa PhilHealth ilagay. Opo.
Well, nakakalungkot lang po, but gusto ko rin makita yung action plan ng PCA para ma-disperse yung funds. Para sa akin, hindi po katanggap-tanggap na meron tayong pondo para sa kalusugan ng ating mga magsasaka at hindi natin na-disperse, hindi natin ginagamit. Ito, mga mahihirap din yung mga magsasaka natin, kailangan na nila yung medical benefits, yung mga medical assistance. Dito ang dami humihingi. Madali naman i-disperse yung medical kasi sa dami ng humihingi. Kaya sana, I'd like to see, Mr. President, the action plan for the PCA for dispersing this medical assistance. And I was also concerned dahil in terms of production, may nabasa po ako na yung bumababa po yung export ng this year, bumababa po yung export ng ating ng coconut products. I'd like to know kung bakit po nagde-decline yung exports natin for the first 4 months of 2023 as compared to the year before.
Opo, Mr. President, bumababa po talaga yung nagde-decline pati yung ating productivity. Kaya po may mga plano kami na pataasin yung ating at yung mass planting and replanting at yung fertilization po. Yun ang primary namin na ginagawa.
Opo, madaling sabihin po yun na itong pero kailangan ano pong disbursement ng mga seeds? Baka 2% din po ba yung disbursement ng sa ating mga seeds?
Sa ngayon po ang aming obligation rate is 53 as of this date at 29% yung aming disbursement.
Ano pong disbursement?
29.73 po.
Dapat medyo itaas natin ang ating mga standards dahil yung 29% mababa pa rin, sobrang baba pa rin. At yung 2% talagang hindi ko alam kung paano i-describe yung 2%. Hindi lang mababa, talagang ano talaga. I don't know. I don't have words to describe yung 2%. Pero sir, sana po magbigay po kayo ng action plan sa Senado dahil nakakalungkot na ganun lang yung disbursement natin sa ating mga farmers. Our farmers deserve better than 2% for their medical benefits and 29% for their seeds. We need to improve the performance And I hope we can submit the action plan to the Senate at the soonest possible time. So kailan po isasubmit yung action plan, sir? Mr. President?
Magsasubmit po kami ng action plan before the end of this month, Mr. President.
Sana by 2 more weeks, so in 2 weeks. Less than 2 weeks.
We assure you, Mr. President.
Sige po, I will, Mr. President, I will eagerly await this action plan, and I hope that we can, and I really hope for the sake of our farmers, sana mag-improve ang performance natin sa PCA. Maraming salamat po.
As a minority floor leader used to say, use your coconut.
Mr. President, before I move to lift the suspension of our rules, let me just state for the record, Mr. President, what the President of the Republic of the Philippines has been saying all along, that agriculture is a priority, Mr. President.
Yes.
Agriculture sector is a priority of this administration. When we heard that the disbursement performance of PhilMec is 3.11%, Mr. President. And PCC on health, 2%, Mr. President. PCA, Mr. President, 2%. Mr. President, baka hindi ho priority. Paano pa kung hindi priority? Yung 2%, 1% na lang. Yung 3%, baka 1.5% na lang. I hope we do something about this, Mr. President. We will look into their performance next year, Mr. President, and I will be the first one to give them a 1 peso budget next year if they continue to have this kind of performance, Mr. President. With that, Mr. President, I move. Mr. President, Senator Coco Pimentel, our minority leaders seeking the floor, Mr.
Yes,
President.
minority
Yes,
leader.
promise, Mr. President. While I was using my kokote, bigla ko lang naisip po, Mr. President. Hindi tinatawag ang attention ninyo ng budget ng DBM na masyado kayong behind your spending plan? Wala? No action from the DBM calling your attention? Kasi ganito po sir, ang aking sa mga budget hearing kung minsan tinatanong, sa June 30, gitna ng taon, 35%, 40% ang kanilang budget utilization, mga ganyan. So, ang sagot ng DBM, don't worry, we will ask them for a catch-up plan. Yun yung 40%, magiging 60% sa second half of the year, mga ganun. Pero ito, November 3%, and then sasabihin natin, we will have a catch-up plan, 97% in 1 month. Yung isa 2%, 98% in 1 month. I mean, so, siguro it's time also to challenge the DBM to have some better monitoring of the usage of the budget, Mr. President. Kasi I don't know kung applicable yung tanong doon na ganun, but we have a catch-up plan. Pero ito nga, so ang sagot sa atin there will be a big surprise by December doon sa 3.11%, something big will happen in December. So disproportionate po masyado. I mean, it's either it's too good to be true, or number 2, you will be wasting a lot of money. Patapon na po yung gastos natin kung ganun po ang ating approach, Mr. President. So just a reminder na, parang paggastos yata ng budget ng gobyerno, may mga proportions yan, ratio and proportions given the time of the year, Mr. President.
No, and I totally agree with you, my distinguished minority floor leader. Alam mo, yung pondo na yan ay para sa ating mga magsasaka. Is it the director, the head of the PCA ba? Director ba ang tawag sa'yo, sir? Or chairman? Or chairperson? Or?
Administrator.
Administrator, that's right. Alam niyo po, ang pinakamahihirap na mga magsasaka ay ang mga coconut farmers. Sila ang pinakamahihirap. Naalala ko yung sinabi ni Senator Bato de la Rosa noong isang araw. Ang sabi niya na dapat may malasakit. Dapat may pagmamahal ang ating government employees sa ating mga kababayan na nangangailangan. It's as simple as that. We don't have to warn you, we don't have to tell you, we don't have to get angry at you every year. Dapat kusang loob na po, with due respect po, kusang loob na ng lahat ng government agencies, ng lahat ng government officials, ang pagmamahal natin sa ating mga kababayan. Kung ako po yung head ng agency at hindi ko ginagastos yung pondo na para sa mga kababayan natin na mahihirap, lalo na sa mga magsasaka ng coconuts and copra, kawawa naman po sila. Dahil yung pondo nila mawawala po sa kamay mo, pupunta po ulit yan sa National Treasury, and we lost the opportunity that year na matutulungan niyo yung mga coconut farmers. There'll be no one to blame but yourselves in the authority. Kaya, dapat may pagmamahal sa puso ninyo. With due respect, sir. Kami, we work very hard. Yung pondo namin lahat, whatever entitlement that we already, what you call, institutional amendments. Meron kami na yun for the Coast Guard, na barko. Meron kami for the Armed Forces. Meron po kami para sa mga farmers. Meron po tayo para sa iba't ibang mga advocacies. Dahil sa pagmamahal po namin yan, hindi po racket yan. Hindi po kami naghahanap na magkaroon ng income. Gusto lang natin tulungan ang ating mga kababayan. In your case with the DA, and alam mo naman ako, administrator, I'm also an agribusiness guy, LB boy. Ako, by education, by profession, I'm into agriculture. Kaya, hindi ko maintindihan such a rich country like ours na bibigyan naman ng pondo para sa tamang programa. Nandyan po kayo, may experts kayo sa agrikultura. Hindi ko talaga maintindihan bakit hindi natin magagawa itong mga programang ito na nagiging successful at lalong nagiging mas mahirap ang ating mga magsasaka. I can't understand. It really boggles the mind. Why? Because it boils down na sa tingin ko, kulang ang puso natin para sa ating mga kababayan when it comes to government service. The loan clerk that refuses to talk to yung nakapila po dyan dahil hindi niya type at hindi niya aksyonan yung mga request ng mama na nakapila dyan ng buong araw, all the way to the passport section of the DFA na who refuses to handle your papers because bad mood lang siya, to the agriculturist and the DA who refuses to release the budget to the beneficiaries that's supposed to be for them. It's not your money, it's not our money, it's their money. Pera po nila yan for their program. Give it to them. Dapat yan i-release ka agad para maramdaman po nila ang tulong ng gobyerno sa kanila. Yun lamang po. I'm just frustrated because we're ending the night. This is the last few budgets. Pasensya na lang po. But I've been listening to the same budget problem. The underutilization of their funds. For me, that's a failure of governance if you do not use that fund for the proper programs. Kawawa ang taong bayan. Administrator, please lang po. I hope that starting tomorrow, you look at it differently and say na labas na natin to para sa ating mga magsasaka. Tulungan na natin sila. I hope we can get that commitment from you, Administrator.
You do, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. President.
Senator Cayetano.
First of all, may I agree with you. Hindi ko na ulitin, but agree. Pero alam mo, lahat ng tao may talent eh. So kung ang talent nyo mag-ipon ng pondo, dapat lumipat kayo sa land bank. Hindi, kasi kaya ka na sa agency eh. Alam mo, ngayon ko lang aaminin to. Last year, I disagreed with Senator Cynthia Villar nung sinabi niya, alam mo, hindi lang yung laki ng pondo, paano i-utilize. Kasi I've been with many agencies and working in DFA, we worked with all departments. Usually, pag binigyan ka ng mas malaking pondo, tumataas din yung ano mo eh, yung efficiency mo. Tapos minsan, halimbawa, kulang yung pondo mo, so hindi mo ma-complete, kaya nawawala ng gana. But hearing the percentage today, kung ang passing sa high school is 75, ang grade nyo lahat 29%, 3%, etc. Di ba? Baka nga you're in the wrong agency. But can I clarify one thing lang, sir? Tama ba rinig ko kanina, sabi mo, sir, kaya namin hindi nabigay yung medical, iba kasi yung batas, iba yung plano ng presidente. Tama ba yung pagkarinig ko?
May batas po, tapos mayroong plan na nagsiserve as IRR.
So tama yung rinig ko.
Magkaiba po ang
So
nakalagay.
tama yung rinig ko po na sabi niyo kanina. Kasi nagulat ako dahil presidente yun, sekretary mo, nasisi pa siya ngayon. So, hindi, yun po ang sinabi niyo eh.
Mr. President, ang
No,
clarification
let
po,
me clarify muna. Let me clarify. That's what you said eh. That's what you said.
napasa po
No,
yung...
that's what you said.
Opo,
You
pero-
said
that meron plano ang presidente iba sa batas?
Napasa po yung plano na CFIDP, previous administration po.
O kaya nga, bakit presidente?
Para president po ang nag-approve.
So ang may kasalanan si President Duterte.
In-approve po yung plan yung prior administration po.
Okay. So anong date po ngayon?
2023 na po.
2023, November. O gaano katagal na po ang Marcos administration?
Mahigit na po 1 taon.
O, mahigit 1 taon. Kailan mo bringing up sa kanila na, sir, mukhang mali yung IRR, mali yung batas?
Kaya po...
Hindi, sir, sagutin yung tanong ko, huwag tayong paikot-ikot. Hilo na nga ako, paikutin mo pa ako, lalo ako nahilo. Di ba? Ang tanong ko simple, Mr. President, kailan mo bringing up sa administration na to na may problema kayo dahil iba ang IRR o plano sa batas? Kailan?
1 month after po ako ma-appoint, last year, November 11, 1 month before, after ako ma-appoint, nag-assume ako ng November 14. Ang sinasabi ko po is kailangang reviewin.
Reviewin o bigyan mo ng bago?
I-review po yung kasi
No,
marami po.
sir, you're the head. Ang mga senador ang nagsasabing dapat i-review. Congressman dapat i-review. Ang media dapat review. Kung ikaw yung head, so kung Senate President ay presidente, ako, head ng agency, dadaling ko sa kanya, sir, eto batas, eto ay IRR, mali. Eto alternative, sir, mamili ka. Kasi you're sworn to execute the law. So kung gusto mo mag-congressman, senador, tumakbo ka. Kasi yun ang ano ng congressman at senador, sir, mali ata yan, paki-review, pakibigyan kami. Pag ikaw ay head ng agency, magbibigay ka ng plano. So 1 month after ka umupo, sinabi mo na, paki-review dahil mali. Kailan ka nagbigay ng alternatives?
Mr. President, nagpadala po kami ng mga feelers sa Malacanang.
Sir, anong feelers? Bilang tanong ko nagpadala ba kayo ng alternative o hindi?
Nagpadala po kami. Nagpapadala po kami at actually, mayroon pong utos sa amin ang presidente ngayon na mag-submit na ng total plan, no?
Okay,
para
sir.
po yung buong parang long term
So
plan.
sir, hindi ka nababagalan na after 1 month after kang i-appoint at 1.5 year na ang presidente, saka ka palang gagawa ng plano. Hindi ba dapat pagka sinubmit mo at may alternatives ka, mamimili na presidente? Ngayon, kung wala kang alternative at sinabi gawin ng plano, bakit wala ka pang plano? So hinihintay mo pa. Ang presidente, ilan po ang iniisip niya? Nakita mo ba sa APEC kung ilan ang inattendan niya? Medyo iba sa ibang presidente, ang daming na-attendan and everything. So iisipin pa niya trabaho mo o ikaw mag-iisip ng trabaho mo? Kasi Mr. President, hindi ako nagsalita sa Agri. But sa isang press con, sinabi ko na ang presidente ay Secretary of Agriculture. Step up naman kayo. Kayo naman ang magtrabaho para sa kanya. Baliktad Parang siya PSG, kayo presidente. You want him to take a bullet for you Kung hindi ko clarify, kukunin ng media yan. Yun ang statement mo kanina Iba kasi ang batas, iba ang plano ng presidente. So kung hindi ko clarify, yun ang kinuha ng media, sinisi mo pa presidente. So klaro ba yun o hindi? So kailan mo isasubmit yung plano, sir?
Nakasubmit na po, Mr. President.
When did you submit it?
Bali, after nung meeting po namin, binigyan ako ng a month. Tapos na-submit namin first week of November.
Okay. So do you see my point? That at the time na ito IRR, ito batas. So I commend you kung nakita mo mali yung IRR. Ba't hindi ka mag-submit ng tama kaagad? So isang tanong, isang sagot tayo. Di ba? But Mr. President, so that, may DICT pa, may CHR.
November this submitted this year or last year?
So, no, seryoso akong nahihilo ko. So, pwede bang pasubmit na natin sa kanya timeline? Because
Just confused, Mr. President, together with the minority leader. When he submitted, he said November. But when November, this year or last year?
First week of November this year po yung plano. Yung total, yung...
This year.
This year lang?
So it took nga 1 year.
Wow.
Oo. So don't worry, may 5 years pa naman eh. So,
Kasalanan nga siguro ng presidente yan, Brad.
no, so my point, Mr. President, is wala namang pumipilit sa atin pumunta sa gobyerno eh. Choice natin pumunta sa gobyerno. Kung ito ay private, tama ba, Madam Chair, no? Tangunan. Di ba kung private to, pinire mo na eh. Kaya kasi malulugi ang negosyo kapag kayong department heads mo, head of agencies, ganon. Di ba? Yung nga, tumahimik ako sa buong agriculture, pinapanood ko kayo, etc. Pero naawa na ako sa presidente. You know naman, hindi ako close sa presidente. Pero naawa naman ako eh. Lahat na lang ng bintang sa agri. Hindi ba kayo naawa na in the first year, ang presidente sinabi, agriculture ang focus. Tapos lahat ng issue, sibuyas, presyo ng bigas, agricultural smuggling, sugar, panay na lang agri. Onions, di ba? So, on one hand, maaring hindi nyo kasalanan yan individually. Pero pati ba ang coconut mechanization, magiging problema pa ng presidente? Di ba? Hindi ba pwedeng mag-step up tayo ng kusa? So, Mr. President, what I'd like them to submit, yung 2 agencies na to, as a sample sa agriculture, mag-submit sila ng timeline para makita natin and sila mismo makita nila. Then next year, sana hindi na to maulit muli. Alam nyo po, nagpalakpakan ang mga coconut farmers nung yung 100 billion ay nabigay eh. And I know for a fact si Senator Villar, hindi rin natulog yan kasi ma'am, di ba, na-veto pa ata yung una eh. Di ba? So, pabalik-balik tayo doon. And you know, 100 billion might seem so big now and in what is given, but I've been in government long enough na parang ang laki ng 10 million. 10 years later, baliwala yun. Oh. Ang laki ng 100 million. 10 years later, if you're talking about 100,000 farmers, baliwala yun. O, wag natin pong sayangin yung 100 billion kasi kung ganun din lang, ilagay na natin sa lupa. Kasi kikita ng malaki o paghati-hatian. Hindi pumayag si President Duterte na paghati-hatian na lang ng mga farmers. Yung ibang senador, hindi rin. Pero kung ang sasabihin natin, 29%, 2%, medical lang, hindi natin maibigay. Alam mo sa bansang ito, 4 to 6 people do not see a doctor out of 10. 4 to 6 people do not see a doctor. Namamatay that they don't see a doctor. And you know, if you look at the 4 Ps, yung coconut farmers are always there are the poorest of the poor. Except that some of them kasi sumasideline na. Coconut farmers, tapos ano din sila, what we call this, tricycle driver, jeepney driver, di ba? So, kung sa poorest of the poor, hindi natin maayos to, and kung priority na to, priority na nga, presidente na nga ang ganyan ang attitude natin. You know, I feel as disgusted as my colleagues here na bakit ganon. So, hindi kita kilala, sir, hindi, I mean, familiar ka sa akin, pero I have nothing against you, no? Pati sa mechanization. Pero, sumapol kasi, pati sa statistics, no? I hope there are some statistics na hindi na share ngayon na meron namang magandang performance. But give us that timeline and then I hope yung buong Department of Agriculture, may bago naman kay Secretary, naka-full-time yon, nakatutok yon, di ba? But, you know, akala ko retired na ako pagsasabi ng pagka kailangan meron ding nagre-resign, meron ding fina-fire, etc. No? But, I know, I'll just put everyone on notice, Mr. President, that following what you said, next year, sa committee level pala, I think, baka hindi pa umabot sa mga hearing na lang ni Senator Villar. Pag hindi, di ba, pag ganyan din ang report natin, wag na natin ituloy kasi nga, how do I put it? Ang mga parliamentarians nandito, kung nanonood yung mga taga-Thailand na sila nag-aral dito sa IRI, kung nanonood yung mga taga-Vietnam na may gera sila nung kami ay pinanganak or lumalaki, ngayon, iwan na tayo, tapos napakinggan kayong dalawa, matatawa sila sa atin eh. Diba? So I'll end there, Mr. President, and just want to express nga the collective disgust in all of this. No?
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. President. Mr. President, I now move to lift the suspension of our rules. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. No member wishes to ask and interpolate. I now move that we close the period of interpolations and debate and consider the budget of Philippine Center for Post-Harvest Development and Mechanization, PhilMec, and the Philippine Coconut Authority to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration.
There
So
being
move,
no
Mr. President.
objection, the motion of the majority floor leader, the budgets of PhilMec and Philippine Coconut Authority, PCA, is deemed submitted.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension to
Session
allow
suspended for
our
1 minute.
friends from DTI. President, this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of Congress of the Philippines, the Senate Electoral Tribunal, Commission on Appointments, House of Representatives, and House of Representatives Electoral Tribunal, and acknowledge the sponsor, the distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. So move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of Valenzuela, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, is recognized. Please proceed, dear colleague.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is my honor to sponsor the budget for the Senate amounting to 10.8 billion pesos, the Senate Electoral Tribunal amounting to 312 million pesos, Commission on Appointments amounting to 877 million pesos, House of Representatives amounting to 16.1 billion pesos, and the House of Representatives Electoral Tribunal amounting to 232 million pesos. The total amount, Mr. President, is about 28.5 billion pesos. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. No member wishes to interpolate or ask any questions. I now move that we close the period of interpolations and debate and consider the budget of Philippine Congress, Senate Electoral Tribunal, Commission on Appointments, House of Representatives, and House of Representatives Electoral Tribunal. To be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, and before I do that, I'd just like to recognize the members, the men and women of the CA are here, Commission on Appointments, together with the Congress and the Senate and the HRET and Senate Electoral Tribunal. Welcome to your Senate. There being no objection, the motion is approved. Their budgets are deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for minute suspension, Mr. President?
Yes, session suspended.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, Office of the Secretary, Cybercrime Investigation and Coordination Center, National Privacy Commission, and the National Telecommunications Commission, and acknowledge the presence of its officials present here today, led by our good friend, the friend of the Senate, Secretary Ivan Uy. We would like to move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Grace Poe, to sponsor and to interpolate our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, for his short interpolation, Mr. President.
Yes. Before I recognize the two the sponsor and the Minority Floor Leader, we'd just like to welcome to the Senate Secretary Ivan Uy. Thank you for your patience, sir. And we thank you for not complaining and waiting your time together with your department. Very important department. It may be the last, but it's definitely not the least. So now we'd like to recognize the sponsors, Senator Grace Poe, and to interpolate the distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to echo the words of our Senate President and our Majority Leader and welcome the Secretary of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, Secretary Ivan Uy. I would also like to thank the DICT for their patience this afternoon, this whole day, actually, and now this morning. As it stands in the Senate Committee report right now, the budget of the DICT and its attached agencies amounts to 9,946,062,000. With that, this representation is now ready to receive any questions or clarifications from our colleagues.
Thank you, Ms. President. May I be recognized?
Yes, please proceed.
So welcome to the
Your Honor.
Secretary and to the DICT family.
Tatanong na.
Well, merong mga disadvantages. Medyo puyat tayo. Pero may advantage din. Medyo wala nang itatanong, sir, because of the energy. But at any rate, Mr. President, I participated anyway during the committee level. So we debated some policy questions and even some specific expenditure. I think I questioned some of your expenditures. But I heard that the DICT is insistent on the grant of CIF to the tune of 300 million pesos. What is our committee report? Did we grant the request of this DICT?
Initially, they were requesting for that confidential fund, and in fact, they made quite a strong case about it. But the committee was able to find a way so that we will still be able to supply the needs of the DICT for them to be able to do their functions properly, but now in a line item budget so that it's easier for us to be able to monitor how it's implemented.
How did we do it, Mr.
So
President?
initially they asked for 300 million, but now we were able to return 280 million, and this is the breakdown. The components, network detection and response, that's called NDRs, and the description of which these are devices that are plugged into the systems of other government agencies that would enable NCERT to monitor their system. So NCERT meaning National Computer Emergency Response Team. That is about 72.3 million in MOOE. The second is the Security of Operations software. This is a renewal of the software needed to run the NSOC. The NSOC meaning National Security Operations Center, similar to a command center. This is where NCERT team actively monitors the system of certain agencies. So para may call center sila, but it's a constant monitoring of other systems of government agencies. That is 48.2 million. And then there's the extended detection and response, XDRs, extended, and anyway, this is a renewal of the software needed to run the NSOC. No, I'm sorry. As previously mentioned, these are advanced antivirus systems. So, di ba sa computer natin, it's time for you to renew your antivirus system, mga ganon. We found out that, I think, was it PhilHealth, one of the agencies,
Yes.
just, carelessly did not renew it and they were hacked. So that's about 79.7 million.
Kasama ba?
And then manpower, 24/7 staff to monitor the NSOC control. The NSOC is the National Security Operations Center, a specialized equipment for scanning offline systems. That's to the tune of 19.8 million. So total is 220 million. Now, the next category is the vulnerability assessment and penetration testing tools. These are tools and software to check for the vulnerabilities of government websites and systems. These consist of, number one, application analysis, number two, web analysis, and three, mobile application analysis. That's 20 million. The next category is the Mobile Security Operations Center. that's the MSOC consists of portable hardware and software. So that's 40 million. So when COA does its audit, okay, they will be able to point out what the functions are of the equipment that was purchased.
Right.
So that's why we just made it a line item, Mr.
Yes,
President.
but hindi pa natin inubos. May iniwan pa tayo. Confidential fund.
Oo, 20 million pero hindi na natin sinama. Wala nang confidential fund at all. We didn't also put a line item budget for it because we didn't see the need for it.
So the ICT at the Office of the Secretary has no confidential fund. Wala na.
Zero.
Oh, okay.
None.
So that means we will be home before 4 o'clock. Tapos na tayo, Mr. President. Because of the development. So just one more question. Is the National Privacy Commission also before us, yung budget niya? Okay.
Yes.
So guro, ano na lang sir, sa NPC, itong mga hacking, mga breach of our online systems, that is the concern of the NPC? Is the head here, NPC?
Of course,
Is that the concern of the NPC?
Mr. President, of course, it's the concern of several agencies within the DICT. You have the National Privacy Commission, and then you also have the CICC.
Okay.
So the CICC, the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center, is the one that investigates also the cyber attacks. And then the National Privacy Commission is the one that ensures that policies made by the government or programs that are made or information that are taken by the government are actually secure. And that's the reason why we increased the budget of the National Privacy Commission to about 100 million was given to them because the breakdown is consultancy services to make sure that they're up to date and they're doing the proper protocols with standards, global standards. Rent, building structure, 900,000. ICT software and subscription, 12 million. ICT equipment high performance computing, 24,900,000. And ICT equipment computer data management infra, 59,100,000. So that's a total of 100 million pesos.
Yes, ang concern ko lang po is ito mga reported breach of databases maintained by our government agencies. Merong isa dito, private entity. So House of Representatives, October 15, 2023. PhilHealth, September 22, 2023. PSA, October 12, 2023. Philippine Center for Investigative Journalism, November 15, 2023. DOST, August 31, 2023. So, which government agency in the family of the DICT is investigating this alleged breach of online databases, and then can we expect a report? Is a report forthcoming, Mr. President?
Mr. President, I have here in summary the action taken.
Okay.
by the
In
different-
writing na lang po siguro.
Yes.
Opo. So lahat itong as recent as the November 15, 2023, kasama na po dyan? Meron na po sa report? Sige po. So thank you for your efficiency rin, if that is the case. Kasi November ano lang ba ngayon? November 21, 2023. So this incident's just 6 days old and then nandyan na sa report po. Okay, so...
Well, Mr. President, I guess I'm proud also to say that we have experts in the department
Opo, sige po.
who are champion ethical hackers.
Yes, o nga. During the committee hearing, I
One.
think, yes, sinabi nila. Okay. So we will just ask for a copy of the report so we can go look at the quality also of the investigation and the report.
Pero Mr. President, sinasabi ni General Bato, mas magaling daw yung cybersecurity ng PNP kesa sa DICT.
Anyway, this is not a competition. Importante, we will equip them with what they need, Mr. President. So,
Exactly.
since yung CIF concern ko with the DICT was already answered by our sponsor through a line item budgeting audited by the COA in the regular auditing process. So I congratulate our sponsor, Mr. President, and thank the DICT family for, not making this a big issue affecting your budget. So with that, Mr. President, salamat po sa DICT family and to our sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our minority floor leader.
Thank
Yes, while we're waiting for the majority floor leader, we cannot stress enough how important the job of the DICT is in the advent of so much cyber hacking and cybersecurity issues. So I'm glad that the good sponsor was able to put it back into the budget through a line item measure and a line item budget so that they can be utilized for the proper or most efficient way.
Thank
While
you
we're
also.
Yes.
I'd like to thank also the minority leader for asking a very important question and for being very concise with this questioning in consideration of our companions here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, next to interpolate is our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Hontiveros. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Deputy Minority Floor Leader Risa Hontiveros is recognized.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President. A good sponsor to the DICT family. Just a few topics with a few more questions. So una po, good sponsor on the failure to submit financial statements. The Commission, speaking of the COA, the Commission on Audits observed that the DICT has failed to submit its year-end financial statements for the last 3 years. What is the reason for this failure, and when can we expect the DICT to comply with this directive of the COA? What effect, if any, did this failure to submit financial statements have on the COA audit of the DICT, as well as on the preparation of the department's budget by the DBM?
Thank you, Mr. President. Admittedly, the department has said that one of its major concern is their book of accounts, which is really a big mess. As a result, the current administration prioritized the following programs. A, the adoption of electronic national government accounting system. INGAS, hindi ANGAS, INGAS. And electronic budget, e-budget system. With the help of COA, the agency prioritized the automation of its financial system, which is quite ironic that this is DICT and they're just now employing the automation of their financial system through the adoption of INGAS and e-budget. The central office has fully automated its accounting system at the end of 2022, while regional offices are still undergoing transition. So one-time cleansing, DICT has also launched a one-time cleansing program to take inventory of all its accounts and to create a ledger that can be fully supported. Number 3, the empowering the regions to submit on time. DICT also holds monthly coordination meetings with its regional units to improve coordination and collaboration between central office and its regional offices. Number 4, coordination with project management teams. DICT, through its project management teams, has likewise ramped up its coordination with special agencies to reconcile all previous transfers made to the latter. And lastly, sending of demand letters to those with unliquidated advances. The accounting division and the legal division are currently running after employees with existing unliquidated advances for updating of their accounts.
Salamat, good sponsor. At ano yung naging source o cause nung mess sa kanyang bookkeeping or book of accounts?
Well, just deducing from the initial response, number one, I don't think it was very well coordinated with the regional offices. And then, as I mentioned earlier, they are just now transitioning to an electronic system. So they didn't have, I suppose, an electronic ledger of their expenses, which is, as I mentioned, ironic since this is the DICT. So with this new administration, they are already transitioning to that.
Salamat, good sponsor. And finally, for this topic, when can we expect the ICT to timely submit their FSS? At may epekto ba yung earlier failure sa COA audit at saka sa paghanda ng department's budget by DBM?
Mr. President, for the calendar year 2022, The agency, however, already submitted its annual financial statements on September 5, 2023. Based on the submissions made by the agency, a tentative and advanced copy of which was submitted on February 14, 2023 before the final draft was submitted. Although delayed, the same is also an improvement versus the prior years wherein no submission was indicated in the COA AOM.
Yes. So good to know, good sponsor na the when has already happened within this year, earlier this year. No effects, yung earlier failures on the COA audit at saka yung paghahanda ng budget by DBM?
From what I know, the confidential funds that were given in the past of the DICT, hindi pa cleared. Are not really there's no clear report on the confidential fund that were given in the past to DICT by COA.
Thank you, good sponsor. So kung what the sponsor has been able to do now on the originally requested confidential and intelligence funds, if it will prevent further failures like this in the future, then that's good. Nakatulong din. But I was also asking about if the earlier failures to submit FSS in timely fashion had any effect on the COA audit, unless Confi and Intel funds were the sole problem in the earlier non-submission of FSS. At kung yung non-submission na iyon, kung may epekto ba or wala dun sa paghahanda ng department's budget by DBM for next year, 2024.
Wala kasi starting file.
Apparently from the last administration, the confidential funds really had no supporting documents. As you know, we allow confidential funds only based on certain categories, di ba? Parang to pay informants, to keep a safe house, but not necessarily for other things. Now, I remember, I'm trying to remember it now, but it was in our committee hearing that COA did not disallow any of those, but they said that they are unable at the time of our hearing to still submit a report on the status of how the confidential fund were spent in the past, and they cited a reason for it. I just can't recall it right now.
It's all right, good.
But it hasn't really affected them because in fact in the
Okay.
NEP,
Good.
they were given a 300 million confidential fund. But then of course, we took it upon ourselves to make it a line item budget instead.
At mabuhay po kayo para dyan, good sponsor. And also probably making COA's work easier moving forward. So sige po, iwan ko na yung paksang yon. Dako ako dun sa regulation of online platforms. On October 25th, 2023, members of the National Union of Food Delivery Riders, NUFDR, staged a protest against Grab's fare restructuring program, which they said would lower the base fare for food deliveries from 45 pesos to 35 pesos and the per kilometer rate from 10 pesos to 7 pesos. The DICT has stated that pursuant to its authority to regulate parcel delivery operators under Presidential Decree 240 and Republic Act 7354, otherwise known as the Postal Service Act, it has already convened a technical working group to study Grab's revised fare matrix. So una gusto ko pong i-confirm na bilang bahagi ng mandato niya, i-regulate yung parcel delivery business. Tama po ba na nire-regulate din ng DICT yung online food delivery platforms tulad ng Grab o Food Panda o iba pa?
The DICT is currently finalizing its revised guidelines in regulating the parcel express messengerial delivery industry. The new revised guidelines shall undergo public consultation by next year. Kasi dati wala naman tong mga food delivery parang iba naman yung mga parcel. But kasi dalawa yan there's the DTI that also regulates, but there's also DICT. But the old guidelines, the OTC Department Circular 200101 as adopted by the DICT, indicate that operators may apply for rate adjustment upon presenting justification. There shall also be a hearing on this matter. So clearly, it also falls within the purview of the DICT, but because this issue has now come to light, then DICT just has to come up with the clear guidelines on how it shall be regulated.
Salamat, good sponsor. At papunta dun sa pag-finalize nga ng DICT ng revised guidelines, ano na po yung status ng TWG na inaaral yung bagong fare matrix ng Grab? May preliminary results o findings na ba na pwede niyong ibahagi sa plenary?
DICT aims to finalize the policies by Friday and conclude the technical working group itself by December. That's actually quite good kasi in the DOTR, yung mga pilot study nila inaabot ng taon
Opo. So since katapusan na nitong linggo, yung pag-finalize ng revised guidelines at pagkompleto nito ay within 1.5 months, may initial findings or results ba na pwede nang i-share?
We don't want to give a premature assessment of what came up in the technical working group, but rest assured this representation will submit to our good Deputy Minority Leader the findings of the technical working group as promised by the DICT, which shall be ready by December.
Salamat, good sponsor. Sana maging bahagi ng pamasko sa ating mga Grab delivery riders. The laws relied upon by the DICT were issued or passed in 1973 and 1992 respectively, and clearly didn't contemplate the rise and proliferation of online gig economy platforms. May mga gaps po ba sa existing regulatory framework na kailangan nating i-address?
Supposedly, the last technical working group was in the year 2000. So from that time until now, clearly there are a lot of gaps. We didn't really have a designated company that does food delivery. So yes, in fact, aside from the regulation, I think now, I mean, stemming from the problems being raised by the Grab drivers, like arbitrarily raising the rates or cutting the percentage of their income on a whim without proper consultation, without a body approving or disapproving it, is clearly already a gap in itself. So that alone, I think, is a glaring example of what should be regulated.
Salamat, good sponsor, lalo na sa pag-highlight ninyo ng tamang papel na dapat ibigay both ng industry tapos yung ating regulators dun sa delivery riders mismo. And siguro bahagi nung paghahanap natin ng pagpuno at saka pagkumpleto ng regulatory framework na updated 23 years since the last TWG ay yung pending bill po nitong representasyon, yung Power Act na nagsusulong ng karapatan at kagalingan ng food delivery riders at iba pang mga gig economy workers. So good sponsor, sa huling paksa ko, cybersecurity. Gaya ng nabanggit na rin ni Minority Leader, in the last 3 months, we've seen cyber attacks targeting PhilHealth, PSA, even the House of Representatives. It seems that most of the time, we merely react to cyber intrusions after they take place. perhaps a more proactive approach is required. A lot of these intrusions rely on social engineering, techniques aimed at deceiving a person into disclosing information or performing an action for illegitimate reasons. For example, pretending to be tech support or a bank representative. Ang Cybercrime Investigation and Coordination Center ba nakapaghanda na ng manual of policies and standards para sa government agencies na i-observe natin vis-a-vis cybersecurity at pagsisecure ng ating ICT systems?
The DICT has a national cybersecurity plan formulated for 2023 to 2028. It mandates the creation of a CERT or a computer emergency response team for every agency, which shall be under a national coordinating CERT or NCERT under the DICT. The CERT is tasked to defend the ICT systems from attacks. But because of the recent slew of cyber attacks, the DICT is now looking into being more than just a coordinating center. It is now looking into being the main responder for such attacks. The NCERT budget is 283,973,000 under the 2024 Senate Committee report.
Salamat, good sponsor. Bahagi po ba nitong National Security Plan, hindi lang yung pagdepensa ng DICT at pagresponde sa mga attacks, pero kumbaga yung mga protocols, yung mga do's and don'ts na tayo proactively, preemptively dapat nating isagawa bilang pagprotekta sa sarili nating mga ICC systems and then tulong na rin sa department maiwasan yung mga problema.
Well, the DICT is proactively launching information campaigns, cyber hygiene activities, basically teaching not only students, but even the elderly, also the ones in the different departments, government agencies, the users there, how not to fall, how not to be victimized by cybercrime. But they also have a coordinating council or a coordinating group that safeguards the different government agency systems.
Salamat, good sponsor. Hanggang ngayon naninibago ako. Minsan natutuwa at natatawa dun sa terminong cyber hygiene. Iba na talaga yung panahon natin ngayon. At yung coordinating group ba or kahit yung CICC, pwede niyang asistehan yung iba't ibang government agencies sa hardening ng ICT systems?
Actually, in 2023, the National Cybercrime Hub assisted government agencies in cybercrime. So POGO raids, kidnapping, terrorist activities. In fact, yung ibang raid dyan, DICT talaga yung nag-initiate, di ba? Nag-initiate kasi sila yung nakahanap na talaga na merong scam na nangyayari doon. And assessment of cyber threats, yung Kaap air traffic fiasco, government website hacking, they were able to assess na wala naman talagang outside hacking na nangyari. They provide critical information, infrastructure, and critical infrastructure training to the armed forces. And in 2024, 10 forensic laboratories for collection, preservation, and analysis of electronic evidence, malware, audio, video, photo, cryptocurrency, computer, and IT equipment for monitoring cybercrimes. We added 124 million to the National Cybercrime Hub for the forensics laboratory and IT equipment for anti-cybercrime operations. Now, the good secretary has also informed me that actually all government agencies can request that they evaluate the system, the weakness of the system being employed by that department. But of course, there's also that separation of department mandates. They can't just barge in and say, we have to audit your system.
Salamat, good sponsor. At least may invitation na yung DICT sa ating lahat na iba't ibang government agencies to invite them to help us.
O magpapakape lang daw sila, okay na.
Ang dali naman po, Madam Sponsor. Dagdagan po natin ng biskwit. Okay.
Oh, sila rin pala ang tumutulong sa Senado ngayon doon sa pagpapatayo ng bagong gusali para maging secure ang ating cybersecurity system, ang ating sistema.
Great. Maraming salamat, good sponsor, at sa good secretary sa department. Actually, yun na yung huling tanong ko rin. Ang DICT ba at ang CICC nagko-coordinate sa National Security Council sa issue na ito? Tapos ito na nga, pwede bang ang DICT ay mag-provide sa Senado ng gabay sa pag-craft ng internal cybersecurity policy o protocol?
There's a national cybersecurity coordinating council.
There's a national cybersecurity coordinating council chaired by the executive secretary, of which the DICT is already a member. So yes, in answer to your question, they are a very crucial part of this national security. As you know now, it's not just all a war can actually be launched through cyber attacks. So they're very important.
And of course, on the National Cybersecurity Coordinating Council, nandun po yung NSC or member agencies of the NSC.
Yes.
Salamat po.
And the AFP, the PNP, as you know, these are the NBI as well.
Apo. Salamat, good sponsor. And so lastly, dun sa loob ng bagong gusali na tinutulungan ng DICT tayo sa Senado itayo. So sa loob nun, patuloy yung pagbigay ng DICT ng gabay sa atin, including in terms of crafting an internal cybersecurity policy or protocol. Tama po ba?
Yes, especially the connection of the minority leader and the deputy minority leader will be secure.
So, so maraming salamat, good sponsor, at sa DICT family. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
Thank you to our deputy minority leader for her interpellation. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much to Minority Floor Leader. Majority Leader, session suspended.
Thank you, Sherwin.
Mr. President, I don't think any member of the Senate would like to ask for any questions. I now move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, Office of the Secretary, Cybercrime Investigation and Coordination Center, National Privacy Commission, and the National Telecommunications Commission to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
At 2:52 a.m. this morning, the budget of the DICT, without any objection from our colleagues, is deemed submitted. Congratulations. Session suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Commission on Human Rights and acknowledge the presence of its officials still with us this morning, led by Chairperson Richard Palpalatok. And move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Jinggoy Estrada. So move, Mr. President.
Yes, last but not the least, the most awaited final part of the budget
Thank you, Mr.
is
President.
upon us. And so we'd like to recognize the sponsor, Senator Jingo Estrada, to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, just to reiterate, the budget of the Commission on Human Rights is 934 million. And for its attached agency, the Memorial Commission, the budget is 38.8 million. And as requested on last November 14, the CHR has submitted to the committee their statement on abortion, as well as the details on externally funded projects granted to the agency for the 5th and 6th commissions. Copies of these have been sent to the office of the Senate President as well as the offices of our colleagues. Mr. President, with that, we are once again ready to receive questions, Mr. President.
May I be allowed, Mr. President, may I be allowed to ask some questions, Mr. President, on the budget of CHR?
Short questions? Please proceed, Majority Leader.
Depends on the answer, Mr. President. I know everyone's tired and we've been working for so long. But believe me, Mr. President, when I was told that the Commission on Human Rights will be tackled today, I don't feel any tiredness or being sleepy, Mr. President. This is my, I'm still very energetic and very excited to see the Commission on Human Rights family. Mr. President, may I just ask some questions, Mr. President, with regards to activities, programs of specialized centers of the Commission. Mr. President, I have here with me the centers that have no activities, or I mean programs of the Commission, Mr. President. 2023, if we can show it on the screen, 2023. Pakita po natin yung 2023 na programa ng Commission on Human Rights. Tinignan ko po yung 2024, Mr. President. Pwede nyo hong tingnan at hindi po kayo nagkakamali. Pareho po yung 2023 at 2024 na Program 1. Next slide, please. Sa monitoring and reporting program on economic, social, and cultural rights, hindi din po kayo nagkakamali. Pareho din po ang programa nila ng 2023 at 2024. Next slide, please. Child Rights Center. Pareho din po ang programa ng 2023 at 2024. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Center for Gender Equality and Women's Human Rights. Pareho pa rin, Mr. President. Pareho pa din po yung programs nila. Next slide, please. Pareho pa rin, Mr. President. 2023, 2024. Balikan ko po yung Center for Gender Equality and Women's Human Rights, Mr. President. And I'd like the sponsor to look at the FGD with migrant workers and duty bearers in selected regions and CR 4A, 3, and 6 of 2023. Yan po. Pagdating po ng 2024, pareho pa rin, Mr. President. Sa writing of technical report, nakalagay po dun sa 2023, ayan po, dulo, baba, nakalagay po ongoing, second semester. Pagdating po ng 2024, ongoing pa rin, writing of technical report. Validation, November 2023, pagdating ng 2024, validation pa rin, Mr. President. So I'd like to ask the distinguished sponsor if the Commission on Human Rights have the same programs, 2023, 2024, and perhaps ask his comment, Mr. President, with regard to these programs. Baka ho akala nila hindi tayo nagbabasa dito. Baka akala nila hindi nagtatrabaho ang Senado. Baka akala nila at this time, 3 o'clock in the morning, inaantok na tayo at tamad na tayong magbasa.
Mr. President, if I may, with the indulgence of the majority leader, if I may ask for a hard copy so we can review it, because we do not have any copy of those tables, Mr. President.
We would love to give the commission a copy of this table, but perhaps the resource persons behind our sponsor would be able to give the sponsor at least
One by one.
a statement. Perhaps I will no longer dwell on the first few slides, Mr. President. Just this particular slide, Mr. President. The FGD with migrant workers and duty bearers. Mr. President, the same. Sabi doon, ongoing ng second semester yung technical report. Pagdating ng 2024, wala na. Still the same. You're validating November 2023, 2024, validation stage pa rin po.
Actually,
And Mr. President, before this good sponsor answered my query, Mr. President, these documents were submitted by the Commission on Human Rights. During the deliberation of the budget in the committee level, I asked for these documents, and so let me state for the record that these documents were submitted by the Human Rights Commission, Mr. President.
Mr. President, can I ask for a minute suspension for me to consult with the
Session suspended.
President, upon consultation with the staff of the commission, well, according to them, the program for 2024, which you just read, Mr. President, is a typo error. I don't know. I do not know if you want to believe them or not, but they gave me a program for 2024, Mr. President. And if, with your permission, if I can read it.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. President. I thought I'm having a dream, a nightmare to be more precise, Mr. President. This is a typo error? How could this be a typo error, Mr. President? If you look at this particular slide that I'm showing you right now, Mr. President, the last three items, the FGD with migrant workers and duty bearers. If you look at 2023 to 2024, there is a great amount of effort, if you call it, Mr. President, great amount of effort to edit the regions and delete the regions. Now, in writing the technical report, in editing the ongoing writing of technical report for the second semester. Now, for the validation, November 2023, I mean, no man, Mr. President, no man on his right mind would ever think that this entire programs given to this representation, given to the Senate of the Republic of the Philippines is a typo error, Mr. President. That's unacceptable, Mr. President. If the distinguished sponsor will agree with the representatives of the Commission on Human Rights that this is indeed a typo error, there's something wrong with us, Mr. President. We should all go to mental hospital, Mr. President, if this is a typo error.
Mr. President, if I may.
Please.
Well, I also do not agree with what the staff of the commission had mentioned earlier. That,
May I be allowed, Mr. President, just to ask?
But
Is it really the explanation given to
Yes,
the distinguished sponsor?
yes, Mr. President.
Wow. Wow.
And I will just, the program of in 2024 is quite long, Mr. President. If you want me to read it aloud, I can, but if you want me to just submit the programs for 2024, it is up to you, Mr. President.
It's okay, Mr. President. We will just
Because
wait the
according-
submission of the 2024 programs, Mr. President.
According
It's
to
just that-
according to the chairman, Mr. President, he himself does not know why there was a redundancy of the programs of 2024 as compared to 2023.
And who is in charge from the commission who sent these documents to this representation, to the office of this representation? No one is checking? Perhaps they don't realize that we in the Senate actually read documents, voluminous documents, work until 3:18 in the morning? Mr. President, I'm on my first question, Mr. President. And you could just imagine my disappointment, Mr. President, from this Commission on Human Rights. But I am willing to go on, Mr. President, and ask another question, Mr. President, if I may, distinguished colleague. Mr. President, last week, we asked the Commission regarding the stand of the Commission on Abortion after we uncovered that one of CHR's priority programs is the decriminalization of abortion. Also, last week, Mr. President, we received a letter from the Commission expressing its anti-abortion stand. I was given a copy, Mr. President, that is against abortion. What does that mean, Mr. President? Does it mean that it is already abandoning its support on the decriminalization of abortion? Because in the end, we believe that whether abortion or decriminalization of abortion, it is essentially ending a human life, Mr. President. So my question, Mr. President, what is the CHR policy on the right to life? Does the CHR change its position based on the change of leadership? Depende po sa panahon o yung tinatawag na weather lang? For example, Mr. President, let me point out, Mr. President, yung second commission of CHR under Chairperson Navarrete Resina made a clear stand against abortion when it opposed House Bill number 6343, or an act legalizing abortion on specific cases, contending that, and I can go on and on and on, Mr. President. Meanwhile, during our Senate hearing, August 17, 2022, Justice Committee hearing here in the Senate, CHR Executive Director Digia said that one of the priority legislations of the CHR includes the decriminalization of abortion. Mr. President, let me remind the Commission that according to the University of the Philippines Population Institute, an estimated 1.1 million abortions occur every single year in this country. So again, Mr. President, weather na lang po ba? Ano po ba talaga yung policy ng CHR on the right to life?
Mr. President, well, the 1987 Constitution likewise provides for the equal protection of the life of the mother and the unborn child. I think it was expounded by our colleague here during the last hearing, during the last deliberation of the hearing, Senator Alan Peter. By decriminalization, Mr. President, I think the CHR Commission meant that it is still against abortion, but only advocates for an amendment of the law to provide for extreme circumstances, like medical termination, for example, ectopic pregnancy, threatened abortion, and other diseases such as cervical cancer and cancer of the uterus. All that would endanger the life of the mother, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will no longer belabor the issue because I was told that our colleague from Taguig City and Patero, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, will tackle this particular issue. I just wanted to put on record again that we need to have a strong policy. The CHR should have a strong stand. Hindi ho pwedeng weather lang. As I made an example, yung second commission against yung ngayon, nitong August 17, sabi, prioridad ng komisyon ang decriminalization of abortion. Let me go, Mr. President, to another topic, Mr. President. May we know, and perhaps let me just show a video, Mr. President, during the Pride Month celebration. May I just show a video, Mr. President, for the body's consideration?
Sasalita na ano si Senator Joel na
Because this happened, Mr. President, during the Pride Month celebration.
urge si Senator Joel to
And we wanted to find out if the commission, specifically the chairperson, and the commissioners were informed about this.
Happy Pride sa ating lahat! Ako po si Attorney Twyla Rubin mula sa Commission on Human Rights. Ang Commission on Human Rights po ay kasama ng buong LGBTQIA community para i-celebrate ang Pride Month. At ngayon, sa araw na ito, ang aming mensahe, meron kaming isang petition, isang love letter sa ating senador. Hulaan niyo sinong senador? Meron tayong love letter kay Senator Joel Villanueva at ang ating panawagan po, Dear Senator Joel Villanueva, dear senators at senators natin, lahat po kayo, sana pakinggan nyo ang boses ng ating LGBTIQ community. At ang ating sigaw, anong gusto nating ipasa? SOGI Equality Bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me know if the Commission on Human Rights actually signed the MOA between the CHR and the event organizers in this particular event, Mr. President, and had that petition, as mentioned by a certain Attorney Twyla Rubin, who is also present here today in this gallery. May we know, Mr. President, if there is such a thing as a petition and perhaps a MOA between CHR and the event organizers?
Mr. President, yung nakita niyo po sa video, ito pong nasa likod ko, siya po yung nagsasalita eh. Dun sa, during the event. And according to her, what's your name? Twyla. Twyla Rubil. You're a lawyer? Okay. According to her, it is the part of the mandate of the commission to advocate the rights of the LGBT, since the SOGI bill, according to her, has been pending in the Senate or both houses? Both houses for
May I
23
just
years, Mr. President.
get an answer, Mr. President, as to the CHR and the event organizers partnership? Is there a MOA, a partnership, a document that they signed? Is the chairperson aware of the representations made by Attorney Twyla? The commissioners aware
What was that?
about it? Is she authorized to represent CHR and to echo what she just echoed in this August chamber, Mr. President?
There was no MOA, Mr. President, and I think she was invited to attend the Pride Month.
And it was authorized. Whatever she said.
CHR was invited to attend.
Is she authorized, Mr. President, by the commissioners and the chairperson to say
Yes,
what she said?
She was authorized by the chairman. Did you authorize? With the focal, by the focal commissioner.
So the chairman authorized her to say whatever she wanted to say. For example, to petition this representation. Is that correct, Your
No,
Honor?
Mr. President, it was not the chairman of the commission. It was the focal.
So the commission is not authorizing her, Mr. President, because there was a petition and they were having a signature campaign. Is that correct? A petition addressed to this representation.
Only the commissioner authorized her. Focal? What do you mean by focal?
Mahirap po ito, Ginoong Pangulo, sapagkat akala ko po, ang buong pag-aakala ko sa Commission on Human Rights, ang bawat isa, individual na Pilipino,
Signal mo.
ang bawat karapatan ng bawat isang Pilipino ang nire-represent nila. Hindi po isang sektor lang. Bawat isang mamamayang Pilipino. Senador ka man o hindi,
It was
babae ka man o lalaki, i-represent ka ng Commission on Human Rights.
well, according to her, according to Attorney Twyla, it was upon the approval or upon the consent of the focal commissioner for women.
We have already established, Your Honor, distinguished colleague, that it's not the chairman,
Yes.
it's not the commissioners who authorized her to say whatever she wanted to say, to do whatever she wanted to do. Mr. President, may we know what is the status now of the petition? Are they intending to send the petition to this representation as echoed a while ago in the video clip, Mr. President?
What do you plan to do with the petition?
Because if she's saying that there's a petition, it appears now, Mr. President, that the commission is lying because they did not do anything. I did not get anything from the commission. I hope I'm.
Well, Mr. President, according to the chairman, the petition is still with them.
And they
still
have
in
no
their possession.
intention of sending the
And
petition to
yes,
this
they do not
representation
have- they
as
do not-
being mentioned on the video, in the video.
Well, according again to the chairman, they do not have any intentions of
So
sending it.
she was not authorized at all, Mr. President.
Well,
Is Attorney Twyla authorized by the commission, by the chairperson and the
not the
commissioners?
chairperson, but the focal commissioner, the
Focal,
one in
one
charge.
commissioner? How many
Yes, the one-
commissioners
The
do
one
they
in
have,
charge,
Mr. President?
I think it is Commissioner Faida Dumarpa.
So there's only one, Mr. President.
Yes,
Ganun po ba ang komisyon? Isang commissioner lang? desisyonan ng buong komisyon po yung mangyayari? O hindi po? Dapat ho, majority at least of the commissioners, Mr. President. Why is the petition, by the way, addressed to this representation? May we know, Mr. President? Am I the Senate? Is Senator Villanueva the entire Senate, Mr. President?
Well, according to the chairman, the majority leader is the chairman on the Committee on Rules. That is why the petition was addressed to you, Mr. President.
So now the chairman is saying he actually authorized the petition?
Not really. It is still the focal
It's
commissioner.
confusing, Your Honor, distinguished colleague. I'm really sorry, Your Honor, Mr. President. I am not worried about my reputation, integrity, whatsoever respect that I am getting from some people of this nation. 18,459,222 voted for me in the last elections.
Sana all.
Mr. President, I am voted by these people to represent them. And I wonder, Mr. President, why is the commission being manipulated by a certain Attorney Twyla, Mr. President? May we again ask, Mr. President, because the certain Attorney Twyla is behind you, Mr. President, introducing herself in the video as part of the CHR. May we know what is her position in the CHR, Mr. President?
Ano position ng CHR? Division Chief of
Center for Gender Equality.
Center.
Mahaba yata yung posisyon niya.
Well, she's the officer in charge of the Center for Gender Equality.
Were her statements official, Your Honor? It's a mere yes
It was
or no.
based on a previously released statement, according to her. Mr.
I'm sorry.
It was based on a previously released statement, according to her.
Let me clarify myself, Mr. President. The videos I showed here in this August chamber showing Attorney Twyla saying what she's saying, yung statement po niya, official po ba yun? Statement of CHR? Kasi kanina sabi po hindi eh. So ngayon po ba, official na, Mr. Chairman?
About her statements.
Madali lang naman po yung tanong, Ginoong Pangulo. Naggawa po sila ng petisyon, may booth, nagpapapirma para petisyonin si Senator Villanueva. At sabi po, noong representante ng CHR, yun po ang kanilang posisyon. So ang tanong ko lang po, napakasimple. Ito po ba ay official na posisyon ng CHR? Sa yes or no answer, Mr. President. I don't think kailangang i-explain pa po, Mr. President. Hindi ho ba? I'm being tempted to lift the rules, Mr. President.
No, Mr. President, it's okay. But-
No, wala nga. So, sa tao ngayon,
So your state,
diba sa tao ngayon, akala nila, binigay sa akin.
your statement official. Yung sinabi mo sa video. Official. Yes. Based. To conduct a hearing.
Mr. President, nakatayo po si sponsor natin. Ako,
Mr. President, as far as their attendance is concerned, it is official. And based on what Attorney Twyla had mentioned in the video that you showed, based on the position of the commission, calling, it was official on her part, because she was calling for the Senate to conduct.
Calling me, Mr. President.
Yes,
You have heard her.
calling you to conduct a hearing with regard to the Soji.
Not really conduct a hearing, Mr. President. What I heard is a petition for me, for this representation. So again, may I ask for 100 times, Mr. President, is that an official statement coming from CHR? Yes or no? It's a yes or no, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, is that an official statement? Is that your position? Why is it so hard to answer?
Well, supporting the Soji bill, Soji equality bill,
Mr. President,
is part of the official stance.
I don't want to listen anymore, Mr. President, because I think my question is very simple. Is the statement made by Attorney Twyla the official stand of CHR?
Yes,
Yes?
yes.
You are calling, petitioning this representation? That is your position?
And other senators. Bakit si Joel?
No, no, no.
Senator Joel.
Okay, Mr. President, if that is your position, may I just move, Mr. President, that we lift and suspend the Senate rules so that the chairperson of the Commission on Human Rights would answer directly to the questions of this representation?
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the majority leader is carried.
Mr. President, maybe the best person to answer your questions is the
Mr. President, I'm sorry. I asked 100 times if this is the position of the commission, and the chairperson said it is the position of the chairperson, and therefore the chairperson should be responsible enough to answer these questions.
All right, if that is your
It is not, Mr. President, the commission is not giving me any choice here, Mr. President. They're saying that this is their position. It is their position to put up booths, Mr. President, petitioning this representation. Petitioning this representation. How else do you want me to react, Mr. President?
Okay, I will yield the floor to the chairman of the commission, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Will the chairman of the Commission on Human Rights take the floor?
Thank you, Mr. President. Chairman, magandang umaga po.
Magandang umaga po.
I hope that you are aware of what you just declared in this August chamber, that it is your position, Mr. Chairman, to have a petition addressed to this representation, to have someone from CHR by the name of Attorney Twyla to represent your commission and say what she just mentioned on the video screen that I showed you, Mr. Chairman. Now, my question, Mr. Chairman, if that is your position, may I know, Mr. Chairman, if you were able to read this representation's bill on the comprehensive anti-discrimination? May I know, Mr. President?
Not personally, Your Honor.
You haven't read about it?
There's a specific office in charge of.
Sorry, Mr. President. You have this position about Soji bill, about a petition, petitioning a senator of the Republic of the Philippines, and you have no idea of the bills that this representation had been espousing for the past two Congresses, the anti-discrimination bill. How could you have that position if you have never even read any of the bills that this representation has been espousing?
We equally support, Your Honor,
No, it's totally different, Mr. President. How could you come up with such a decision without even knowing?
May I be allowed to explain?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, just to put it in the proper context.
So I'm not in the proper context?
No, Your Honor. It's not what I meant, Your Honor. It's how this commission works, Your Honor.
The commission is composed of four at the moment, 4 commissioners, 1 chair and 3 commissioners. We divide the works of the commission based on focal themes. So in matters affecting gender, concerning gender and sexual orientation and expression, it is handled by a focal commissioner. This activity, I'm sorry, Your Honor. This activity, Your Honor, was presented by the focal commissioner on gender to the Commission and Bank, and she represented that the commission would be participating in this event. And so the
Can I
commission,
cut you there, Mr. President? Because you're saying there's a focal. Hindi ho ba bago kayo magkaroon ng stand, kailangan yung mga commissioners, kayong lahat, pinag-uusapan po muna ito. Hindi mauuna may focal, nag-decide na yung focal, tsaka nyo lang i-decide kung kailan kayo magkakaroon ng posisyon, Mr. President?
Your Honor, on matters of advocating for the passage of the SOGI law, the commission has a stand that is to advocate for the passage of that law.
Okay, let's just to cut to the chase, Mr. President, okay? You made mention and you admitted that you have never read this representations bill on anti-discrimination law. Anti-discrimination bill. Is that correct, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor. Personally, Your Honor.
Unfortunately for me, Mr. President, hindi nyo pa pala nabasa, pe-petitionin nyo na itong representation na to. Hindi nyo po ba bina-violate ang karapatan ng representasyon na ito?
Well,
Hindi po ba ako po pwedeng madinig muna yung aking adhikain at ang mga panukalang batas na aking inihain dito sa Senado? Bago po kayo magdesisyon na pipetisyonin niyo po ako, bago po kayo magdesisyon na tatayo sa entablado, yurakan ng aking pagkatao, wag na po ako, yung ibang tao na lang. Hindi po ba tama bilang Commission on Human Rights? Hindi po ba?
Your Honor, it's part of the mandate of the Commission on Human Rights to advocate for measures.
To disrespect a member of the Senate?
We are not allowed to disrespect a member of the
How do
Senate,
you
Your Honor.
think you would feel, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, if I would be on the other side of the fence, na hindi ko kayo pakikinggan, na hindi ko po babasahin kung ano yung inyong programa, kaya nga ho pinakita ko kanina eh, pinasubmit ko kayo ng programa, bago ko sabihin na, uy, pare-pareho pala, kinat and paste nyo lang. Masama, hindi ko kayo pinagsalita at sinabi ko nga, akusahan ko pa ho kayo kaagad na cut and paste lang ang ginagawa niyong programang sinasubmit. Hindi ho, tinanong ko ho muna, galing ho ba sa inyo to? Hindi ho ba yun ang tamang proseso?
Your Honor, regarding the activity, yes, we agreed for the CHR to participate in that activity. But with regard to the petition, Your Honor, it was later found out by the Commission after the event. That's why what we directed, the written petition was never sent to the good senator, as it has to
So, ibig
undergo.
sabihin, Your Honor, si Attorney Twyla lang ang nakakaalam ng petition.
Attorney Twyla,
Siya
Your
po
Honor.
yung nagbanggit eh.
Attorney Twyla and the focal commissioner.
Kaya nga, siya lang po yung nakakaalam. So, ibig sabihin
The focal
po,
commissioner.
mali po yung binanggit nyo kanina, it is your official position to come up with a petition addressed to this representation, which you never give.
The petition, yes, Your Honor, because it was Attorney Twyla and the focal commissioner. On the official position of the commission as a whole,
Kung may nakakaintindi pa sa amin dito, hindi ko alam kung puyat lang ho ako at matagal nang nagtatrabaho, hindi ko ho naiintindihan. Kasi ho, napakaklaro naman po eh. Posisyon po ba ng komisyon o hindi? Ngayon, hindi nyo na posisyon. Si Attorney Twyla na lang at focal person.
Mr. President, if I may, do you have any plans of sending the petition to the majority leader?
Yes, Your Honor. There was a discussion already by the Commission and Bank on this petition.
Yeah,
When
what-
we learned about it, it was the decision of the Commission to not submit the petition letter, but to communicate with Senator Villanueva and the other senators through a formal communication, Your Honor.
Dahil kawawa naman yung tao. Dahil pagkatapos nyo yurakan, well, I'm sorry for bringing this out. Pagkatapos nyo yurakan ng pagkatao ng isang miyembro ng Senado, tapos hindi nyo bibigay yung petisyon sa kanya, itatago nyo na lang, the harm has been done. No? What for is that petition kung hindi nyo ipapadala kay Senator Villanueva? Curious lang.
The intention, I think, Your Honor, by our office on the Center for Equality and Gender is to submit the petition to Senator Villanueva. But
It is
with-
the decision of the commission not to submit, not to forward the petition to
Yes, Your
the
Honor.
senator. All right, have you made representations with Senator Joel? Have you talked to him?
Not yet, Your Honor.
Not yet. When do you plan to talk to him?
Mr. President.
Wait, Mr. President, if I may. Ito nangyari June pa daw, no? June. Okay? June of this year. Ano na ngayon? November. 5 months. Tama ba? 5 months? 5 months has passed. And you never even attempted to talk to Senator Villanueva.
Actually, Your Honor,
About
before the hearing, the committee hearing, Your Honor, we were seeking audience with the good senator.
Hindi, kung wala pang budget hearing, talaga wala yata kayong plano kausapin si Senator Joel.
Because, Your Honor, the matter was decided by the commission first. It was discussed by the commission. And it was the consensus that time not to send the petition, but to formally communicate instead. Because we recognize that the commission is still a government office and we can always do our advocacy through formal communication.
Mr. President, can I interject with the permission of Senator Joel and Senator Estrada? Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Chairman. That was a very good clarification. Konting clarification lang, no? Kasi tama po yung sinabi mo, Mr. Chairman, CHR na context, di ba? Context. So, is it the position of the Commission that if you are against the SOGI bill, you are anti-LGBT?
Against, come again, Your Honor?
Kung ayaw mo ng SOGI bill, anti-LGBT ka na?
No, Your Honor.
No, di ba? Okay. So what is the context kay Joel Villanueva? Have you read yung mga statements sa kanya by some in the LGBT community?
Your Honor, the petition came after the delay in the deliberation of the
Okay.
SOGI.
Let me answer first please answer my question first. No? Tinatanong kita kung hindi mo gusto yung SOGI bill, anti-LGBT ka ba? Sabi mo hindi. And I like that answer. Diba? Because there's a difference between allowing discrimination against LGBT and the provisions of the SOGI bill. Magkaiba yun.
Yes, Your Honor.
There are people who are very much against. I think everyone in the Senate is against any form of discrimination through the LGBT community. Pero hindi ibig sabihin pag may objections ka sa certain provisions sa SOGI, you're anti-LGBT.
Tama.
So before you answer your own questions na hinaabot sa iyo ni attorney because hindi naman yun ang tanong, please answer our questions. My question is, are you aware of the context of statements of some in the LGBT community kay Senator Joel? No, I'm asking you, Mr. Chairman. Don't look at them because I'm not asking them. I'm asking you. Are you aware? Are you aware?
Opo.
O anong sinasabi nila about Joel?
On the SOGI, particularly,
Yes.
Your Honor, nagkakaroon na ho ng delay dun sa deliberation
ano pa?
ng SOGI
Ano pa?
bill.
No, I'm asking you the context. What are they saying about Joel?
Yun po ang alam ko na ano.
Oh, so hindi ka nga aware. Kasi they're
That may
saying,
delay.
he's a bigot, they're saying he's anti-LGBT.
Yes po. Opo. Tama po.
So alam niyo yon.
Yes, sir.
So if you go on stage and you say, Mama, pirmahan niyo to. Kasi nandun. So you're feeding, that's the context. Di ba, ma'am? I don't know if that was the intention or not. I don't know you personally. I respect your views. I respect the fact that you like the SOGI bill. But we have to find some agreement here. Di ba? So there are some bills na ayaw ko. So if I don't want rice tarification, am I anti-agriculture? Am I anti-farmer? Di ba? So yun yung context kasi doon eh. Di ba? So kailangan ba mag-petition pa kami sa inyo na isubmit nyo yung petition sa amin?
Hindi po.
But with that 6 months, then those statements against his person, and everything, do you now understand the context?
Opo.
So do I have to read to you the Universal Declaration of Human Rights?
No need, sir.
So did you not violate the right of a senator? Wag na nga senator, as a person. Kasi dapat tayong senador at kayo sa commission, tayo nagpapababa dapat ng temperatura nung hindi nagkakasundo eh. Paano tayo magkakaroon ng tamang batas na papayagan ng dalawang extreme? Yung ayaw sa LGBT community at yung namang galit dun sa ayaw sa SOGI pero hindi naman anti-LGBT. So kung papaypayan natin pareho, magkakasundo ba tayo? So what is the intention of the commission? To pass laws that protect LGBTs or to vilify senators who are not for the SOGI bill?
For the recognition of the rights of the SOGI, the LGBT, Your Honor.
That's right. There are no other bills that does that.
Meron po yung comprehensive anti-discrimination.
Yeah, and for others, that is not acceptable. We respect that.
When we equally support yung both
Yes,
the...
but that's not my point eh. The
Yes,
point
Your Honor.
is nga, the commission is now a partisan in hitting the majority leader because he has some concerns with some provisions in SOGI. And because in social media, in the public, in rallies, pinapalabas na anti-LGBT siya, that's very unfair. Do you know Renan Eusebio?
No, Your Honor.
Can you ask si Attorney Tuala kung kilala niya?
Yusef.
Secgen siya ng LGBT at head siya ng LGBT sa Bulacan. Nationwide. One of the best friends ni Joel. Do you know Alex Corbonel?
No, Your Honor.
Pareho lang tayo. Sino ba Brad si Alex Corbonel? Okay. That Alex Carbonell. Okay. That no, but ang point ko, I mean, I'm trying to lower the temperature, ma'am, sir. But the point is nga, if we want to pass the laws, may I ask chairman or yung buong grupo niyo, no? Nakikita niyo yung sa US Congress ngayon? Hindi ba nasa bastusan stage na sila? Di ba? Democrats and Republicans, yung pro and anti-LGBT. Hindi na pro anti-SOGI eh. Pro anti-LGBT na eh. So hindi na nagkakaintindihan. I mean, sa abortion, which is my main topic, you cannot be in between eh. It's either you're pro or anti-abortion, pro-life or pro-choice, di ba? But dito nililito nga ang tao eh, na kung may problema ka to certain provisions ng SOGI, ako, isa ko talaga yung provisions. And I've been talking to pastors and priests kung saan ako walang problema at saan ako may tanong doon. Di ba? And I've been blessed na I haven't been marked na anti. Maybe it's also my association with some in the LGBT community. I don't know. But I know how Joel feels. Kung baliktarin naman natin, di ba? Kung parang palalabasin natin na yung pro-SOGI sa inyo, di ba, is anti-Christian. Hindi rin naman totoo yun, di ba? Di ba you can be LGBT but pro-Christian?
Tama po.
Di ba? Meaning you love Christians and Christians can love you. Some of the LGBT are proclaimed to be Christians. Some Christians who hate LGBT proclaim to be Christians, pero hindi yun ang tinuturo sa Christians community. You're supposed to love everyone. Di ba? So on both sides, may extreme eh. So I guess the bottom line nito is you're singling out a senator sa konteksto na pinapalabas siyang LGBT, anti-LGBT, tapos gusto nyo, pondahan pa namin budget nyo.
Naintindihan ko po yung...
So if you tell me to fund your budget because eto mga paniniwala nyo, and you will be active in the Senate, you will go to his office, you will ask him ano ba problema, you will try to bridge between Senator Risa, the good author of that, and I would testify, I disagree with some provisions, but I would testify napakasipag at hindi nga niya ako tinetext sa ibang bagay, pero tinetext niya ako about that na sana maupuan natin, di ba, Senator Risa? You're there. Yung araw that they were international guests here, she came to all of us. Can we at least take it up? Kasi nga, this is a worldwide ganyan. So, may respetuhan. I never heard Senator Risa, at least harapan, call me anti-LGBT. But she knows my concern ako. I've never called her naman names or questioned her faith or her religious beliefs or anything because she's the author of Soji Bill. So siguro I'll end with that question, di ba? What kind of discussion does the Human Rights Commission want? A discussion where we respect each other's human rights o gusto nyo bastusan?
Yung may respeto ko sa each other's human rights, of course.
So if there was a 10,000, 100,000 conservative Christian rally, and I go there and start shouting na, i-petition natin si ganito, i-petition natin si ganon, i-petition natin ganyan kasi mali ang Soji. Would you think I'm just anti-Soji or you would think I'm anti-LGBT?
Well,
Honestly, I mean, we're talking tapatan eh. So if I wasn't a senator, okay lang kasi kung yun ang stand ko, di tawagin nyo rin ako. But as a senator, I'm a senator of everyone. Di ba? Hindi ako naniniwala sa apat na asawa. May mga kaibigan akong Muslim like Adel Tamano, like Robin Padilla, na isa lang asawa. But if they tell me that ang paniniwala nila ay pwedeng apat, I respect their belief, they respect my belief. Di ba? Hindi ako tumatayo sa stage at sabihin, papirmahin natin na si Robin, talikuran ng paniniwala niya, dapat isang asawa lang. Di ba? Kasi there's a thin line between believing in monogamy and being anti-Muslim. Magkaiba yon. So kami ni Robin, parati kaming magkausap. Did I ever make you feel, Senator, that I'm anti-Muslim? But you know I'm a Christian, di ba? Oh. And he's never made me feel that he hates Christians. In fact, he makes me feel loved. Kaya nga magkabarkada kami. Di ba? So yun lang ang tanong ko. I know you have very strong feelings about it. And I know si Attorney Twyla, you're representing a sector who wants certain changes in the country, but you're not gonna get it if that's going to be your strategy. Di ba? That's why nga sabi ko, kung nasa labas ka ng commission, yun ang strategy mo, anong magagawa natin? Kung nasa labas ako ng Senado, yun ang ano ko, anong magagawa nyo? Pero nasa loob ako ng Senado, representing the Senate, di ba? Hindi pwede yon. So the last point I want to make is this. Hindi namin matanggap yung inyong definition ng focal. Kasi in any commission, kaya nga kayo commission, consensus-driven kayo. At the very worst case, majority. So you make a decision first, then you assign it. So the Supreme Court does not assign it to a ponente, and then the ponente tells the majority kung ano gusto niya. Hindi. May decision muna sila. So sometimes nga may dalawang ponente. Yung sa negative, positive. Kung saan ang majority, ikaw ngayon magsusulat. So don't wash your hands. Diba? So it's either you authorize the focal at yan ang stand ng commission or baliktad. Hindi yun ang stand ng commission at ultra vires o lumampas na yung focal person mo sa pwede niyang sabihin. Diba? So, gawin natin klaro yun. Kasi kung hindi maintindihan ng someone like Joel Villanueva, who's a very bright person, who's a very patient person, kanino ba tong statement? Is it personal? And did she go overboard and use the name of the commission? Is it a stand of the commission, etc., etc.? And you, ma'am, pasensya na, if there's one thing lang that I disagree with you tonight, this morning, yung sinabi mo, your statement is based on. Diba? Kasi I can be shouting at all of you. Then he said, saan galing yung statement? That's based on the Bible. Wala naman sa Bible na pagsisigawan ko kayo eh. Wala rin sa Bible na i-konteksto ko kayo na ganito-ganito kayo tapos sabihin ko ganun ang gawin nyo. Diba? So, kasi kung yun ang stand nyo, you could have said that during the parade. Diba? Now, we want change in this country. The Senate should be for change. The SOGI bill is stuck. Diba? The CHR will advocate para magbago. Diba? Eh, hindi ganun eh. Na-personal tayo eh. Diba? I mean, excuses na lang eh. Na kay Joel, na kay ganyan, et cetera tayo. Diba? So, let me end there. Diba? But ang point ko nga, sabi nga ni Senator Tolentino sa akin, alam mo, simple lang to eh. Pag may nagkakamali, mag-sorry, di sorry. But ang problema kasi dito siguro, pareho tayong nag-iiwas na pag nag-sorry, we're not saying sorry for our sector that we represent or for the advocacy that we're fighting for. Diba? So ako, I respect what you're fighting for. I respect your advocacy, etc. But the way you did it, na commission kayo ng CHR, is not acceptable. It's not being done in a civilized way. Even in a rally, even in a setting ng rally. But it's also a reminder for me. Pag nag-attend ako ng kahit anong rally, etc., I have to remind myself I'm a senator. Except siguro during the campaign period, di ba? Kasi nga, hinihiwalay mo talaga yung, yung sa issue eh. Di ba? So, Mr. Chairman, would you want a few minutes to confer? And
Yes,
to come out with something para matapos natin tong issue na to, at least kay Senator Villanueva.
Yes, please.
Yeah, if you want to make an appeal after 2-3 minutes of talking them, appeal, Senator, we're hoping that you will take up the SOGI bill. So that's good. Pero narinig mo din siya. He's saying, we're hoping the commission will also look at the comprehensive discrimination bill. So let's listen to each other. But then you can make a stand. You can say na, in the opinion of the CHR, mas powerful ang SOGI kasudan. So we can agree and to disagree. Kung ganon, di ba? Ako, I'll read both. So, Mr. President, can we give them a minute just to confer and just to, then of course, feel free to say what you really want to say. No? Hindi naman puwersahan to eh.
Yes, Your Honor.
Session suspended for a minute. we'd like to hear the response of the chairperson of the Commission on Human Rights.
Thank you,
After
Mr. President.
discussions with this majority leader. Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President, Your Honors. We regret how the Senate felt about what happened about the petition, especially Senator Villanueva. The CHR commits in improving the processes, its processes. As our mantra says, kami ang CHR ng lahat, naglilingkod maging sino ka man. And we are fully committed to work with the entire Senate in refining the SOGI Equality Bill. And thus, we equally support the Comprehensive Anti-Discrimination Bill.
Mr. President, akala ko po hindi pa niya nabasa, pero support na po siya. But I'll take it, Mr. President. But may I just be clarified, Mr. President, again, for the last time, may I ask if they regret the fact that this happened? The statements made by Attorney Tuayla. So are they now saying that what happened and the statements made by Attorney Tuayla is not the position of the Commission on Human Rights?
Your position, your statement. But it's not an official statement.
It's not an official statement, Your Honor, of the Commission.
So it is not the official stand of the position. And that's why, as you mentioned, Your Honor, the Commission regret what happened. Regret the fact that someone from CHR misrepresented the Commission. Is that a correct statement, Your Honor?
The statements uttered by Attorney Tuayla, Your Honor, during that
Does not reflect the position of the entire
the
Commission.
entire Commission, Your Honor, but the Commission has a stand on the passage of the SOGI law.
I don't mind, Mr. President. I will accept that. So meaning to say, the actions, statements made by a representative of CHR is not the position of CHR.
Yes, Your Honor. During that activity.
During that activity, the video that was played in this August chamber. Thank you, Mr. President. I accept that statement made by our chairman, but let me also put into the records, Mr. Chairman, kung magkaiba po ang nangyari. For example, may tumayo po sa stage, kunyari sa stage ng isang event, ang isang CHR official, at sabihin po, magpipetisyon din po siya doon sa author ng SOGI. Baligtarin po natin, anti-SOGI naman po siya, Mr. President. Tatayuan ko din po yun, Mr. President, because I don't think CHR is doing its job by protecting the rights of a senator. Kahit po baligtad kami ng posisyon. I just wanted to put that on record, Mr. President. Mr. President, before I move to another.
Mr. President, Mr. Majority Leader, I just would like to echo what the chairman had mentioned earlier, that it was the official stand of the commission. And may I ask if you are retracting your previous answer to me? Because don't make me look like a dumb senator here. Because I was just relaying to my colleagues what your answer was.
I'm very sorry,
When I
Your
was
Honor.
asking you if it was the official stand of the commission, you answered me in the affirmative side, Mr. President.
I'm very sorry for that, Your Honor. It was the official stand of the Commission to advocate for the passage of the SOGI bill, Your Honor. But with regard to the actions that were made during that activity, no, Your Honor.
I think that's clear now, Mr. President.
Yeah, may I add
Thank
to
you.
that? Majority Leader, may I add to that? And I'm glad that we realized the folly of what had gone on, Chairman, is because once it becomes, well, we understand, I mean, we're in public service, we cannot be onion-skinned, but
we're not
when it comes, and we're not onion-skinned, but, and I've had experiences where effigies have been burned. When I was majority leader during the time of the previous administration, when we passed the measure, and our effigies were being burned in front of the Batasan, it's par for the course. It's okay. We grow to take it. But when it comes from a government agency, di ba? Kasi nangyari, I think, and I feel for Senator Joel, because when that video had come out in a big crowd like that, obviously kagad yung mga messages sa kanyang Facebook, social media, you're a bigot, why are you like that? Masama kang tao, parang asama ng you're homophobic and all that. And I know this man very well, and he's got a lot of good friends that are from the LGBT community, and he looks at them equally like everyone else. So I think that's the difference there. So if it was an NGO that's shouting our names and insulting us on stage, okay lang po yun. But when it's a government agency that tells people that there's a senator or a congressman who is against our measure, we obviously know that we will be getting a barrage of hate text. And your Commission on Human Rights, we also have human rights, right? We also have the right to defend ourselves. We also have a right to live peacefully on this earth that we love, in our country that we love. So once the hate texts, kanina nga, nakatanggap kami ng hate text, may isang ahensya, isang head of agency, tinext si Senator Risa, tinext ako, tinext yung mga senator, ano ba kayo? Bilisan nyo, tatagal nyo dyan. I mean, she didn't even know Senator Risa padala lang ng text hate to the lady, and we got pretty much upset because that's not how we function in a civilized society. So we can agree to disagree, but let's be agreeable on how we do it. Diba? We do it. We have to be able to, show some respect to each other, not just because we're senators, but just to each other. Because once you're in a gathering like that, and I go to a gathering and I say that, and I mention a particular individual, for sure there's going to be a reaction of hate, support and hate from the community. So that, I guess, that is how my colleague, that's how he felt. And we commensurate with him. We've been through that before, many times, many occasions. So I hope you understand where we're coming from, Chairman.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. President, Your Honors.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I just ask, Mr. President, among the basis of discrimination, is there such thing as a hierarchy, Mr. Chairman? Hierarchy, for example, is SOGI-based discrimination more important than discrimination based on age, the discrimination based on health, ethnicity, discrimination against color or height, Mr. President? May hierarchy po ba ito? Because it appears, Mr. President, dun sa nangyari nga po, parang we're putting more emphasis on this when Filipinos are also being discriminated based on other factors, Mr. President. But again, I think Senator Cayetano founded this last time, no less than our Constitution. The 1987 Constitution mandates the CHR to protect and promote the rights and dignity of every human being in the country.
There's no such hierarchy, Your Honor, in terms of
So
discrimination.
it's the same po.
Yes, Your Honor.
Po kasi, for example, Mr. President, and I don't know if CHR made a statement when religious people were offended by that certain person, ano ba yung name niya? Si Pura Vega, if I'm not mistaken. May we know if CHR made a statement about it? Kasi na-offend po yung religious sector. In fact, doon po sa Maynila, sa Bukidnon, sa iba't ibang lugar ng Pilipinas, nag-file po sila ng kaso doon po sa tao na yun. Kasi kasi karapatan din po. Hindi naman pwede yung karapatan mo pagbibigyan kita at the expense nung isang individual.
There was no press statement,
hindi po
official
kayo.
statement
So,
issued, Your Honor.
yun nga po, sir. Kaya po, siguro naitanong ko kanina, baka may hierarchy. Kasi parang mas mataas yung hierarchy pagka gender issues yung pinag-uusapan, pero yung religious sector, hindi natin napoprotektahan. Tingin ko po, mandato rin ng CHR, yung binabanggit ng ating konstitusyon, to protect and promote the rights and dignity of every human being in the country. Noong pong isang araw, there's this trans po yata, Miss Jade So, performer din siya, ng drug performer din po siya. She claimed na yung personnel po of a waxing salon repeatedly misgendered her and was hesitant to give her service for not disclosing that she was not female. Doon po sa storya na yon, naisip ko lang po kasi yung worker, hindi siya komportable na mag-Brazilian wax, na lalaki po pala siya, pero ang feeling niya babae po siya, pero babae po yung worker. I feel, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, na dapat protektahan ko din po yung manggagawa, yung karapatan ng manggagawa, na hindi po siya komportabling gawin yun. And yet, binatikos po siya na sabi, dapat gawin niya yun. Parang, ang hirap po kasi yun po yung ino-objectan ko doon sa SOGI bill noong nakaraang pagdinig dito sa Senado. Kasi, ang gobyerno parang, po-force ba ako ng gobyerno, katulad doon sa example na yun, na gawin ko yung bagay na hindi ako komportabling gawin? Na i-subject mo ako sa isang bagay na hindi ako komportabling gawin, opo, nandun yung respeto ko. Pero para pilitin po ako na gawin po yun, parang ano ho yung karapatan ng isang manggagawa? Again, my question, Mr. President, meron po bang statement ng CHR para protektahan yung pong karapatan noong manggagawa na yun dun sa isang waxing salon?
Wala pa hong na-isyong statement ng Commission on Human Rights tungkol dyan,
Salamat
but
po,
we will look
Mr.
into
Chairman.
it, Your Honor.
Marami pong salamat. I think, Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, makikiusap po ako at aapil kahit kay Senator Risa sa ating mga kasamahan, supporter ng SOGI bill. Makikiusap po ako, buong pagpapakumbaba. Baka po pwede na lahat ng sektor, galangin lang natin sa CHR. Parang awa nyo na po. Protektahan natin yung kanilang mga karapatan. Yan po ang ating mandato. Yan po yung dahilan bakit po ako nakatayo dito, hindi po para sa aking sarili. Sapagkat alam ko, ito yung tama, ito yung dapat gawin. For the information of everyone present here today, what I mentioned to the chairman before he left me here in this August chamber, here in this particular spot, I just asked him, and please confirm this, Mr. Chairman, to just do the right thing. Just do the right thing. Just do the right thing. Ayaw natin na may tatapakan na karapatan just because we wanted to please one individual, one particular sector at the expense of another. I hope, Mr. Chairman, I can go on and on with questions, but I think it's also crystal clear, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, na importante ho, maiparating natin yung tamang mensahe sa ating mga kababayan. Ano man ang relihiyon mo, ano man ang paniniwala mo, ano man ang kulay mo, dapat protektahan ang iyong karapatan. Sapagkat yan ang sagradong mandate ng bawat isa sa atin bilang mga kawani ng pamahalaan, to uphold and protect the rights of every individual, of every Filipino. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman. Maraming salamat, Mr. President, for your patience. Mr. President, may I move that we recognize Senator Alan Peter Cayetano to ask some questions.
Yeah, we'll just appeal to the good gentleman that it's 4:30 in the morning. I would like to come home with still being dark.
Yes.
Rather than with the sun out, because
Yes, Mr.
I
President.
haven't stayed up this late since
In
for a
fact,
few years.
in fact, Mr. President, I think I have a solution para ma-exhaust tong issue na to, pero hindi na tayo tumagal dito. I-recap ko lang, Senator Joel, thank you for accepting the explanation that officially her statement was unofficial, but unofficially it was official. And just to reiterate yung example ni Senator Villanueva, our majority leader, kung nagkataon na ang presidente inappoint at pinuno ng conservative religious leaders ang CHR, and then nagkaroon ng rally, and then nandun sila sa rally na yung mga author ng ng SOGI bill, petitionin natin, puntahan natin, anuhin natin, etc. We would have said the same thing sa inyo. If yun yung stand nyo, do it in your individual capacity. But as the CHR, meron kayong duty, di ba, to do it a certain way and in a way that promotes better communication with everyone. But we have to all admit that these are sensitive issues that we all get carried away, no? So, my question lang kasi is sa statement nila, but I will not argue with them. But since the chairman is there, chairman, sinabi nyo kasi anti-abortion na nga kayo, pero may kasunod kasi po na statement, as the national human rights institution of the country, we shall continue to support the international human rights framework, its mechanisms and recommendations, including the rights of women. What is the international human rights framework?
Your Honor, the human rights treaties were the state is a signatory of, one of which is the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women.
Mr. Chairman, 100% yun, but that has nothing to do with abortion. So,
Yes, Your Honor.
yeah, kaya lang dinugtong nyo pa rin dito when ang hinihingi namin is about abortion. So I'm concerned that when you, kasi yung ibang extreme, pinapasok nila na pagka wala yung right of choice, wala yung abortion, you're anti-women. So kasi nakalagay dito, and the recommendation. So what if there's an international human rights framework na sinasabing the right of women includes the right to choice? Sasang-ayon tayo doon as a country?
Actually, Your Honor, we can refer to the recommendation of the SIDO in the.
Yeah. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, sige. I talked to Senator Tolentino, and I really admire the way he holds hearings, point by point. And I think this issue deserves more discussion. And in the same way, we said here, dapat yung pro-anti SOGI bill, pro-anti-discrimination mapakinggan natin. So we should also listen to those who are saying may right of choice, etc. So I'll just get confirmation officially, but sabi ni Senator Tolentino, he would agree to hear this at the committee level. May I just make this one statement, no? If you read, and please, let's all read this, yung discussion sa Constitutional Commission, kasi dun mismo, binanggit na kapag ka yung health ng mother is in danger, hindi to against the constitutional na piliin mo yung mother. No, so let me finish, Mr. President, with reading that, then just asking Senator Tolentino to confirm. No? This was on September 16, 1986, na question ni Mr. Suarez, Commissioner Suarez, si Commissioner Villegas. At ito ang sinabi niya. As I stated in my sponsorship speech, 99% of cases indicating that taking care of the health of the mother is taking care of the child and vice versa. So panay ang explain ni Commissioner Villegas, protection of the child starts with protection of the mother. So I wonder kung yung commission, has been really pushing for more prenatal check-up, more yung nutrition ng mother, etc. I assume you are. I'll assume positive.
Yes.
But yung nga sabi ko may hearing tayo. Because the progress of medical science, the situation where a moral dilemma exists are very, very few. The intention behind the statement is precisely for the state to make sure that it protects the life of the pregnant mother. She goes to all sorts of trouble, as we discussed in the provision on health. Protecting the life of the mother, giving her all the necessary social services will protect the child. So it happens only in very, very few instances where we mention like ectopic pregnancies. where the fertilized ovum is implanted outside the uterus. I repeat, medical science has made the situation very clear, very, very exceptional, that we said that even in those intricacies, which I consider to be less than 1% of the situation, there is a moral principle referred to the principle of double effect, in which if one has to save the life of the mother in an operation, it is morally and legally permissible to operate, even if the child will have to be indirectly sacrificed. There is no murder involved because one does not intend the death of the child. One is correcting a medical aberration of the mother. And there are other discussions on this. So I cannot help but feel that when the Commission advocates na gawin pa tong batas na klaro naman sa Constitution, it is also to address and to please the pro-abortion groups abroad who wants to see the Philippines slowly move towards abortion. I may be wrong. No? And of course, you may comment na napaka-ikli. As a rejoinder, I will stop there. But yun nga, Mr. President, with the agreement of the Senate, and if our good chairman, Senator Tolentino, would allow, I'd like to pursue this because I really feel that the Philippines should be the champion of pro-life. No, not only of the unborn, but everything about life, including the quality of life of our migrant workers, Mr. Chairman. But with the permission of Senator Estrada, I know he wants to continue tonight, but I think everyone is tired after 8 days. Senator Tolentino.
Just a slight manifestation, Mr. President, in response to the nudging of our good friend Senator Cayetano. Indeed, Mr. President, when the 1987 Constitution was discussed, that conversations between Commissioners Monsod and Abueva and the rest transpired, as the records would show. But the context then was about medication abortion, saving the life of the mother. And that was during the days of when Roe v. Wade was still in full acceptance. Third quarter of the life of a viable fetus. I don't want to go into this, but I agree with the good senator that everything that transpired here this morning should be taken up by the Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights, motu proprio, in a separate hearing to clarify all of this, Mr. President, so we can have a consistent policy derived from the Commission on Human Rights. Because if you dilly-dally, if you prognosticate, it would appear that we don't have a consistent human rights foundation. So that's what appeared here today. Paiba-iba yung punto de vista ninyo. That's why you were castigated by almost the entire Senate because of your actuations, which is not reflective of what a Commission on Human Rights should be. Yun lang po, Mr. President. I agree with Senator Cayetano.
Mr. President, in closing, just for the record, Senator JV said his brother is not a dumb senator. He's a brilliant senator.
Yes, well, in closing, I'd just like to say I learned a new word today, prognosticate, from Senator Tolentino. Prognosticate. Which means, Senator Tolentino, please explain to us laymen what prognosticate means. What is that? Neither here, neither there, or neither here nor there? Very good. So, Majority Leader, may we do the... Yes, we'll wait for the motion to withdraw the suspension of our rules.
Mr. President, I move that we withdraw the suspension of our Senate rules. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion's approved. So we finally end this budget.
Mr. President, there being no other member of this August chamber who would like to ask questions, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider
the budget of the Commission on Human Rights Violations Victims Memorial Commission to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Before our colleagues decide to stand up and leave, we're going to make one last appeal for a photo op with them. It's probably the longest marathon budget that we've had in a while. And therefore, right after I move through the submission of the budget, we'll suspend session so that we can have a photo, and then then we can adjourn till Wednesday for the benefit of all our senators.
Tomorrow.
So, yes.
I move for the previous motion, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
there be no other members who wish to debate the budget. Therefore, the budget of the Commission on Human Rights and all its attached agencies are deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
As for minute suspension. At this juncture, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate on House Bill number 8980 under Committee Report number 155 pertaining to the General Appropriations Act of the 2024. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the deliberations and the period of interpellation is hereby closed. Congratulations to all the vice chairman and the chairman,
Thank
Sunny
you.
Angara.
Thank you,
All the
Mr.
vice-
President. Mr. President, I now move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8980. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, may I just make a manifestation? Mr. President, whereas pursuant to Section 5 of RA 11899, the chairperson of the Senate Committees on Basic Education, Arts and Culture, and the Higher Technical and Vocational Education, and the chairperson of the House Committees on Basic Education and Culture and on Higher and Technical Education shall serve as co-chairpersons of the commission. For the Senate in particular, we have Senator Sherwin Gatchalian as chair of the Senate Committee on Basic Education, Arts and Culture, and Senator Chis Escudero as chair of the Senate Committee on Higher Technical and Vocational Education as co-chairpersons of EDCOM 2. Today, we manifest, Mr. President, on behalf of the EDCOM 2, that Senator Chis Escudero designates Senator Coco Pimentel to act as his representative to the EDCOM 2 to attend all meetings of the Commission, to vote on matters for resolution of the Commission, and perform other official functions as Commissioner.
There being no objection to the motion, the good Minority Floor Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, is hereby designated and elected to the position.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. At this juncture, Mr. President, at 4:50 in the morning, we'd like to put on record that Senators Angara, Binay, Cayetano Alan, Cayetano Pia, JV Ejercito, Jinggoy Estrada, Win Gatchalian, Christopher Bongo, Risa Ontiveros, Loren Legarda, Robin Hood Padilla, Grace Po, Revilla Bong, Francis Tolentino, Mark Villar, Cynthia Villar, and our Senate President are still here, Mr. President, together with this representation.
And
May
the
I
Minority
just-
Floor Leader just stepped out 5 minutes ago.
And the Minority Leader is still upstairs, Mr. President.
Yes, yes.
He's still upstairs, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator
And
Coco Pimentel.
this goes to show, Mr. President, that we are all here ready to serve the best interests of our country and people. With that, Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow, Wednesday, November 22, 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
And we are here because we love our country and we love the Senate and we love what we do, which is to legislate for our people without complaining. Therefore, without any objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the session is adjourned till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wednesday, November 22, 2023. Have a good rest day today, gentlemen and ladies. Maraming salamat po.